up, 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 uppies. Up, 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 good evening or afternoon. It looks like evening outside for me. It's like really overcast. It's like walking outside in Silent Hill. It's gloomy and I'm seeing lightning flashes. But that's okay. Lightning flashes can't hurt you. Lightning bolts, however. They sure can. They sure can. Welcome to the day after April Fool's Day. I guess. That's what day it is. We meant to stream yesterday, but it didn't happen. Too busy with other stuff. And then was just cooling down for the night and didn't have the spoons. But here we are. We still plan to stream on Friday, and we also might stream tomorrow, though we don't know. There's some games that came out that we were kind of excited about, and I thought it'd be cool to, well, play them. Because we kind of have a set schedule generally, other than the demo, and we don't want to intentionally break the schedule for Friday for the games that we usually play, because we want to actually get through them and finish them this month and move on to other games and return to other games. But a lot of these games are short or not like a whole day worth of effort, so I feel like we can tackle them in a single stream and it won't go into like 10 hours. I'm thinking maybe a trajectory of like 6 hours, but we'll have to see. Especially because I also want to do other stuff. I was thinking of doing some drawing. That's my thought right now. As much as I love my own music, I was just playing that to start. I'm actually gonna play some Signalis music in the background to vibe with. Oh right, I had this that I wanted to talk about, cause you know, pretty much every day is a bad day to be trans in America. But we're not gonna focus on that right now. We're gonna do some drawing first. We're gonna do some drawing first. How are you today? Feel free to lurk, obviously, but I hope you're surviving the hellscape the best you can. We haven't tried making any emotes in a while, and we're a lot better at art than we used to be. Since the days of Great White Shark, if anyone remembers that. I think it's still an emote on Twitch, actually. Let's see. Actually, I don't know what is a good sizes for Twitch emotes. I know it's supposed to be a square, though. Let me look at that. Oh, in case you're unfamiliar, hi, I'm Scribble. I use they, they, and it pronouns. Here we are. In the liminal womb of our hearts. Together. In a box we made out of plastic and glass. Sort of a one-way mirror, but it's some sort of communication. Twitch emote sizes. It's interesting going from a person who could easily say, "Oh, I can barely draw a stick figure," to being confident enough in art to draw something semi-publicly and just kind of knowing that it'll be all right. It's super funny that I looked it up, and a lot of there's a lot of stuff about Twitch emotes, but not from Twitch. I mean, Twitch obviously has like a guidelines page. "28 pixels by 28 pixels." So yeah, if I just do a square, it should be fine. What is that? 112. Oh, 112. Does that scale up? $112 times 4? 448. The interesting thing is gonna be, I guess, the auxiliary space. Because I actually need it to be bigger so that I can, like, put references in or something. Dragon sucks its teeth ASMR. Canvas size. And I'll actually double that. I'm bad at math. 896. Okay, so I know I need to draw in this space, and any of my references can go around it. You ever think that you have a certain sort of art sensibility, as an enjoyer of art, not necessarily a creator of art, like, because of, like, depression or something? Or even anxiety. I think I like hyperpipe because of anxiety. And I think I like liminal music and atmospheric stuff because of depression. especially stuff that's like Silent Hill coded, like something like eerie and like sometimes on the periphery of something that's really like disharmonic and like uneasy, but something that's also like really comforting and easy to fall into. I need to find emotes to. Oh, okay. So there's one emote that our partner always uses. Specifically from a particular VTuber that we know of, and that we've watched. But it's one of those things where it's like, oh, if I ever got a emo commission by like a really cool big artist, I would totally get like the same artist as Limu and do that same like expression. Huh. Okay, here we go. Emotes. There's one. It's like super. It's a super cute expression. This one, it's a giggle. General shape of a head, and just a hand to the face. And let's go to the TV. No, you want it. You want it big and strong. I feel like this is a glitch sort of thing. Glitch, glitch, glitch. Alright. We got some references. Time to draw. And drink water. Chapped as fuck, I tell ya. Okay. Oh, I didn't even think about what brush I'm gonna use. I'll just make it kind of clean. That seems nice. Okay. So if you ever draw a fluff bite, it's easy to start with the hair if you don't want to start with the shape of the, if you don't want to do the shape of an entire head immediately. At least most of the time, because not all of us have curly hair. But most of us do. Actually, shaping the head is not gonna be bad first. Down. Okay. And now I have all this space up here now again. I was about to run into the problem that the amount of hair that I wanted to depict was gonna be too big. Oh god, the eraser. The amount of hair I wanted to depict was gonna be too big for the square. And it was gonna go off square. And I don't want anything to go off square if I can help it. We want to get used to drawing on stream more because we definitely want to be able to maybe do a subathon and have prizes that have to do with drawing maybe. And we need to get used to drawing on stream without it being a big deal and do it relatively quickly. Yeah. Even with everything fucked up, it is really easy to be off in your own little world, and I don't just mean like because of all our personalized algorithms. I don't know. Maybe it's my attention deficit. But no, I feel kind of calm right now. But of course, I'm manipulating my own emotions by playing the music that I'm playing. That certainly helps. Cool beans. No head for you. But I think being able to be in a stressful overall environment is like a skill. You can pick it up. Just like PTSD, you can pick it up from being in really fucked up situations. Like living with a type of person, but also from like, say, being in the military or something. Being in an active war zone. Facing your mortality and not having the luxury of taking it for as granted as some people in the first world do. I remember when I was younger, growing up, I was always warned that my obliviousness would get me like hurt because I didn't pay attention to my surroundings enough. Because I could just get absorbed in a video game or a book or looking out a window, and that was dangerous. And that sucked. I spent a long time being like overly vigilant after that. And living in a fairly safer environment than where I grew up, Big Sis often is like, you know, you don't have to have your head on a swivel so much. I was like, but I'm used to living under duress. You don't understand. Eyes? Eyes. Got done with my daily social media doing. Yippee! I'm glad you don't have to stare into the abyss anymore today. I nearly avoid getting grounded from the internet again, though technically I'm not allowed to use any screens for recreation. Again, technically, like, the ban has never been lifted, to be honest. Your parents fucking suck. Specky, you're not just an age player, you're an age lifer. Your parents treat you like such a fucking child. It's been discussed. But fucking Christ. The average Fluff Bite viewer is a disappointment to their parents. This is just true. I don't know if I should do big anime eyes. I could do expressive eyes without them being like... Well, I mean, they'll probably still be kawaii, but... Yeah, there were those, but what's, Actually, I need nose first. I need to know where everything is relative to other shit. Excuse me. Not that you mind. You love my burps, don't you, chat? Fortunately, I wanted to cut down on screen time and stick to a schedule anyway, so... Well, I'm glad it works out. I keep reaching for for my stream deck instead of my keyboard. Another lightning flash. Monster Collector Kickstarters are getting popular. If I ever do mine, it will be late, I guess. Well, you don't have to always think about your art in context of trends. Like, as much as, say, like, a game like Undertale exists and games are compared to Undertale a lot, especially when they have, like, a lot of meta progression and, you know, fucking with game files, or like endearing you to characters that you can treat brutally. There's all these different like traits and things that solidified and like creates like a renaissance or like a wave of art inspired by a thing, right? And that's true for genres as well. And I think that a lot of people have continuously seen that a lot of cool non-Pokemon, quote, Pokemon Monster Collector games exist. Pretty much since we play Cassette Beasts, we have felt like Pokemon can be usurped. It's still a big name, and especially with stuff about like the Switch 2 and how expensive the games are gonna be, and that they made a fucking game cart that doesn't have the whole game on it, so they can revoke access at any time, and probably uses a form of DRM to try and make it so people have a harder time fleecing their games. And it's just like a lot of anti-consumer practices, and Pokemon is tied to Nintendo, and so wanting to divest from Nintendo as a Pokemon fan is kind of emotionally taxing. But I think as time goes on, more and more people will feel as though there are relevant Pokemon alternatives. For a lot of people, that was Pal World. For a lot of people, that still is Pal World. But you got Beastie Ball, Temtem, um, Persona. Like, you got a lot of options, and that's good. I am not aware currently of any monster collecting Kickstarters. There is a Kickstarter that, or a backer kit. So like a Kickstarter that already finished, but it's still open technically through a backer kit that I want to support. Possibly. But that's for like a tabletop-y thing. Less video game. Honestly, Beastie Ball is probably the last monster taming game that we had a really strong interest in terms of like came out most recently. Although ever since we played the demo to what was that game? A Node Heart. We've been like really hyped for that one as well. That one is more of a Digimon-like than a Pokemon-like. Although I appreciate your use of the word monster collector, because, you know, some people still use the terms I was just using as the dominant terms, which I think is unfair. Got a update from what was it, Hymn of the Earless God recently. Really hyped for that game. Not a monster collector, but thinking about Kickstarter stuff. A lot of projects that we supported on through like crowdfunds all did updates like relatively recently. Probably because it's the beginning of the month. That makes sense. Kind of duh. Oh shit. I need this to be a thicker. Line weight, line weight. Gotta love some line weight. Oh my god. If stream goes down, I swear I'm not dead, probably. It's hailing on my house. Anyway, back to drawing, I guess. Nothing I can do. Now I think about it, our house is kind of ramshackle, though.
Would you like a souvenir that hit me outside?
That hit you outside? You got hit by the hail?
Yeah.
That sucks. Wow. I took a picture for later. Big Sis got hit by hail. It seems to have calmed down for now. That's thunder in real life? That's so sick! I'm glad it elevates my stream's atmosphere. so exciting. We should make our headmates' bios like fucking Pokédex entries. Big ass neck. The bow is probably going to take up a lot of that space, which is fine. Yeah, I always start with the center knot thing. The center knot. Starting up again. Nah, it's okay for it to be simplified. That's actually the bow. This one will be the Shah. How much shoulder? Collision of lines. Never did do those eyes. Jeepers creepers, where'd you get those peepers? Jeepers creepers, where'd you get those eyes? Ever seen Jeepers Creepers chat? I've been thinking about it a lot lately. We went to a concert recently, and it was like, what can be described as a suburban... It was in a suburban wasteland. It felt so isolated. In the same way that the middle of nowhere, quote unquote, or like rural America feels isolated. Actually, doing eyeballs isn't that bad. I like eyeballs. But it does create a new problem of detailing. Really need to draw a glitch more, which is why I started with them. And of course, I can't help but indulge in the tail. Especially because their wings are such that they wouldn't show up. Not like mine would. Oh, I can make that even thicker. Thick, thick, thick! Okay, I don't know, does this show? Nope, this does not show Glitch's tail. But I actually do happen to remember how it's shaped, because I drew them, we drew them recently as well. Actually, if you wanted to figure out which dragon fruit is which, looking at our individual tails, does give some clues. I watched a bit of it like 20 years ago. Something about the monster can't hurt virgins or something. Gosh, is it really that old? Fuck. That's fucked up. I checked in. I scheduled an interview for a job and it listed the interview as introductory phone call. I swear to fucking god, this is another pyramid scheme. Oh, have you ran into some pyramid schemes already? Looking for apartment, looking for new housing right now, and we run into the same issue with scams, because some places are just scams that want your information, or to get money from you from doing a what's it called, a like a credit check, and they don't actually run your credit. They just pocket the money. It's an unfortunate reality. Fucking blows. I don't believe I miss it when scams were just princes from Nigeria in your email. I mean, they were never just that. There's all types of scams. Scams existed before the internet. Pyramid schemes certainly did. military group. Sketch version. Alright. Oh. And now we add everything to one folder. Collapse it. I don't need the Limu reference anymore for the hand, but I will continue needing a glitch for the other thing. Also, I need to put in their horns and ears. Ears. So you need to understand, Trump loves scams. It's like a superpower. Okay, I need to make the tail go away for right now. What is with that? Ooh, it's a little big. Okay, if that's the case, then I will just duplicate and flip. Because it's mostly off. Swirly dirly. might not even need to have ears. Okay, it's okay if the ears get covered. I should make sure to keep in those weird snaggle teeth though. Mouth? Question mark? Mouth. Incisors. No, that's not how you spell incisors. Well, way too big. It's gonna be mostly covered up anyway. Fine by me. Looks like I wrote on a post-it note. Alright, cool beans. Alright, give me a second to empty my bladder, not in my pants. And we'll play a video game. And after the video game, I'll come back to do the line art layer, and we'll play another video game, and then we'll come back and I'll do the coloring. 1 p.m. MST is webinar time. I'll be back in an hour. Ah, well, see you, Specs. Okay, we're pausing that. In case I'm going for longer than I mean to. Alright, see you in a sec.
land in Miami. The air was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me. Before I even knew her name, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true, la la la. Ooh, I should be running home. You keep me coming for ya.
Alright, we're back. Let's see. Games and demos, I think. I don't even have a Twitch app open on my phone, which I usually do. Oh, someone followed me. I don't know if you're still watching, Earthling Plant, but thanks for the follow. Your life will be filled with happiness and sadness. What was the game called? Spring Gothic. Okay, games and demos. Didn't expect it to have its own category. Welcome to the Fluffy Entertainment System, and we'll be playing Spring Gothic. I dream of myself taking Nika by the hand and leading her through the rainy streets of a desolate London. I see these roads broken and littered with cars. Keysington Park overgrown with weeds. Big Ben's clock tower fallen by the wayside. Maybe others would think this is eerie, but to me, this is the only way London could ever be. Beautiful. As a stage for just the two of us, on equal footing with the sun as our only witness. Content warnings. Minor sexual content, self-harm, mentions of needles. After months of flirting and sexting, Nika and Chun are finally meeting up for the first time in London. Nika is an up-and-coming trans-retro game streamer, and Chun is a med student who is having cold feet over her workload. They have confided their deepest secrets to each other online, but can they understand each other offline? Spring Gothic is an unsentimental take on long-distance relationships and whether physical love can bloom in a fragmented society connected by corporatizing internet infrastructure. The game is about 25,000 words long and features character art and programming by Lucanova, Gotta Marry That Clown. The scenario is mainly written by Kestel, 31 March, midnight Chinese family dinner moment, with input from editor Nitori. Another reverie, another happiness, as well as sound designer and composer Noel Emile Amand, Dead End City, Witchingstone. Together we present Professor Lily's second complete visual novel submitted for Spring Thing 2025. And your appreciation. This is from the same team that brought us I Became Gay from translating my roommate's short story. And 31st March, midnight. We still actually haven't played this one. But I Became Gay from translating May Us Cry. A super or OBS disconnected. I swear, I thought I was gonna have less connection issues since I switched to a wired connection, but guess not. I wonder if Twitch will tell you that I'm streaming now. There we go. Spring Gothic, a super ordinary story. Oh, I wonder how much voice ease it's gonna have. This game just came out today. The day after April Fool's Day. Well, thanks for coming back, everybody, even though stream went down for a second. Photosynthesis. 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 Alright. I just wanted to calm myself down. This is a slice of life thing. I'll probably be reading this for like 2 hours or something. I'm thinking a lot about queer art, about trans art, about making space for yourself in a world that wants you eradicated. And not every piece of trans art that's coming out right now is going to necessarily contend with that feeling. I'm not looking forward to necessarily even, but in the context of blossoming relationships and trying to make things work and meeting people where they're at, I'm reminded of what we've been talking about lately with quote trash art made from ourselves and our experiences, even if they're not considered valuable by others, or they are in some way results of our damage, reflections of our damage, reflections of the circumstances we exist in. On its face, a lot of times when I see a game that is about a streamer, I'm immediately like, oh, that's so cool. When I see an anime that has to do with a streamer, a lot of times I get hit with pangs of jealousy. Although I've seen a few psychological and horror stories lately, so that's been less of the case. And especially with, like, say, needy streamer overload, I don't usually expect in video games for it to, like, aggrandize streaming or being a streamer. A game that we hope to play later, if we do play it this stream, also has a character who is a streamer, and their streaming is part of their like gameplay mechanic, which is super cool, but they look super untrustworthy. Which made us feel a certain way. They seem to be pretty trustworthy though, and how far we gotten into it. There's plenty of stories that have characters who are in our profession, even as main characters, who aren't supposed to be good people, who aren't supposed to be rooted for. And that's fine. But this is the context we exist in and the world we exist in. A lot of our close friends are streamers or have been streamers. We exist in a lot of communities and a lot of contexts. And it's interesting to think about. It's interesting to think about how far we've come following this developer's games since Gay for Translating, because we were reflecting on our past and how far we had come and how scared we were at the time, and reflecting on experiences that we related to and struggles that we relate to in a contemporary headspace. And this feels like it's gonna be more of that. I'm hoping for some feel-good shit. This is some fucking Yuri. So, like, I'm not coming into this like, oh, I'm gonna be so sad and trans. I'm like, no, I might be sad and trans, but I'll also be like, fucking gay. I don't know. I'm looking forward to this, even if it's challenging, even if it doesn't end positively. It's about the journey, not the destination. Nika's side. If there's one thing I value in life, it's the ability to curate reality. The new US president hates people like me. The Dems aren't much better. Blaming us for their own incompetence, and online, I keep getting empty platitudes from randos who love to tell me how valid I am. Each of these things stings like a poison arrow. It's caused me to dread every morning for the past several months. And even those well-intentioned people don't understand that. So I just want them to disappear from my sight. That doesn't mean I want to stay holed up in my room forever. No. What I want is to change the way I see things. The world may be cruel and I may not be able to do anything about it, but I can at least filter out the parts that upset me and search instead for the beauty it can have, the kindness it can radiate. It's like punk music, and how you can still find harmony deep within its harsh sound. The guitars, the drums, the vocals can all come together as one if you listen carefully. Even now, I believe there are spaces of hope and possibility in the world. I know they're out there, hidden just out of sight. And I think I found one of them. Okay, not the city of London. It's not great, capital of a decaying empire and all. Rather, it's someone who's living there. Someone who's important to me. Though I haven't met her yet. To tell the truth, I don't know for sure if she actually exists. There's a part of me that keeps wondering if maybe I'm being trolled by someone with an AI. But I push those thoughts aside and choose to believe she'll be there for me. Her name is Chun. She sees me for who I am, a woman who keeps shifting the view of her contradictory kaleidoscopic existence, looking for a better image. To my family, I'm a dutiful son. To the internet, I'm a retro VTuber. And in the ruby eyes of the girl who matters the most to me, an anxious trans woman craving to be loved. It's difficult juggling these additional roles, but the effort is worth it. When I'm a VTuber, I can stop being a son humoring his parents. Instead, I'm allowed to simply talk about the old games I never got to play and how much fun I'm having playing them now. But for as fun as it is, and even with my avatar, streaming doesn't make me feel like a woman. I'm dependent on how people perceive me, and a depressing amount of my fans are thirsty for me. I'm just a sex object to them, not a person, much less a woman. It's corny, but I think Chun is the only one who sees me as a real human being worthy of love. She knows things about me that no one else does, like the books I like to read, the loud music I listen to, how I constantly worry about expressing my gender. She understands me. That's why I need her. She can complete my life. I don't care if I'm fooling myself. This is just my way of finding my place in the vast world. Well, it's got some red flags immediately. Spring Gothic, a game by Professor Lily. Also, interesting, as a VTuber who's been a VTuber for 5 years, I actually have a very different experience. I don't feel objectified by... Well, I've been objectified, sure. I've been, lolcowed, humiliated even. But like, by my audience, by my viewers, by the people who keep coming back? No, not at all. I know that there's parasociality here. I know that it's not perfect. I know I can't be actual friends with each and every person who watches our streams or our VODs or whatever. But we like our community and the people that we have found in this darkness. Perception still exists, but we exist despite what might be the most profitable or most lucrative existence. Literally our partner who lives with us made a joke the other day when we complained about knowing someone who we used to know who became a streamer and is much more popular than us, with seemingly not as much effort, which is a very VTuber brainworm to have. Oh, this person's better than me and they didn't put, this person is more successful than me and they didn't put nearly as much work, and nepotism. And sometimes that is true, but being hung up on that really sucks. And the teasing that was happening was, you don't do what you do to make money, Fluff. Like, if your demographic is the nichest of the niche, what do you expect? It'd be different if you were like an unoffensive furry. And it's true. It's true. We there's things we need to do to be more visible, to increase the reach of our platform or whatever. But like, if I'm gonna be real, like, what we're doing, even this right now, this small tiny game is like just the microcosm of like what we tend to do. We love playing games that no one's ever heard of. I'm being hyperbolic, obviously, but like these niche weird games, and even the thing that we were struggling with this week that we made a video about on our main channel, like, we've kind of been reaffirming our love of small niche art, and reminding ourselves that like what we do is important, especially when we have the energy for it, and that you can cultivate an audience that respects you to a degree. I mean, I've certainly known VTubers who feel like they're stuck in a loop of pandering to a very specific type of audience, and it's not always outright sexuality, like being looked at as a piece of meat by a bunch of men. You know, in kink circles, it can be seen, if you're a hypnosis streamer, everyone's seeing you as their personal hypnotist. If you have like a mommy or a daddy aesthetic, everyone being like, you're my personal big. You know, there's all sorts of ways that people can use a person online or in their life as a symbol, and to get a need met that flattens the personhood of the person if they don't fully consent to it. And even if they do, like, being seen as a flat object for one specific purpose is just literally objectifying. However, like, recognizing that, like, there are ways in which folks here can never know me, but also recognizing there's folks that we've met through streaming that are very impactful in our life, and some of them we've met and some of them we will meet, and like knowing like literally the partner that we live with is a long distance partner, and like meeting in the furry community online, like the extra layer of furry fandom actually I think is a huge dividing line of like how my experience differs from the proposed experience of the protagonist. I feel incredibly fulfilled in my gender through VTubing, actually. Like, for real, I cannot stress that enough. So like I think I can get into this headspace very easily, but I do want to say, skill issue. What do we walk into? I'm playing a game about a trans VTuber who is meeting her long distance girlfriend and hoping that she's a real girl, not real in the like being a like cis or something, or like being a certain type of woman, but like literally isn't some deep fake AI trolling her or something, and she's gonna try to like actually trust someone to love her, I guess. The game basically just started, but I was really activated by I guess the upshot of the character's relationship with identity and VTubing, so I threw in my own context of identity and VTubing. I think I might dip, because romance really hurts at the moment. Real. We'll be playing other stuff later. It's not all romance day. But like in a couple of hours, we'll be playing something else or drawing or whatever. I hope you have a good rest of your afternoon either way, though. She's kind of late, though. Oh, I should just drink water. Ooh, Warframe. Frame. Excuse me. She's kind of late, though. It's been a few hot minutes since I arrived at the cemetery. I checked my phone. Chen hasn't sent any messages. There's like no one but the staff and elderly tourists here at the moment. I let out a yawn and fiddle with the beads of my bracelet with my fingers. That overpriced coffee I bought at Paddington Station isn't helping at all. I thought I might get lost, but thankfully getting here wasn't too difficult for a tourist like me. Let's see. I took the Elizabeth line, transferred to the Northern line at Tottenham Court, and went past a few more stops until Archway. From there, it was just a few minutes of walking in a straight line before passing a church and turning left into a park. My GPS said that the people going into the park were also coming here, so I decided to follow them. Tree branches rustled in the cold wind, dry leaves crackled beneath my sneakers, birds sang in the skies. I've never traveled alone before, so I felt like I was entering a fantasy land of crossing the stone bridge. Then a jogger bumped into me, bringing me back to reality. When I turned around, they were already gone. All that remained was the echo of Katy Perry blaring in their AirPods. I guess Londoners don't say sorry or excuse me, huh? Just like in New York. After leaving the park, I had to go through a small alley to reach my destination, Highgate Cemetery. The entrance is an imposing Victorian building with London Cemetery carved into stone above the gate. I'm not really familiar with the cemetery, but I know Karl Marx was buried here. I haven't read his books, but funnily enough, I have read his poetry. They were some kind of love poems I would have written in high school. It's funny to imagine this young revolutionary writing stuff like that. Chen had always wanted to visit this place, but her classes have been taking up all of her free time. But since she's getting out of medical school and transferring to a liberal arts university, she thinks she might not stay in London any longer. On Discord, she always complained about the high rents here. This was her last chance to visit this place. Besides, I think it's an interesting place for a first date. I rub my hands together and breathe into them. It's so cold. It looks like she hasn't read my messages. I wonder if something... Sorry, I got lost. My phone ran out of data, and I didn't know where... I hugged Chan. I've been waiting for so long. I shut my eyes in embarrassment. I thought I was gonna keep my cool, but no, I can't. I already feel hot tears swell in my eyes, my hand shaking, and a soft wet peck on my left cheek. When I open my eyes, I see Chun standing on her tiptoes with her face right next to mine. She grins. So have I. I let go of her, my cheeks warm against the cold breeze. Then she takes my hand, sliding her fingers into mine and whispers into my ear. Let's make the best of it while we can. She takes a step forward and pulls me towards the west entrance. We're following a long straight path surrounded on both sides by drab Victorian gravestones and an abundance of vegetation. It rained last night, and the trees' dew-covered leaves seem to sparkle, but they're overshadowed by the gloom of the roots wrapping around everything. The road makes me wish I had hiking boots or something. It's so muddy. I learned about this place through this museum guide lady's channel on YouTube. She made a really interesting video about it. Chun turns to face me, walking backwards as she looks at me in the eye. I try to avoid her gaze, landing on a grave covered in overgrown foliage and topped with a stone monument shaped like an urn. I still haven't made eye contact without flinching, even with her. I have to get better at this if we're gonna be dating for real. Your recommendation, Alco, must be getting pretty strange. Now that I have time for it, I'm exercising my freedom to watch whatever I want. I can even check out all those video essays people rave on about on social media. I wonder how many people have time to watch 10-hour video essays summarizing things like childhood TV shows that nobody watched. Says the person who streams for a living. When I gain the courage to look at her again, she flashes a mischievous smile. But your streams still come first, of course. She turns back around and hops ahead. I met Chun a few months ago after starting to stream games on Twitch. I never expected my life to turn out like this. I remember preparing to apply to college again after dropping out years ago. It was nerve-wracking, but the idea of getting my life back on track also excites me. And then the pandemic happened. Suddenly I found myself stuck in my parents' house with nothing to do but listen to their advice. They weren't very helpful. I'd often hear from them that I should say learn to code, because they heard somewhere that AI is on the rise. They're not programmers themselves either, so they couldn't offer me anything more concrete than take online classes or learn Python. Hell, I'm not even sure if they even know what AI is. But one day I was surfing YouTube and came across a dog girl VTuber playing Doom 64. I'd never been one for watching others play games, but for some reason I decided to check her stream out. She was speaking in Japanese, so I know exactly what streamer you're talking about. She was speaking Japanese, so I couldn't understand everything she was saying, but there are lots of international viewers, so sometimes she'd also try a few things in English for their sake. Her reckless playstyle was really fun to watch, but what fascinated me the most was how much fun she seemed to be having, just from playing the game and talking to her fans. When I typed my first message, "Ganbare," after triple checking to make sure I wasn't wrong, I felt like maybe the promise of the internet had come true after all. And she actually replied to me with a "thank you very much." That was then I started thinking, I could do this. Sure, I did drop out of college because public speaking class made me ill, but I felt like I could get a grip on myself if I was just talking to a computer screen. I met all those close friends I had online, through forums and IRC anyway. No one watched my streams at first, but people like Chun gradually started tuning in, and I found myself talking more and more. Without their encouragement, I don't think I would have realized I could be such a chatty person with so many things to say. I almost bumped into Chun and stopped all of a sudden. Oh, I remember this one from the video. We look up and we're on the map we see after paying the entrance fee and find that we're standing before the tomb of a General Sir Loftus Otway. Unlike the other tombs, this one takes up a lot of real estate. A curved slab shaped like the bow of a ship protrudes out of the rising ground, and coffins must be buried inside the small mound. I walk up a bit uphill, and from there I can see the tomb's translucent skylight from above, along with the fence railing shaped like cannon sawed in half. You know him? I don't think so. I take out my phone and look up his name on Wikipedia. Important general from the Napoleonic War, it seems. I know in the past you could go into the mausoleum and see who's buried here. People used to do that, like as a tourism thing. I say that's morbid, but we are in a tourist attraction. Chen asked me to take a picture of her making a peace sign in front of the tomb. I didn't think she had the Instagram genes in her. We make our way uphill. Say, you never did tell me why you wanted to visit in the first place. It's not just because of a YouTube video, is it? Ever heard of Highgate Vampire? I can't say I have. Instead of studying for my exams, I ended up reading about how the UK had its satanic panic before the US went wild with it. In fact, it's possible the whole thing originated in the UK and was only later adapted by Americans into a panic we know and love today. While Highgate Cemetery is one of the cemeteries built in the Victorian era to help with crowded churches, long story with that one, it fell into disrepair around the 60s and 70s, just in time for the counterculture movements of the time. Teens would hear stories about how creepy things like vampires were roaming the cemetery, and they would break into the grounds to investigate on their own. What's also really interesting is that a couple of high-profile Wiccans tried to get the mainstream media's attention. They caused a ruckus by arguing in public, with each claiming that they were the right person to exorcise the vampire. There were even an attempt to televise a wizardry showdown between the two. That would have been awesome. Huh, that sounds funny. We reached the entrance to what's labeled on the map as Egyptian Avenue, a magnificent gateway that feels like it's leading into an ancient necropolis. It's framed from both sides by enormous stone columns and above by vines dangling from the surrounding trees. The rusty smell of the anachronistic iron gate clashes with the scent of fresh rain, which I've always loved. Anachronistic. The rusty smell of the anachronistic iron gates clashes with the scent of the fresh rain, which I've always loved. Yeah, we do have a slight problem with directing our vulnerability against others. Oh, right, you're talking about the question of the day. The question of the day with, when you feel vulnerable, do you isolate or not? Why or why not, I guess. For some people, vulnerability means they have to hide because their emotions, they don't want other people to see them. For other people, they feel like it's a fault. Weaponizing vulnerability, I feel like is a trauma response, like a fawning tactic. It can certainly be maladaptive. And we are certainly we are certainly not immune to those sorts of preclusions. It's a little hard to admit when you're being vulnerable. What is this? Also, this makes us want to stream, but we've been too busy with college and things. Ah, I see. It's called Spring Gothic. It just came out today. It's a new game, and it's also free on itch.io. It's free on itch.io. It's free on itch.io. Sorry, I forgot what button does which. Inside, there's no roof, so branches and leaves have swarmed in, hiding the names of families whose loved ones are buried here. The rooms are closed with sturdy black doors. The one thing that draws my attention are the keyholes, which are upside down. That's why I realized that everything here is symbolic, like the torches pointing down. Their orientation probably indicates they're meant to be used by those who have returned to the soil, since their point of gravity is reversed. I enjoy learning details like this. It reminds me that people in the past thought a lot about how to best remember their loved ones. They were just as human as we are. We leave the building on the other side and reach what's called the Circle of Lebanon. Each door leads to a family vault, and on the walls next to each are engraved words from grieving relatives. While reading these epitaphs, I hear the sound of a camera's shutter. I find the source right away, Chun, who's taken a landscape picture of me with her phone. I'm practicing photo composition. I try to smile, but end up feeling so self-conscious that I can only manage to nod. I have no idea how to pose for photos. I feel like it's a skill you have to train, and I almost never get my picture taken. I definitely wouldn't be streaming if I couldn't hide behind an anime girl avatar. I try to regain my cool by saying something funny and interesting about myself. I like reading these sorts of things, like the stuff that's written on those sheets of paper that come from the trays in fast food places. They're really soothing to read. Chun smiles. Maybe she found it cute? Let's go. I quickly finish reading the epitaphs and run after Chun, who's already headed towards the exit. Suddenly, something catches my eye. I grab Chun's hand before she scuttles away and point to one of the nearby vaults, before which is a marble block holding a steel can filled with flowers. The name Radcliffe Hall had been inscribed into the marble. I've heard of this person. Chun scritches her chin. I feel like I remember the name from a video, but not the specifics. She was a lesbian author? One of the novels she wrote would later pave the way for lesbian pulp fiction. Oh, that's right. I first learned about Radcliffe Hall back in 6th grade. My history teacher assigned us a 2-page report on a historical figure who shared our birthdays. When I looked up the date of mine, I found people like Erwin Schrödinger. His work sounded interesting, but it was too complicated for a 6th grader to understand. You know, I think my teacher didn't think very hard about that assignment. I assume my classmates also struggled. In the end, I decided to just look into writers, since I like books and all, and the ones I discovered was Radcliffe Hall. The title of her most famous work, The Well of Loneliness, caught my attention with how evocative it was, so I looked more into it. I was still a sheltered boy at the time, so despite knowing lesbians existed, I never thought much about them. Well, at least I knew enough to tell that there was something strange with how my mom would talk about Dad fitzing her, even if I didn't know what she meant. That's why I was so surprised when I looked at a picture of Radcliffe and saw that she looked like a guy. I didn't know a woman could dress like that. And also, she preferred to be called John, which was wild to learn. I ended up researching a lot more than I needed to, and went from reading about cross-dressing to discovering a live journal hosted by trans people, a demographic I never learned about in school. I guess I never would have started HRT if I hadn't read about Radcliffe Hall for that assignment, huh? These days, I don't agree with her thoughts on sociology, but I still appreciate how she was the first to make me think about gender. She might have, no, she definitely saved me from living my life in a body I didn't mind, but never would have realized I wanted more from. I actually want to get in front of this. I used to, we used to take for granted, the trajectory of, like, learning being trans and transition. I would say that, like, a lot of times the thing that sparks you to come out to yourself or to look into things and realize there's a wider variety of existence than you were told about. The thing that's the impetus of that, yes, it's the reason, or I should say it was the trigger, but the trigger could have been anything, and if you missed that trigger, another trigger probably would have happened as well. I mean, like, we narrativize our lives so much that sometimes we forget that, like, we have, like, leanings towards things. Like, I mean, obviously not everyone has a shared experience of the same sorts of, like, oh, I should have known back then when XYZ sort of things, but, like, a natural curiosity towards queerness in general is probably going to lead you to examining queerness in yourself, or possible queerness in yourself, regardless of who you meet and what thingies, like what art you run into. Orange is the New Black made us fully understand, like, trans women as, like, a concept. Even though we knew trans women, even though we had known trans people before that, mostly trans masculine people, and at least one non-binary person who was, they were agender, I'm pretty sure, but they were the only person who grew up like us, but we didn't really get to connect with or talk to them much to understand their perspective. And we were, I think, warned by cis people that we knew that we shouldn't press, you know, any queer people, but especially that that specific trans person about their identity or ask them questions because it's rude. And we didn't know how to search for the information, or that we even wanted to know more besides what we needed to know to be a good ally. But there was a person that used to be in our life that was instrumental in our trans identity. And we used to be like, oh, if not for you, we wouldn't have ever been trans. And they were like, no, you would have. It would have happened. You're selling yourself short. Like, I don't know. It's funny to think about it as like this fucking spider bite that turns you into the person you are now. But honestly, I think that the road is multifaceted, and there would have definitely been other opportunities to realize. Especially thinking about the mythos, or I should say the philosophy of art, like I Saw the TV Glow, where it's like it's never too late, and like you can learn randomly, like when you're young, you can learn as an adult, as we did, and transition. Like there's so many times and occasions, and with an increase in visibility, I mean, I don't doubt, and I know people who are like closeted or like, you know, biding their time to like transition, but I know people who fully intend to transition despite the way the world is, right? Like people will learn about transness, and you know, they'll play with the concept and they'll think about it, and if they are open-minded enough, they'll like, you know, introspect, and they might come to the conclusion that, oh shit, I think I want to be trans. And if you come to the conclusion that you want to be trans, be trans. I don't think that Born This Way is the most validating or quote-unquote correct philosophy for queer identity. The previous game from these developers that we are so in love with, even though it literally was just like a demo, one of the main characters wears a shirt that says "Girl on Purpose," and it was just so, it made us feel lots of emotions. It's like, I chose this, like in a self-determination way, not even to say to invalidate Born This Way rhetoric, but in this way of like putting it purposefully, not just something like, oh, like I was born as a girl and I just didn't know it, or any other forms of that, but like regardless of how you found out, you being like, I can be a girl, and you fucking running towards it, like, or a boy or an MB. Obviously it can go in any sort of gender direction, but the trans feminine experience is pretty is pretty interesting and awesome. Anyway. She might have. No, she definitely saved me from living my life in a body I didn't mind, but never would have realized I wanted more from. My teacher didn't like what I wrote, of course, but I couldn't care less about the D he gave me on the assignment, much less what he had to say regarding how boys should behave. I learned something very valuable that day, and it's a lesson that I keep close to my heart. Can you take a picture of me here? She's important to me. Chun smiles, and we decide to take the picture while I'm standing in front of the plaque by her lover that reads, "And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death, Una." Damn. That's pretty gay. I'm here for that. Aside from weaponizing it being vulnerability, keeping in line with the context of the conversation, we mostly both isolate and seek help. Most folks we don't feel comfortable being vulnerable with, but we do have a few folks we use for help when with this stuff we guess. If anything, we tend to weaponize it if we can't get help with it, e.g. friends being too busy, because isolating too long is unsustainable. Okay, well, that sounds like a cry for help then. I think that phrasing it as weaponizing it sort of uh, puts a value judgment on it. And I think that from my experience, there's certain sorts of being vulnerable or being pathetic. One of the reasons that we identify so strongly with characters like Shinji Ikari, for example, um, there's a certain sort of being vulnerable or pathetic that even like in like empathetic circles and communities, even in the queer community, is seen as not great, as lesser. Honestly, for the longest time, we saw trans feminine identity as inherently like victimized, beaten down upon, defined by the way society treats us. And the reaction of a lot of, and the resolve and the tenderness that a lot of trans femme people that we know have, because they had such horrible lives and have been so emotionally mistreated, and are like trying to make a better themselves for themselves, but were rejected every step of the way towards their autonomy and, you know, self definition. And not always for being trans even necessarily, but being trans, talking about in the trash make trash art thingy, but like the sense of like being more disposable. And I think that it's much easier to villainize acts of desperate seeking of attention or help or affection as inherently like problematic or abusive, when when people have that easy trapdoor switch to dispose of a person instead of taking care of them, instead of meeting them where they're at. In that same way, being desperate, feeling like you have to count on others, can feel like you're being bad, like you're being manipulative. Though I could talk about that sort of thing all day. We defined our boy gender by manipulation before we ever found out we were trans, but that's a conversation for another day. It sounds like you have layers of like a support system, and you use the best you can. And I think that, yeah, being isolated for too long hurts you. Being isolated for too long literally hurts people's mental health. It can hurt your physical health. It makes you less well adjusted, less able to like function in society. Yeah, no one should be an island, and no one should be forced to be, and no one should be forced to be resilient or strong enough that they never need help or support. But I'm sure you understand that logically, but emotionally you have a problem really feeling that. And you feel like maybe I'm projecting. I'm saying how I feel, because I do relate to you. But yeah, like, I've often felt that I'm weaponizing my vulnerability to get what I want, by nature of being pathetic and vulnerable. I made the picture of me in Radcliffe Hall's tomb my my wallpaper on my iPhone. That's beautifully morbid. I love that. This is the best find I've ever made. That's fucking necromantic. I love that. I love that. That does remind us, we had a discussion about Not a Person recently, which we felt really vulnerable, where we felt really vulnerable, but we managed it well. We should probably be proud of that. I hope one day you can be. I don't think I would have visited the graveyard if I was still with my parents. Before I met China in London, my family dragged me around the United Kingdom. They were more concerned about showing people they had visited Stonehenge than learning about the architectural history or the people that may have erected it. It's really shallow stuff. I was so glad that my parents finally left the country so that I could walk around London with Chun for a few days without them bothering me. I was getting stressed out that I was so close to Chun, but I couldn't meet her just yet. I was so happy it finally happened. I can prove to my family that I don't need to be in an unhappy marriage like my cousins or my cousins or theirs as long as I can be with Chun. We wanted to visit the eastern part of the cemetery, but Chun told me that we'd be late for the cat cafe. Oh, a cat cafe, cool. I'm happy enough that I don't care too much, even if I was pretty interested in seeing more of the cemetery. The bus ride to the cafe is nice and quiet, so Chun takes the opportunity to close her eyes and sleep on my shoulder. I touch her hands, and I notice a brief smile that immediately disappears. In a few minutes, we arrive at the Mighty Enchantress Felines and Kitties Cafe, a store that looks like a used bookshop with terrace windows. Chun runs off and sticks her face to the window, her view blocked by foliage and props. But she spots a black kitty perching on a shelf near the ceiling. That must be Heathcliff! The cafe is divided between the storefront and the actual cafe with the cats. The storefront is no different than any other specialty coffee shop. The walls are covered with chalkboards listing the frappuccinos and the baristas can make, but we can order our food and drinks inside the cafe. After the clerk checks our reservation and asks us to wash our hands thoroughly, we walk through a red door that opens into paradise. I thought that this was gonna be like a maid cat cafe. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, weeaboo brainworms. A massive fake tree stands in the center of the room. Its branches are connected to rope bridges that lead to small tree houses in the corners of the room. A cat meows beside me. I look up and see a tabby cat looking down at me from one of the bridges, its paw dangling in the air. I look back and see a group of people playing with cats in the corner as well. This is amazing. Yeah. We are led to our table at the side of the room near a portrait of a furry brown cat in a royal chair. His name is Walpole, one of the first cats the shop ever took in. The plaque says that he was adopted by a wealthy English family in 2019. The employee leaves us the menus and we make ourselves comfortable on the red sofa. Fun fact, we couldn't go here. We are allergic to cats. They are cute though. I pick up the menu while Chun unzips her backpack to get out an almanac about the cats in the store that she bought online. The cats are all named stuff after Gothic writers and characters. I know you're into that stuff. I noticed the cafe is named after Anne Radcliffe, right? She looked at me and adjusted her glasses before nodding in agreement. The menu is all vegan. I didn't expect that. Cat cafes usually set up by people who are animal rights activists, I think. I once visited one in Osaka that was like that. The food was pretty good. This is the first time in a place like this. I wonder what fake meat tastes like. You tell me, I've never eaten meat before, only fish. I think I'll take a fake beef burger. It seems interesting. I think I'll take a fake beef burger. It seems interesting. Can I read the book too? We exchange the menus and the almanac. I open the book and find familiar names applied to cats of all stripes and furs. I flip through the pages to find a tabby cat that first caught my eye, and her name is Viran, after the writer Viran Lee, who was a lesbian contemporary of Oscar Wilde. Yes, we stand Oscar Wilde here! She actually has a brother, a white cat named Wilde. Nice! A diagram shows that she likes to be rubbed on the belly and dislikes being rubbed on the head. I look for Wilde. Likes tail stroking, dislikes being rubbed anywhere else, and see him playing with some of the guests who have hung his favorite strip of metal on a toy fishing rod. He jumps with the object, but the bait flies up and his paws cannot force it down to the ground. When he lands, his eyes follow the metal and his tail stands straight. I might become a cat person after all. Chun pats me on the shoulder. Welcome to the club. After ordering our food, beef burger and cookies and cream milkshake, salmon and chips, and mushroom tea, we go to a group of cats playing with themselves. Chun takes out a stick with a feather on it, on the end, and starts to make the cats chase her bait. I like to watch her play with the cats, it's quite relaxing. Why don't you play with the cats? I don't know how. You could rub Lewis's back over there, the tortoiseshell cow on the bench. I rub Lewis's head. I believe he's named after Matthew Lewis, who wrote The Monk. It's a brawny book about a Franciscan monk renowned for his chastity who sins when he learns that his novice is a woman. Lewis's eyes narrow and close. When cats do that, it means they're relaxed. We both look at each other at the same time and laugh. Yeah, if you want a cat to trust you, you should blink really slowly at them. Like, maintaining eye contact is what something that in the wild would try to harm another animal would do. So if you want an animal to trust you, especially a cat, you have to show vulnerability by blinking. Sometimes, me and Big Sis slow blink at each other to say I love you in public without saying it out loud. It's really cute. Have you read much Gothic literature? Oh, have you read much Gothic literature? I asked Chun as I let Lewis brush his face onto my fingers. Let's see. I had to read Jane Eyre in school. I hated it. How come? She talks about being in bondage and compares her situation to slavery in the US. But when she inherits the money, the wealth must be from the Caribbean slave trade. I also don't like what the book does with Bertha. People were so concerned about racial purity back then. So much studying of faces too. I don't get it. I don't like it either. But that's just because I don't like most romances. I thought Jane and Rochester's relationship was strange. I also read Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. Boring. I think that's about it. You have any recommendations? You need to read it again! You need to read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein twice. I'm sorry, that's just the way things are. The way it's written does lend itself to be boring, but once you know what it's doing, you can actually enjoy it when you read it the second time. My literature hot takes. I have to think for a few seconds. I know that Chun likes science fantasy work, so maybe... I think The Mask of Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe might be fun. It's about rich people protecting themselves from a pandemic. Seems relevant. Oh damn, I gotta check that out too. Go on. It's a short story, so I won't spoil the ending, but there's a guy whose face and clothes are dyed red. There are striking images. It gets kinda science fiction-y at the end. It's like a Twilight Zone episode, only in Victorian language. I like that from Poe's work. I'll give it a shot when we go to your hotel. Chun then winks at me, and my heart skips a beat. But, you know, I feel like I should like Gothic fiction more. I love horror movies. The Thing kicks ass. Psychological horror is fun, but I think English class took all the fun out of reading books for me. I get it. I read the books I really like outside of class. I do want to read stuff like Carmilla. Have you read that? Yeah, it was interesting. Homophobic, but it's kind of accurate about lesbian desire, I think. The vampire has a tragic end, but the narrator still longs for her. That's why I'm not too interested in recent revivals. Huh, you mean like those TV shows that are led by queer creators? I think that's what makes the story work is the homophobia. The writer was concerned about the well-being of women, so he thought deeply about how lesbian desire might work. If you take that out, then you lose what's at stake in the story, its identity, I guess. I've seen a lecture that argues for its relevance, but I guess I don't like retellings that gloss over the bad stuff in the story just so we can feel more comfortable about that stuff. It just feels like they're trying to make something new but without the need to make a new IP. I don't think you can bring that up on Twitch. Your fans will roast you for that. My fans are allowed to roast me. It's fine. "2020's Disney time." Sorry, I don't understand the context of that. Gosh, I kind of hate Disney now. Well, I mean, I've hated Disney for a while. I love old Disney movies. Gosh, I hope Disney doesn't laser beam me from space for saying all that. Kingdom Hearts is good. Disney sucks, especially in the 2020s. The trying to make new IP without making new IP. Duh. Yeah, that's definitely 2020's Disney. Yeah, and they're like super they're super committed to that. They want to remake everything, and they just outside of maybe Cinderella, every remake has been a worse version. Well, I want to stream some visual novels when I get back. I have a backlog of Ibehime's titles! No! The streamer's just me, though! Stop being just me, though! You need to work on Long Live the Queen? Do I have... Do I have Steam open right now? No, but I'm about to. If I think it's the game that I think it is. This game is too real. Yeah, Long Live the Queen? Wait, Long Live the Queen isn't Ibihime, is it? Okay, no, it's not. Long Live the Queen is a Princess Rising simulator, where you raise a loli to be a great queen, and you can make her be like a Game of Thrones character and like assassinate people all the time and shit. It's great. Ibihime is a prolific Yuri visual novel creator. Like, wow. As you can see, we even own one of her games and had multiple on wishlist. My Dear Prince is about... Actually, now that I think about it, of course My Dear Prince is something that we're into because our partner is also a soft butch. The prince in The Dear Prince is also a girl. Girls can be princes. Haven't you seen Revolutionary Girl Utena? I actually really want to play Long Live the Queen, lol. Yes! And you should! This game was made for me! This game was made for me! It's so fucked up! I can't believe this developer has my taste. Ugh. I have such a long backlog. Well, I want to stream some visual novels when I get back. I have a backlog of Ibihime titles to go through, and I need to get to Long Live the Queen since there's gonna be a new work in the same set. There is? I didn't know that. I'm learning about new video game projects from a visual novel. I don't think I'll get a chance to mention it. Gosh, when the dork wants to kiss you so bad. There are some things I can't just share in public. I can't talk about my family, my gender concerns, and other private things with fans who come to see me play their favorite RPGs and visual novels. It irritates me when they think they know me too. I'm just an entertainer, not their best friend. But some of the blame is on me. I don't know how to navigate parasocial relationships without hurting my income. So I don't really have anyone to talk to except for Chun. She really knows how to listen. While she doesn't know how to solve every problem I have, I appreciate that she lets me vent about my family and fans without judgment. It makes me feel I'm someone who matters to the world. Our food arrives at the table. And wow, it's really delicious. Chun's salmon doesn't taste like the real thing, but just good. Chun tells me that I should be vegan with her, and I have to tell her that it's too expensive for me right now. My family also would like me to... Also, my family wouldn't like me becoming vegan. It's liberal hogwash according to them. Annoyed, Chun tells me that when she moves in with me, she'll cook for me. Wow, life with her. She'll chop the onions, I'll chop the asparagus. A dream come true. Huh, I'm now thinking about the fact that I'm thinking about queer time. We're talking about on Blue Sky recently too, but like the trajectory of milestones for a queer person is often different than our cishet counterparts. And although, like, say there are queer people who get married and there's queer people who have children, it is often uncommon for queer people to hit all of the normative milestones, especially with different like relationship structures, on top of, you know, like homophobia or just like the trajectory of a queer life in general. And although especially lesbians get a bad rap for moving in together really, really quickly, quote unquote, perhaps too quickly, some might say, I think that especially right now, the trajectory of many relationships, especially like a queer relationship, is meeting online somehow, getting close through shared appreciation of something, talking a lot, some sort of digital dating, working up to maybe seeing each other in flesh space eventually, and to some degree working up to living together. Shit, for a lot of queer people, living together is basically being married. Although, for some people, they would prefer a collaring ceremony to a marriage one. Which is fine. It's not weird at all. Actually, it's super weird, but I love it. Are you talking about my category? I could have sworn I switched to games and demos. I guess it didn't save. There we go. But yeah, I just think about like just seeing a person in the flesh is like such a high is damn near the top of the mountain for a lot of people, because of like, you know, young people, especially like disenfranchised minorities, aren't ever gonna own a house. Renting is hard, traveling is hard, job market sucks. There are a lot of places for queer people to live like openly and express themselves the way they want to and should be able to. The queerest neighborhoods in major cities are usually some of the most expensive and gentrified. Like, it's no wonder that just living together with your boo is basically a boss fight. Thanks for notifying me that was in the wrong category. It's so interesting because, you know, we certainly have wished that there are certain things we did differently in terms of cultivating our audience here and our existence online as a like creator and stuff, but like it could be so much worse, and we do not feel like we have put ourselves into a box where we can't really express ourselves at all, and we can't enjoy cool games that we want to enjoy. The games that we didn't feel like we could enjoy openly on stream, we we just haven't played now because we have a kind of a soft list of stuff that we want to get through in a certain order. And we're like planning for it. We're not like purposely looking away from games that we think might make members of our audience uncomfortable. Like, we do keep our audience in mind when we create things to some degree, but like, we certainly adhere to an audience doesn't fully know what they want, and trying to serve them specifically, and trying to like always like be like, oh, I need to intuit what my audience will like, is a great way to kill your creativity and make you dread it. Like, I hate to say it, but her relationship with her VTubing sucks. Although, from a writing perspective, it is actually it's a very good place to be. It's a lot of tension there. So from a writing perspective, it's great that she has a bad relationship with VTubing, or a complicated one at that. But like, as a VTuber, I feel like there's ways to improve. Although I will say that like some of the issues will still exist, especially if you in any way want to have a sustainable income. You know, not constantly pissing off your audience is something you have to keep in mind, even when you're a free spirit like me. Am I a free spirit? I think I'm a free spirit. The 2 hours we have reserved went by quickly. We took lots of pictures with each other with the cats. Besides the cemetery, this might be the most fun I've ever had. I was a little sad to leave the cats to their playground. I know I'm gonna remember this day for a long time. I'm so excited to hang out with Chun even more. It's getting late, so we take the tube to my hotel in Paddington. Before the train arrives, we sit on a bench holding hands. You want a kiss? Chun whispers in my ear. I glance around and see there aren't many people around us. My heart is racing. I think she wants to kiss me on the lips. I used to imagine us kissing in a secluded park under a full moon. I would dream about it while taking a bath. It's a cliche, but I'm just a romantic. The train station is very different from a park, but I think it's a nice place for a memory like this. Chun and I face each other and we begin to kiss. I close my eyes and try to remember as much as possible. I hear the dash of the subway. Our hair flutters in the wind. My tongue feels something strange. I open my eyes and see Chun concentrating and the windows of the train flickering in front of me. The train screeches to a halt. Chun lets go of my mouth and drags my hand to the train. It takes a few minutes to realize that she deep kissed me. I felt weird about it. Was that a diaper ad on the side of the Not important. Not important. When I open up the doors to let Chun in, she flings her backpack to the side and leaps into the bed. Gosh, I wish my bed was as comfy as this. You wanna watch a movie? I'm not trying to forget that our first kiss was like what I imagined. I'm not trying to forget that our first kiss was not like what I imagined. Chun disables the TV's hotel maid and connects her laptop to the TV with an HDMI cable. She opens up a notepad file containing a list we compiled of movies we watched together for the year. Let's see, we just finished watching Phase 4, so I think we're gonna get to, Letters from the Big Man? I get into our bed, making sure I'm a bit far from Chun. We turn off the lights and watch the movie. I'm glad that she doesn't try to hold my hands or anything like that. I'm still upset about it, but I don't want to show that to Chun. She didn't do anything wrong. I just had the wrong expectations. Expectations! That's a hell of a drug. You have your expectations of how friendship's gonna go, and especially how romance might go, based on media, memories, our own fantasies, and especially the narratives we tell ourselves or construct about our relationships. So it's no surprise that she's struggling. that she's upset. And I think it's a very human thing that's happening right now. A very person thing, at least. And it's just like, I had an expectation for a thing, it didn't go the way I wanted, and even though it isn't a bad thing, it's still something was sacred. Something that I was holding sacred was disrupted, and I can't help but feel bad about that. Sorry, I'm gonna give myself some mochi. I am somewhat of a child, so I needed my sugar. Can't wait to see where this goes. God, I love red bean mochi. Sorry, daifuku. Okay, I'm done weeping out. She didn't do anything wrong. I just had the wrong expectations. I shake my head and try to concentrate on the movie as the opening credits roll. What is the movie about again? Bigfoot. People say it's like the best Bigfoot movie ever. The movies we watch are usually slow, atmospheric movies with a lot of dread, like Stalker by Taranowski. So I thought this movie was gonna be similar. A woman ranger is surveying the waters in Oregon and nothing is really happening. But when Bigfoot finally appears on screen, he's just there, grinning. He's not portrayed as a monster, but rather as a wise being connected to nature. The story is about this ranger who has developed a spiritual connection with the big one, while everyone else hunting Bigfoot is doing it for the CIA, money, or publicity. We watch her develop a relationship with him, but it also never turns romantic, more like a friend from the shadows. There are many shots of the protagonist cutting wood, cooking food, and just trekking in the wild. Bigfoot, on the other hand, leaves signs that can be decoded into letters. He praises her for loving nature. It's a strange movie. It wasn't scary or dramatic, but I really liked it. I don't know what Chen thinks, but I connected with the protagonist and her love for solitude. She rejects a possible romantic fling for the sake of nature, understanding Bigfoot and beyond. As the credits rolled, I feel stunted. I think this might be one of my favorite movies of all time because it's so different from anything else I've seen. I can't see Chen in the dark, but she seems like she's contemplating something. You think the director believes in Bigfoot? Definitely. We turn off the TV and say goodnight to each other. I'm sleeping on my side and I think Chen is facing my back. I try to sleep, but I can't get my mind off how Chen kissed me at the station. It was probably a mistake. She's just being too earnest and forward. I can't tell her to calm down a bit. Take things slow. Romance first, sexual stuff later. Then suddenly she puts her hand on my hip. Her fingers are sliding down. Sorry, not now. A pause. Okay. I hear Chen turn her body away from me. We used to send news to each other and masturbate on video chat. I always thought we'd spend a little more time learning about each other before actually having sex. I feel like I'm sleeping with a stranger. I didn't know she was this eager. Does she see me as a sex object? No, this is Chen we're talking about. She's a nice girl who's always there for me. But I'm terrified. Is she gonna do this again? What if I fall asleep and she tries something weird? I don't know how to stop thinking about it now. I can't sleep. Well, that's a fucking panic attack. Holy shit. As someone who is both ace, but also like a pretty sexual person in a lot of ways, like like I openly express sexualness. Like I flirt. Um, you know, I engage in sex when I want. Even when I'm on hormones, you know, libido does stuff. Like I understand both having an experience of affection and intimacy that is predominantly romance based, or based in symbolism and like the strong emotional like connection that, you know, that a lot of people seek out, and you know, movies and poems and shit are made out of, right? And sometimes that line between what is sexual and what is romantic can be really hard to parse, especially if you haven't had a lot of sexual experience, or especially in new sexual experiences with new people, or within new roles, or in a new part of your life, and especially when you're in a place of, well, incongruity with how you want to live your life or how you want your body to be. Like, there's tons of reasons that sets might be kind of not necessarily off the table, but certainly in a trepidatious place. And I think there was a time in our life where we would have maybe not worried that a partner we had just met would do something to us in our sleep after having said no when they tried something right before going to sleep. I do think that there was a time where how we thought of intimacy and relationships would be that would be that sort of susness of like, oh, this person is eager, huh? And it's like, communication's important. That's the thing about having expectations. You have expectations in your head that you don't talk to the person that you think you're going to be doing the things that you're expecting with, then you're setting yourself up for disappointment, one. And two, like, you're gonna definitely be going by different scripts. And I think that there is a way to be into romance and to value romance in a way that is trivializing or disrespectful to people who are more eager about the physical parts of intimacy. And the physical parts of intimacy aren't all sets. And there's obviously different levels and different comforts that people have, but like, someone who wants to engage with you in sexual interaction while having been in a long distance relationship with you, and you're seeing each other for the first time, does not necessarily mean that they care more about fucking you than they care about other things. Also, although there is a lot of there can be a lot of sexual intention on deep kissing or tongue kissing and whatnot, like, sensations feel good. Like, drinking a smoothie feels good, right? Like, not everything needs to be done literally to titillate in a way that can be seen as like foreplay. Sometimes you just like to shove your tongue in the other person's mouth, but you don't want to shove your tongue in other places or at that time. I don't know. I think that I think that as I have come to learn about being an adult and how like maturity and consent and bodies and intimacy work, it feels a lot more complicated than like one person has a rose in their mouth and is all about poetry and kissing under the moonlight, and the other person is fucking is like sniffing aphrodisiacs and, you know, humping a pillow waiting for you. Like, it can be sort of a juvenile perspective to think of it in that black and white way, or something approaching that black and white way, because a lot of this is assumptions and expectations. So I hope within the next few scenes we have a little bit more communication. But sometimes you have to fail to understand what to do better. I didn't sleep a wink. I entered the sprawling St. Pancras? We entered the sprawling Pancras station without a word to each other. What? Chun walks ahead, making sure I'm following behind. I wanted something noisy in my headphones to block out the busy noise of the street. Coach whips sound about right. At least the vegan sausage roll that Chun bought for me at Greg's tastes good. Before we met in London, I said to Chun that I wanted to visit some unique bookstores. My family didn't go for reading much, but they have watched the movies of the books written by that one transphobe. I guess there's something. So I never got the chance to check out London's famous bookstores. Chun told me that we were on Discord that she knows a few radical bookstores, including one that just sells queer stuff. I got interested in that one specifically. I'm always afraid of entering a queer bookstore in the US because of my family. They would be really disappointed if they knew they had a closeted adult living in their house. I've been looking forward to visiting it, but not gonna lie, my excitement was tapered a lot. I felt exhausted about not sleeping at all. Chun didn't do anything to me, but I couldn't stop worrying the whole night. She's a sweet girl, but doubt is creeping up on me. I feel like I can't guess what she might be thinking. Oh, I know part of the problem is me. I didn't set boundaries like I would with my fans, but still, she should know better. Excuse me, bitch, what? She should know better. You should speak. You should say what you need. Setting boundaries for your fans and setting boundaries for your partner are different. They are different. Sorry, I don't want to editorialize every single one of her thoughts, but fucking Christ. She should know better. VTubing communities, and this is something we've noticed in VTubing communities, not necessarily just streamer communities, though I'm sure those exist too. We exist in a certain context. We've seen people have their Discord servers have rules say just, you know what the rules are gonna be, or don't be weird, vaguely, or don't do the thing in those words. And it's just like, common sense isn't common. Common sense is actually kind of low-key fascist. And assuming that everyone's on the same page is the best way to not be on the same page. And I'm so mad at her. I suddenly realized I've been spacing out for too long. Chun crossed the street before the pedestrian light turned red. She's waiting for me, tapping her feet to indicate her impatience. I look down at the asphalt road, wondering what to think of her. Is it really the same Chun? The same Chun who first wrote in my DMs thanking me for streaming visual novels even though no one but her was watching me? The same Chun who cared about my life and hobbies? The same Chun who walked around virtual worlds with me on VR chat and said how much she enjoyed our time together? She was the first person on the internet who saw me as a person, not a content creator. I found myself brightening up whenever she appeared on chat. I couldn't stop thinking about her and looking forward to the next chat with her. as I was afraid that she might not be into me. She's a lesbian, and I haven't gotten top surgery yet. I don't know if she would find me attractive enough to date, especially when all I do is masculine stuff like playing video games. Oh, God! And that's why I'm also lecturing her, because she has so many of the same brainworms I have or do. When we first came out, we weren't sure if we should keep playing video games because it was such a masculine hobby. I fucking hate society, man. I don't... Oh my god, she has so much self-hate. She needs so much help. She needs love. I just don't see myself as feminine enough to date her. Fucking Christ, girl. One day that all changed. Oh, okay. We started typing hug to each other after a bad day. I started bickering with my family about how much they love AI again, and they said I should embrace it, and I'm just going to be left behind for hating it. Chin announced her plans to quit med school to her parents, and that didn't go well either. It wasn't really the best time for romance, but I felt like I wanted more of her. We started to flirt with each other. We laughed at each other's jokes and imagined what it'd be like to visit each other. Then I gained the courage to ask her the question. Would she be interested in dating me if I were more of a woman? She told me, I already like you. You're a woman in my eyes. It was a magical day. I couldn't believe it. We were really dating. I hope you're not using her as a measure of how much of a woman you are, because that'd be bad. I hear the pedestrian light turn green. I cross the street and catch up with Chun, who turns around without waiting for me. Did I break her trust? Did I mess up somewhere? We're here. After a few minutes of brisk walking, we're in front of a white bookstore. Chun points to the entrance with her thumb, and my eyes are drawn to people with makeup, tattoos, strange hairstyles, and earrings entering the store. I follow him into the store before Chun can say anything. A red carpet with orange dots covers the whole room. Bookshelves of lesbian and gay fiction overwhelm my peripheral vision. Trans and non-binary people flip through young adult and horror books. Black and white photos of people marching in pride parades and posters of sexual revolution through perversion are plastered all over the wall. I felt like I had just walked into a new home. I study the shelves and learn about books that I've never seen at the local Barnes & Nobles because they don't stock gay, lesbian, and trans books like that. Or they put them in some dingy corner. On one shelf, there are books about trans people and sexuality that explain these topics to young adults and parents who want to understand. These works would have helped me understand myself when I was younger. On another, several notable trans body horror books written by names that sound familiar to me. Manhunt by Gretchen Felker Martin. Brainworms by Alison Rumfitt. Okay, I'm gonna have to read that one. Oh, excuse me. I pick up the ladder and flip through a few pages. The writing grabs me. It's biting, dark, and quite funny. I look at the back cover, then the front. There's nothing like it in the US. I want to buy this book. I push my way through the crowd around the gay BDSM section and check out the nonfiction section. There are books in the LGBTQ+ history, neurodiversity, anarchism, and communist theory. The cover of Empire of Normality caught my eye, so I picked it up and read the preface. What's it called? Empire of Normality? Empire of Normality. Empire of Normality, Neurodiversity and Capitalism by Robert Chapman. Huh. The author wrote a moving preface about how they wanted to analyze neurodiversity through a Marxist lens while living in poverty. I read a few more pages, and while the theory is dense, I began to understand what they're trying to say about normality is invented to make capitalism work. I want to buy this too. I want to buy every book I've seen. I know I could buy these books online, but finding them in a bookstore like this feels different. I don't know why. I just feel welcome, knowing that I can blend in with the crowd and buy books that might look out of place in other bookstores. I take 10 books to the counter, and the cashier smiles as they insert a bookmark to the bookstore's logo into the books. What books are you getting? Chun's queuing behind me. It looks like she's just getting one book. Dogarian? What is that? D-H-A-L-G-R-E-N. Delagram by Samuel R. Delaney. 1975 science fiction novel, of course. It features an extended trip to and through Bellona, a fictional city in the American Midwest cut from the rest of the world by an unknown catastrophe. It is number 33 on the 20th century's greatest hits, 100 English language books fiction list. I see. It looks like she's just getting one book. Delagram by Samuel Delaney. She reads off the titles from the spine and nods. I never took you as someone interested in romantic fiction. I didn't want to give it away that I'm still nervous about her, so I watched the cashier check if the books are in good condition and typed the price into their phone for a bit. But I'm getting back to myself. This bookstore kind of helped me think about something else entirely. Books let me escape from reality and give me something else to focus on. I guess that's why I really like reading books. I take a look at the books I'm buying again. Me neither. But the covers look cute and the writing is easy to read, and having trans lesbians is a plus for me. I hope that sounds like I'm having a normal time. I pay with my card, grab the brown bag with my books, and wait for Chun outside. She comes out of the bookstore a few minutes later. Chun isn't carrying anything, so I think she's put her book into her backpack. Do you want to, put some of your books in my backpack? I shake my head. I really don't want to burden her with my purchases. Honestly, I bought too much, but I was just too excited to find a bookstore like this. It's really my fault, and she shouldn't have to deal with it. Oh my god. You should be a burden halved is a burden shared is a burden halved. God damn it. It's like yelling at a horror movie protagonist, except it's just like, let her love you. And letting her love you does not equate to let her fuck you. Not the same thing. She wants to be burdened by you. She wants to share in your pain and your fucking dumbass disaster lesbians. You'll be carrying a lot wherever you go. It's okay. I don't mind carrying so many books right now. This bookstore really cheered me up. Before I leave, I take a quick look at the event calendar in the front door. I imagine what it might be like to attend and hear authors talk about why they write horror fiction with trans characters. There must be some wonderful conversations about the meaning of horror and fiction. I wish I stayed in London for a bit longer to hear what they have to say. We're heading to another bookstore that Chun really recommended. I don't think I'll buy more books, but I'm still interested in what the other bookstore is like. I'm jealous that Chun can go to all these bookstores in the UK. Meanwhile, I live in a gated neighborhood with no easy access to public transportation. I need to ask my parents to drive me somewhere all the time. The thought of returning to the US in a few days made me sad, even though I know the UK is called Turf Island for a reason. I feel terrible thinking about what's happening in the country right now. I haven't read the news or checked Discord for the latest developments. I just want to be a woman for a few days before I have to go back to my parents' house and listen to them debate what place pronouns have in kindergartens. The next bookstore we visit is quite far from the last one. Tables of books sold on the cheap are set up outside. The glass windows are covered with posters about the Palestine marches and calling the Labour Party to account for its failure to implement progressive reforms. The bookstore is larger with shelves dedicated to major political movements and issues, and a basement for fiction and older books. I pick up one of the bestsellers, A History of This Very Bookstore. It describes how it used to be a space for gay liberation movements and feminist call centers while maintaining a pacifist newspaper. I'm just gonna chill and browse books. Many people seem to come here just to read anyway. The subjects are obscure to me, but they all have some interesting titles and covers. I swear job interviews are where autistic people go to die. Fucking Christ. So, that bad, huh? Sorry to hear that. I hope you get it. Oh, hey Nova. It's been a while. I sit down to read Francis Ryan's Crippled. Austerity and the demonization of disabled people, and was surprised at how much good wheelchairs cost without being subsidized by insurance in the UK. I don't really know what it's like to be disabled in the US. I don't feel like I know enough, and that's a problem. Chen, on the other hand, is walking around the bookstore non-stop. She seems to be interested in the shelf labeled feminism. I don't know much about politics, and I'm surprised to see her picking up books left and right to read. I wouldn't know where to begin. After a few minutes of browsing, she hurries to my side and shares the books with me. I think I'm picking up Abolish the Family by Sophie Lewis, and maybe Family Abolition by Emmy O'Brien. These ideas have been on my mind for a while. They seem interesting. Her eyes widen. Right? I want to go to this bookstore before to buy another book. It was another Gothic Marxism and horror it was about Gothic Marxism and horror movies, and I really liked it, so I want to buy another book. This bookstore is very comfortable to me. Chen grins and starts reading the Lewis book. It is interesting having these anime characters placed in real places, and real bookstores that the author had to go to take these pictures. It's a collision. Haven't had the interview yet, just got done with the interview prep. Oh, right, you had a phone call that wasn't the real interview, but was a mini interview or something? Fucking Christ. Man, this visual novel is gay. What's it about? It's about two long-distance trans girlfriends meeting up for the first time and dealing with expectations and differences in how they see romance and intimacy, and also contending with the current anti-queer, anti-trans social everything. It's not about dealing with it in the sense of like the main plot points are contending with it or like say protesting. It's sort of the backdrop is our current society in which we live as trans people. It's a slice of life about how do we relationship, I guess. Gosh, I'm really feeling book report vibes right now. All these books being referenced feels like the author literally being like, yo, read these books, these are some good theory, this will help you. These are things that I like. I hope that they grab you as well. So that's pretty neat. But also being asked what it's about and trying to tell you while like halfway through it, and not just try to regurgitate the bio or the what the developer says it's about on the like itch.io page is an interesting skill that I want to work on more. Just randomly ask me, what's this game about? 10 hours in. Chun grins and starts reading the Lewis book. I watch her read. She's always complaining about how much reading she has to do during med school, so I never thought of her as someone who likes to read, just as someone who likes to watch movies. But I'm wrong. This is another side of Chun I've never seen before. The way she reads the book, she seems like she's forgotten that I'm even here. I wonder what she's thinking. I wonder what she does besides going to school and talking to me online. Now that I think about it, she never did tell me much about her life. I remember her saying that she and her family fled Hong Kong after 2019, but I didn't know what she meant. Huh. I thought I knew everything about her, but I don't. I don't know much about her childhood, what her family is like, how she thinks, what she does offline. All I know is that she wants to get out of med school and be a film critic or something like that. It's like I know her spirit and aspirations, but that's it. A girl whose dreams I know, but not her life. I feel stupid for not realizing that I don't really know her. Of course our relationship is going to be rocky. Why should I think it's going to be smooth sailing? I don't know how relationships are supposed to go. All I know is that I'm probably sending mixed signals. I want more of something, but I want less of everything else. I don't know what that something is either. It's just complicated. I thought all I had to do was just meet her in London and start a wonderful life together. But instead, I'm realizing that I never really told her what I want from our relationship. She might have been misunderstanding me for all our time together, and that's so weird. I thought she would understand what we should be doing more than I do. So what should I do now? The rain cut our trip short. There was supposed to be more bookstores to visit, but that's fine. We're carrying a lot of books, and I think any more would kill my arms and wallet. After a curry kotatsu meal in Paddington, we return to my hotel room and unpack our bags. Chun takes out her Steam Deck to play a street racing game she was talking about on the tube. I look at the time and think that maybe I should fit in my HRT in the meantime. I take syringes and a box of alcohol pads out of my luggage, hidden under all the clothes and jackets. What you doing? Chun looks over her deck. She's probably never seen this in action before. Can you grab the Ziploc in my purse for me? Chun takes a second and promptly puts her deck on the table. She grabs my purse and hangs on the chair, rummaging through it. She finds the Ziploc. It has aspirin, a box of Band-Aids, and estradiol vials. I don't really take aspirin. It's just to make the TSA checkpoints more bearable and not raise suspicions with my family. I thank her and get ready to go to the bathroom to wash my hands. Hey, can I help you? I did go to med school for a year. I look at her and she's watching my eyes like a puppy waiting for a frisbee to be thrown. Her knees on the bed, she shuffles closer to me, biting her lip. I'm not sure why I found her so scary last night when she's like a baby right now. Well, this could be fun. Why not get her involved? I'd appreciate the help. After we wash our hands, Chun asks for my dosage. 0.15 milliliters. Huh, interesting. I think I know someone who takes that dose. She takes the cap off the syringe and pulls air to the dosage amount. I sit at the edge of the bed and clean my left thigh with the disinfectant swab while I watch Chun insert the needle into the vial and squeeze the air into the bottle. You know your stuff. I dropped out because it was boring, not because I didn't understand my classes. Chun turns the syringe and vial upside down and looks closely to make sure the needle is in the estradiol. She pulls the syringe, extracting more liquid than she needs. After tapping the syringe out for any air bubbles, she pushes the excess E back into the vial. She pulls out the needle, replaces the used one with a smaller injection one, and looks at my outer thigh. I blush. I forget she'd be so close to my legs, but it's fine. I have to show her where I put the needle. She checks the spot and nods at me. Relax your legs, it'll be over in no time. I smile weakly. I didn't think I'd ever have anyone to help me before, so hearing someone say that kinda hits different. Chun slowly inserts the needle into my skin. It still stinks. Well, whatever. Chun pulls the needle a little to check for blood. There's none. She injects the E into my thigh. After she pulls out the needle, Chun slaps a band-aid on the spot and gives it a good press. And then a kiss near my thigh. She looks up at me and gives me a handsome smile. My heart is beating strangely from that. Wow. I didn't know that I was weak for girls with handsome smiles. Fuck. What did you do that for? A doctor's kiss for a speedy recovery. As Chen helps me dispose of the needles and syringe, she gradually opens up to me. I'm surprised you're not afraid of needles. I can't afford to be. Really, I need them. Aren't there pills? They're expensive, and I can't ask my parents for help. Ah, that makes sense. Chun looks out the window. The rainy night sky has blurred the bright lights of buildings and street lamps. We hear the sounds of cars speeding over puddles and splashing water on the pavement. I need to read more about HRT. It's embarrassing how little I know, especially when I'm dating you. You don't have to. She shakes her head. I must. Oh wait, are they not both trans? Oh, shit. That's interesting. I like that development. Oh, sorry, Nova, the name of this game is Spring Gothic. It's on itch.io, and it's free. And it just came out today. The needles that you take for HRT aren't that big. You also can do smaller needles if you want, but it's there's certain needles that you tend to use for drawing, and then a certain needle that you use for actual injecting, like bigger gauges, so it you can get it in the fucking syringe easier, and a smaller one that gets into your body. Well, I don't say better, but bigger needles in your body hurt, in terms of the aperture of the actual needle hole. Especially for someone who's not used to taking injections of any kind, needles for HRT seem, scary, I'm sure. Though, at the same time, there are plenty of people who take injections for their HRT, but they aren't particularly fond of needles. It's just that same thing of I can't afford to be. I can't afford to be afraid of needles, you know, that sort of thing. Which is valid. After watching The Appointment, a movie that's not going to leave my nightmares anytime soon, we go to sleep. The rain still splashes against the window. Thunder crackles. I feel more comfortable sleeping with Chun. That was a surprisingly intimate moment between us. The DIY HRT session, I mean. She was very cute when she was handling the syringe like an actual doctor. If she continued her studies, I think she'd do great. I don't feel like I need to worry about Chun anymore, but I still don't know enough about her. Not as much as I thought I did. I don't think we're on the same page. What does she want from me? Is she still interested in me after I rejected her like that? Or is she as confused as I am about our relationship? I can feel myself beginning to fall asleep, but then I hear Chun sobbing from the other side of the bed. She's trying not to cry, but I can hear her anyway. What's wrong? Nothing. I turn to Chun to hug her from behind. I can smell her shampooed hair. Her skin is soft. Her sobs gradually fade into the night. All that remains is her soft breathing. I don't know why she was crying. I can only guess. Maybe she's in the same boat as me. We don't really know what we're doing. Chun couldn't say anything about why she cried last night. I don't feel like I should prod her. At this point, I'm just trying to treat her as a friend and not as my partner. Just to see. Fun fact, you should treat your partners like your friend and your partner at the same time. I know it's hard, but I know you can do it. Repeat after me, everybody. A good partner is a good friend. One more time. A good partner is a good friend. Jesus. Hey, Fizzle. I don't feel like I should prod her. At this point, I'm just trying to treat her as a friend and not my partner, just to see. But she did bring up how my DIY HRT session reminded her of a place that she kept forgetting to visit. We'd have to postpone the record store shopping till later, but she did assure me that it's going to be an awesome museum for women like us. Maybe Chun's just not on HRT? Interesting. I guess we'll figure it out eventually. I read a really messed up book in junior high that said you should never marry your best friend. I don't agree. I mean, I married my best friend, and it didn't work out, ultimately. But that's only under the framework that a relationship needs to last for the rest of your life for it to be important. I don't know, it feels super close to something like men and women can't be friends sort of logic. To not marry your best friend. And it's not to say that by nature of having a best friend, that's who you should marry. Not at all. But also, kind of like a polycule, you can have multiple best friends, and you should strive to have multiple best friends instead of putting someone at the top of a very particular hierarchy. And it's okay to have a really close friend and a partner. And someone who you see as your best friend, separate from your partner. Your partner doesn't need to necessarily be the quote-unquote top of the hierarchy of your best friend. Using non-monogamy language and knowledge that I know, even if you're like in a monogamous situation, I think that it's relevant to like recognize that people have different needs and different things that they seek out from relationships and things that they gain from relationships. And knowing your friends, just like knowing a partner, is like knowing what they need and what you can provide and what you lack. And not try to be your partners or your friends everything, but recognize the things that you do serve and try to do your best in those things and facilitate them getting their other needs met elsewhere. Sorry, I didn't mean this to become a stream about relationships, though I guess I totally did. Getting a year's dose of HRT tomorrow. That's smart. But just, that's a good idea. The book was getting at the idea that being a best friend and being a partner are two different dynamics. Anyway, everyone died in the end. That's a hell of a book. It's only 20 minutes away from the hotel if we take the tube. We also got ourselves some pasties near the station. I got one pastries, not pasties, not little things you put on your nipples. Pastries. I got a Cornish pastry, while Chun has a curry soy protein chicken one. We're eating our pastries as we walk into an alley full of graffiti. The walls are plastered with posters advertising a march to make the government take action on climate change. The bread crumbles in my mouth, and I can taste the beef and potato chunks spilling out on my tongue. It's not bad, it's definitely filling. Chun seems to be enjoying hers. When she sees me watching her eat, she offers a bite to me. I'm not sure if I want to do it, but I don't want to be any more rude to her than I've already been. I take a bite. The curry spices are carrying some heat to the fake chicken, and it's warming up my body. I really like it. We walk some more. The smell of artisanal bread baking fills the air. An overground train zooms overhead. The small road has given way to a cobblestone path. Under the overground train railways are some boutique shops and a restaurant with boards detailing the lunch. Sorry. And restaurants with boards detailing the lunch special menu. I can see patches of blue being covered up by the gray clouds. Chen hurries to the edge of the intersection and points to some glass windows and doors leading to a blue building. The Vagina Museum. I went to the Penis Museum in Iceland when my family was there, so I always wanted to check this place out. The first thing we see is a vulva sculpture. A volunteer greets us and tells us that the temporary exhibit is on the ground floor, while the permanent exhibit is upstairs. To our left is a small section of feminist books, baskets of trinkets shaped like vulvas, and t-shirts promoting sex positivity. The current temporary exhibition imagines a future where archaeologists discover our toiletries and thought they were ritual objects, parodying how archaeologists today look at dildos and think they're religious symbols. It's cute satire, but I remember how difficult it was for me to find history about queer people, especially trans people in the past. I recently read an essay about how the Hijara are always presented as the third sex by anthropologists, when many of them had similar concerns to someone like me. And I can't even read those books. Libraries are cool, but I live in a country where you need a car to go anywhere. It sucks that so many books are expensive or in libraries far from where I live. And it's gonna get worse under the new US president. Libraries that support queer people are going to be defunded, their internet archive is under pressure, and companies are quietly removing gay pride flags from their websites. I want to talk about being trans on air, but bigots might report the stream and shut down my channel. I don't really know how young people are going to learn about queer people in the near future. It feels like we're heading towards a future the exhibition parodies. It's only much closer than the exhibition thinks. So much for satire. The permanent exhibition upstairs, on the other hand, is more like a proper sex education exhibit. After climbing a flight of stairs, we enter a small cubicle on the right where the walls are lined with post-it notes describing experiences dealing with menopause. I will never experience menopause, but reading these notes makes me sad. It seems like a traumatic experience. I think this is why I kinda get how some TERFs think trans women are fake, because we will never experience the pain that cis women will face. That some cis women will face. Not all cis women experience the same things. Not all cis women will experience childbirth or want to. Not all of them have the same experience of periods. They're folks with hormone imbalances who live more of their life than other cis women with menopause symptoms. I'm not even mad at the character even. I'm just mad at the society that has set a framework that has made it so easy for TERFs to naturalize experiences of cis women in a way that not only they use as a cudgel against trans people, but also does a bunch of splash damage to people they say they're in community with. Fun fact, most TERFs are also racists. But that's not directly related to my my angry outburst right now. Anyway, let's continue with the Vagina Museum. But I believe there should be better medicine and research to help with that. It feels like we haven't done enough to help cis women and trans men. I think gender shouldn't describe how we suffer, but rather how we live our lives. On the left side of the floor is a mural of vulvas of all kinds. A plaque describes the purpose of the mural. Pornography and other depictions of the vulva always show some kind of white, cis woman vulva, not the diversity of vulvas out there. I've never seen so many different vulvas like this before. It's so interesting to compare them, and the way it's presented is tasteful in my opinion. I think the experience the main character is having right now is similar to the experience we had, to some degree, when we first saw the Vagina Monologue. The Vagina Monologues, which is a theater performance that is a bunch of monologues from cis women. I think mostly cis women. There might actually be some trans masculine vagina monologues somewhere. I think they may have added to them at some point. I'm not completely sure. I haven't actually revisited them since we first ran into them in college, actually. Do we really have to play a game literally about the queer experience right this second? Yes, because it just came out today and we support queer creators. What's it? Thank you for adding and trans mask people. So many times our trans mask brothers and siblings get so ignored. It blows. Is this where we should self-plug our Minecraft mod? Do you have a vagina monologue? Sorry, do you have a vagina Minecraft server? Sorry, I'm stuck on the fact that we're in the Vagina Museum. There's so many other things we've just talked about. I've never seen so many different vulvas like this before. It's so interesting to compare them, and the way it's presented is tasteful in my opinion. I never got a good sex ed class. My school promoted abstinence and said that gay people will burn in hell for practicing sodomy. Before I started reading about HRT, I never really thought about what it meant to have breasts and a vulva. There's still more to learn, I think. Meanwhile, Chen takes a picture of Manko-chan, a sculpture by a Japanese artist. Manko-chan looks so cute. She stands up on this glass stand like she's asking for a fight. Chen is looking through a folder with cards detailing different kinds of infections that the vulva can suffer from. I thought she'd be more excited about the museum, but she seems kind of unmotivated. After finishing our tour, we go back to the ground floor and I think about what souvenirs to buy and bring home. I think some vulva trinkets would be cute to have near my microphone. I hear Chen taking a test to see how well she knows a vulva. She got everything right, but the volunteer tells her that it might be better to use terms like uterine tubes instead of fallopian tubes, since it's named after a man. I didn't know that. Huh, I didn't know that either. After we leave the museum and walk to the station, Chen makes the loudest grumble I've ever heard. I thought it'd be a funny museum, like the penis museum. Remember when I took a selfie in front of a whale penis? The Vagina Museum wasn't like that at all. It felt like I was back in med school. I kinda hated it. Chen is pouting non-stop. I thought it was very funny that she's this upset. I don't even know why she feels this way. I feel like I'm finally learning that Chun is kind of an ordinary girl. For our last lunch in London, Chun thinks it'd be nice to get fancy in a vegan cafe. After checking Hungry Cow to see what's open on the weekends, she finds a vegan Ukrainian cafe in the city center. Sorry, there was a line about talk about this stuff on air. Oh. Feel free, tell me, what's your Minecraft mod about? I have opened up the Eutherian tubes of this conversation. And video game mods are art, and I support small queer artists. We take the tube, cross some busy roads, and find a pink cafe in a street alleyway. Inside, the store is painted in pink and there are vegan pastries like donuts and cakes lined up. Chun's eyes brighten up and she immediately starts salivating at the food display. The menu written on the wall is interesting. Not only is there a usual coffee, but there's also a thing called Bumbles? I kinda wanna see what that's about. I once Twitch rated some friends who told me that they were actually pretty good. I should be more open-minded about things like that. So I guess I'll be ordering that. After ordering our Bumbles, we sit down and look at the lunch menu. We're spoiled for choices. Everything looks so good. I'm just gonna keep it simple and go for a deluxe sandwich. There's so many ingredients: tomato, lettuce, special sauce, avocado, spinach, cabbage, cheese, all on sourdough bread. After a little bit, the Bumbles we ordered arrive. It's OJ mixed with espresso. Oh, that's interesting. Christ. It definitely looks like a TikTok drink. Okay, but looks can be deceiving. I'm gonna be open-minded. I take a sip, and wow, it's remarkably refreshing. My friends are right. I might try making one when I get back home. The sandwiches are getting also pretty big. I love meaty summery sandwiches, and this one feels similar even though it's entirely vegetables. There's just so much to munch on, and the crunch feels satisfying. It's like I'm eating a Good Burger, but with a vegan sandwich. Oh my god, Good Burger, home of the Good Burger? May I take your order? Fucking millennials. Excuse me. Pirate radio? I like pirates. A pirate radio Minecraft mod sounds kind of metal as hell, actually. We finish our mains? Oh, our main dishes. We finish our mains. Chun is somehow ready for dessert. I'm way too full to even consider that. It's making me laugh that she's working her way through most of the menu. She's ordering tiramisu, donuts, and eclairs. When you're vegan, desserts are a luxury. Our last lunch together is short, sweet, and uneventful. We pass the time by talking about music stores that we're gonna check out, manga we've been reading, my streaming plans to collaborate with more people, and some other stuff. It's a nice talk, and it really reminds me of how we talk online. But part of me wonders if there's something missing in our relationship. We're just kind of friends now. We're not like lovers. I feel like we're not as close as the relationships I know other people have. We don't do much besides flirting and maybe sending each other risque pictures on Discord. I know some of the blame is on me, but Chun doesn't seem interested in moving our relationship forward either. I don't know how to bring it up. I'm scared that our relationship will break down if I try to talk about it now. It took us so long to become comfortable with each other, and I don't know, I guess this is it? We've been planning this meetup for months, and this is all we've got out of it in the end? Chun is an enigma to me. Is she happy with where we are now? Does she want more or less? After I said no to sets, I wish I could read her mind. She's so different from her online personality. I guess it's true that people have behaved differently online and offline, but I didn't expect Chun to also follow this rule. I didn't know what else to do but go with the flow. My friend used to work at Good Burger. They aren't allowed to sell things called Good Burger, though. I don't think that Good Burger is related to Good Burger, but maybe it is. I didn't actually know there was an actual restaurant called Good Burger that wasn't affiliated with Good Burger, or existed at all, to be honest. We may have gone slightly too far and implemented somewhat realistic RF simulation, but that's not the point anyway. Oh gosh, like actually having music in it, like actual, like an actual, like you know, like the music, like the soundtrack in like Jet Set Radio or Bomber Cyberpunk, where it plays while you're doing stuff. Like that's cool as hell if it can do that. That's not the point anyway. We made it for a modding event, and our goal is to talk about pirate radio history. And we suppose how to build cheap disposable pirate radios without raising suspicion? That that that's so punk. That's so punk. I love it. I love it. Damn. Got me want to play Minecraft again. Nothing much happened. Actually, I should take this moment to talk about the whole expectations and knowing people online and offline. I think it's a collision. Like, to treat the online self as completely opposite of the offline self will be a mistake. But to treat the online self as in a romantic sense like the soul, and the offline self like the body, I think is also wrong-headed. It's a little bit of both. There's less restraints, so you can talk more freely online. You can break and bend the social contract a lot more. You can do a lot. You can talk in a lot of different ways and be more vulnerable, especially with strangers or people you don't know as well. The amount of vulnerability you can show definitely can be different, but I think it's analogous. I don't know. Also, comparing your relationship to other people's relationships can benefit you in certain ways in terms of self-reflection, but obviously if you hold your relationship to the standards of other people's relationships, especially because you're not part of them and you're seeing them from the outside, you're gonna give yourself a false standard, because the standard you're setting your relationship by is a standard that doesn't actually exist, because you don't actually understand the intricacies of other people's relationships without being inside them, or I don't know, them writing a fucking autobiography, you know? So that's something to keep in mind as well. And you learn more about people as you spend more time with them, both online and offline. I think it's important to try to cultivate both, obviously. And I think falling in love with someone online can blind you to the reality of their physical self and everything that, you know, offline you have to deal with. We probably don't say enough, but as much as we have friends that we know online who want to like hang out with us and see us and whatnot, we fucking kind of be scared. Although we've had a pretty good track record with meeting people online and like nothing bad happening, and you know, sometimes like great friendships or relationships spurring from that, it's still like we recognize that like existing in the same space as us can be complicated because of our like neurodivergence and disability, and our trauma and PTSD and stuff like that, and our OCD. Don't get me started on our OCD. Like, we think that our OCD will ruin relationships in flesh space a lot. We have a hard time with like expectations that we set that we don't always communicate, and sometimes we don't feel like we can communicate. That it'd be overbearing to communicate our expectations, because it'd be like, wait, well, you have really detailed expectations for this seemingly trivial thing, and it's like, yeah, I have deep expectations or like plans for everything I do to some degree, because I'm so used to things not working, or or I am more aware of the way things do fall through, that I pay attention to those holes that I've seen sink ships, even though they may not be the things I actually need to worry about this time, because I'm more worried about the things that I've seen do harm than the things that are relevant to the particular context that I'm already in. And I think that it's normal to struggle with those things. I think one of the worst things you can do is assume at any point that you know your partner better than you do. Or I should say, you shouldn't assume that you know your partner best necessarily. Like, you should always hold, or anyone actually, not just a partner, you should hold a little space to be humble about the fact that there's always going to be parts of someone that you think you know that you don't, and ways that people surprise you, and priorities that they have that you never would have assumed. Like, I think it's important to keep that space, or else you'll be consistently feeling these weird rejection pangs, basically because you think a person has certain qualities about themselves, but you projected it onto them, and then when they fail to meet the standards that you have arbitrarily set in your head based on past actions and what you value about them, and your narrow lens of your experience of them, that you keep basically feeling rejected, because you're learning that the person that you thought you were experiencing is not the same. They're bigger than your expectations could ever hold. They're a whole person. And it's hard to love and learn and grow with whole people. That's why it's easier to love characters and love people in limited and narrow ways. Feels safer too. I wish I was who I was online outside of voice chat. I hope that one day that the collision between your offline self and online self feels more resonant and feels validating, instead of one invalidating the other, or one feeling like something you're a prisoner of, you know? It's hard. Nothing much happened. We window shopped for at a few record stores. I was surprised to learn that Chen had was into mellow indie rock, since she often brought up video game soundtracks and nothing else, and had Chinese takeout. I'm packing up my belongings on the floor and making sure I'm not leaving things behind. Chen is playing on her Steam Deck in the bed. After we reach Eyes Men's and go to bed, I guess that's the end of our trip together. This is what I was looking forward to after a week of tolerating my parents' vacation plans and waiting for them to get out. No romance, no sets, just a stranger who became a friend. Okay, maybe I'm being a little hard on Chen. It's my fault for thinking there's more to our relationship than two girls fooling around with each other on the internet. I want something more, something that could change my life in a few days. I put too much pressure on a poor girl who's trying her best. But I can't pretend I'm not disappointed. The few fleeting sweet moments don't make up for how unsatisfying these 3 days have been. It's not that I regret it. I love the independence that Chun and I had in deciding our itinerary in London. Instead of going to the usual tourist attractions like Westminster Abbey, we went to go to places like Highgate Cemetery. It was fun! I don't think my family would have seen these places. And reading queer fiction at radical bookstores was liberating for me. I know that there are places like City Light, but I've always embarrassed to go in there, and my parents are always on the lookout. Maybe next time I'll get the courage to check it out. The Vagina Museum was unique as hell. I don't think I'll be visiting such an important place for a while. It makes me want to try talking about queer sexuality on stream. I'll have to figure something out, but I think it's important to share that information. But I agreed to come to London because Chun was there. I negotiated with my family to let me stay in the city for 3 extra days because I wanted to visit a friend. I did so much to be with her. I don't know how to word it. Well, her behavior is just off-putting. She was really going for it on the first day. The second day, she seemed to get that she was doing too much, but on the third day, she didn't talk about us at all. Always about other things instead. Is this what our relationship actually is? We're just not serious about being together? What about those nights we spent in the small hours watching movies, reassuring each other about taking big steps in life, and whispering to each other that our bodies are hot? Are they just words without anything to back them up? I feel stressed out. If I want this vacation to be, I don't know if I want this vacation to be over now, but I would definitely feel relieved once I'm out of the situation. All I'm learning right now from this 3-day trip is that I don't think I was ever dating Chun. And that's horrifying because I wasted a lot of time and money coming here. What am I doing? If I can't have Chun as my partner, then maybe I'm not cut out to be in a relationship at all. As if Chun can hear my thoughts, she lets out a heavy sigh. She turns off her deck and looks down at me in the eye. Their eyes slowly move away from my direction. You know, I feel like I fucked up somewhere. I stop packing my luggage. What do you mean? Suddenly, Chun slaps her face. Her cheeks are red. I blink. So, fun fact, while I was looking for the pictures for the thumbnail for this game, for the stream, I was looking in the game's files and looking at the PNGs, and I found this one. And I think this is the one that I ended up using for the thumbnail. And it's just like, slapped Chun. And I'm just like, who slaps Chun? Who do I have to kill? And it's like, oh, wait, I have to kill Chun because Chun slapped Chun. Fuck. I didn't expect this. I guess I'm not killing Chun. I blink. What are you doing? She slaps again, this time so hard glasses fly off her face. I climb over her and grab her wrist before she tries to hit herself again. Stop that! She avoids my gaze, but she's obviously sobbing and hiding it from me. A little blood appears on her cheeks. What's wrong with you? I want to punish myself. Why? Because I don't know if I love you. Chunside. Okay, we do have a save option, actually. Give me a second. I need a moment. Okay, we're back. I had to potty. I also got myself some more daifuku. And shot vodka. Let's return to the angst. I dream of a world where Nika and I are by ourselves. Granted, we haven't met face to face yet, but I think I'd make for a romantic apocalypse. Whenever I watch post-apocalyptic films, I think about how people make too big a deal about surviving the end of the world. Directors and screenwriters will try to spice up their plots by putting in zombies, motorcycle riding cults, and so on. And for whatever reason, audiences love to eat that up. Like, they're always had nightmares about it and paradoxically want to live in what I think about is a banal, generic, tropey landscape. For me, though, the most interesting part of these movies is when the characters realize they're alone. Finally alone. They can walk through the corridors of history, whistle in the street along with their echoes without shame, and express themselves without worrying about the panopticon we call society. During my med school lectures, I dreamt of myself taking Nika by the hand and leading her through the rainy streets of a desolate London. I see these roads broken and littered with cars, Kensington Park overgrown with weeds, Big Ben's clock tower fallen by the wayside. Maybe others would think this is eerie, but to me, this is the only way London could ever be beautiful. As a stage for just the two of us, on equal footing, and with the sun as our only witness. And today is finally the day I'll make at least a small part of that dream come true. Nika and I are meeting for the very first time today. We'll check out some graves, then play with some kitties. Yes, I did bring my antihistamines. Oh, wait, you're allergic to cats too? Oh my god. Cat lovers are allergic to cats is actually a trope, actually. I could go to a cat cafe so to bring my antihistamines, but I'm probably gonna suffer. I'm probably gonna wash all my clothes just to be sure when I get back. Maybe one day I'll do some exposure therapy. It'll be fun. As soon as I get off the bus, I check my phone to see if Nika sent any messages. No cell data. First, the bus was late, and now this. I look around for any Starbucks at Nero's whose Wi-Fi I could use, but there don't seem to be any, and I don't have the time to look harder. I was the only one who got off the bus too, so there's nobody I can ask for directions around. I run. Okay, I vaguely remember the way. I shouldn't have written it down, but that's on me for leaving everything at the last second. I hate running. I hate going outside. I'm allergic to not only cats, but the concept of motivation itself. Yet for the first time in my life, I feel like something's activated my lethargic body. My legs feel like they're about to give in, but I command them to move, mustering every last calorie I've saved up. After running for what feels like forever, I spot a tall specter in the distance, leaning against the cemetery fence. Then one by one, her other features become clear, her ponytail dangling in the wind, the headphones hanging from her neck, and her sweater covering her shirt, the way she rubs her hands for warmth. Oh god, she's so fucking cute. Oh my god, she's so fucking cute. Fucking 10 mid. Gosh. Chun looks downright confident compared to her. Also, people can become unallergic to cats and vice versa. Oh, really? Didn't know about that. I'm glad no one told me till now. I'm actually ready to face that information that things might change one day. I can't describe how it feels to see her in the flesh. Now without dissolving into a puddle of emotion. I want to jump into her arms right away, but make sure to stop for a moment, catch my breath, clear my throat first. Sorry, I got lost. My phone ran out of data. I didn't know where... Nika stops spacing out when she realizes it's me, and she starts tearing up. She's the one who jumps at me. I've been waiting so long. Her arms are wrapped around me. With my head up against her chest like this, I can feel both our hearts as they beat erratically together. My face is already flushing from all the running, but now my cheeks must be as red as an apple. Thank goodness she closed her eyes. I don't want her to see me break character. But the romantic individualist in me knows I have to be the one to take the next step, so I stand on the tips of my toes and kiss her on the cheek. Mwah. So have I. Nika opens her eyes again and looks straight into mine, a rare occurrence in our Discord video calls. We step apart, but continue gazing into each other's eyes. Being stared at so intently makes me feel like I'm her high school crush. I might have a heart attack if this keeps going. I look away, half preparing to look for Highgate Cemetery's west gate when I spot it. I whisper into her ear, "Let's make the best of it while we can." I learned about this place through Museum Guy's lady channel on YouTube. She made a really interesting video about it. As I turn to face Nika, I step up to a puddle, and I can feel my boots churning the muddy ground as I walk backwards. Nika looks over the nearby graves, deep in ponderous thought. Above, the sun barely peeps through the gray, heavy clouds and the canopy of the surrounding trees. Your recommendation, Alga, must be getting pretty strange. She's right. Ever since Trump was elected, I've been getting a bunch of MAGA UK propaganda videos in my recommendations. It's a headache, so I've been trying to purge these horrible videos by watching them like lectures on film theory. Oh, that's interesting. Nika didn't think of Trump's name specifically at all. I thought it was a choice of the developers, just in a metatextual sense, just not using his name. But they used so many names of books and websites and other things, it seemed a little bit out of place. But, you know, not mentioning J.K. Rowling by name was also something I noticed. So I thought it was like, yeah, it kind of makes sense in a way. And yet, it's interesting to see how differently these two people think already. This is a lot. Also, we need a shower. Oh, does the Yuri drama make you sweaty? Sorry, bad joke. Feel free to take care of yourself. It's important. This visual novel has a lot of emotions. Oh, excuse me. Now that I have the time to watch for it, I'm exercising my freedom to watch whatever I want. I can even check out all those video essays people rave on about on social media. When she hears this, Nika laughs. I don't know why, but I panic. But your streams still come first, of course. I am now also realizing how thankful I am to have my nesting partner be someone who isn't like watching all of my streams all the time and like glued to them. Especially when you live with a person, it's a different dimension, you know? Not to say that I don't want her to watch our streams, because I definitely do, But like, we don't make it easy for her because of our timing. We're usually streaming when she's working or when she's tired and probably sleeping or unwinding herself. But you know, we have to schedule our streams for what works best for us, not for what works best for everyone else. But especially as a content creator or just an artist in general, especially on the internet, I understand that there is an anxiety that some folks who are close to us might feel around us about, like, oh, if I'm prioritizing other media consumption, I might not prioritize the media that you make, and that might hurt your feelings. And that might, but my loved ones are allowed to hurt my feelings. Enjoy your lurk, Sonny, and your shower if you choose to take it. She looks at me and I force myself to smile. She blushes in response. Seeing this, a sense of relief washes over my body. I turn back around to hide the widening grin on my face and walk on ahead. As a tourist attraction, the place is as advertised. It maintains the appearance of a ruined Victorian cemetery with the addition of a few modern graves and walkable paths. I think Nika will find this place enchanting, since she's always reading old literature and poetry and might recognize names like Christina Rossetti. I fashioned myself as her personal tour guide. I wanted to be able to answer any questions she might have, so I've been going through as many articles and videos about the cemetery as I could find. Oh, that's cute! And that's why she was walking backwards. She was literally trying to be a tour guide. Gotcha. Cute. I also wanted to do some location scouting, maybe find a place where we could steal some kisses from each other. But my parents have been harassing me ever since I announced that I'm dropping out of med school. So this is how you thank us? Think of all the money we spent on you, and blah blah blah. Thanks to those squabbles, I have no time to explore Highgate before. I had no time to explore Highgate before now. At least I did enough research to get a handle on the place. Highgate Cemetery is one of the Magnificent Seven cemeteries, built during the Victorian era to accommodate new burials. At the time, cremation was considered unthinkable, so the cemeteries of churchyards were overflowing. Literally, corpses' body parts would protrude from the ground and pollute drinking water supplies like rivers. Only grave robbers had it good in this situation. The cemetery embraced the Victorian fascination with the Gothic and the Orient, since many then were Anglicans and did not use the cross to commemorate the dead. Greek motifs such as cremation urns were readily adopted. Family mausoleums were also granted in massive, resembling castles and monasteries to the untrained eye. But as religious rules around cremation loosened and the mortality rate decreased, people stopped burying their dead there or visiting it. Funds dried up and some began trespassing upon the once holy grounds, vandalizing graves and even performing satanic rituals for fun. Fortunately, the cemetery was eventually purchased by a group interested in preserving its history, and is now not only a working cemetery but also a tourist attraction. I hear it costs a fortune to be buried here these days, and that they're accused to even reserve a spot. What I find fascinating about the restoration efforts behind Highgate Cemetery is how they choose to retain some of the vandalism and despair. Instead of cleaning everything up and putting the headstones back in their proper places, the caretakers seem to think that it will make the cemetery more uniquely Victorian and authentic. Is this an attempt to revise history? To preserve the myth of a once great kingdom, now on the path to decline? Who can say? I stop in front of a building that seems to burrow itself in the side of a hill. Oh, this one I remember from the video. This is the tomb of Lafayette William Otway. It says so in the map we bought earlier. You know him? I scoured my mind for any information on him, but I don't remember any historical figures who aren't cute girls. I don't think so. Nika takes her phone to look him up, while I scold myself for not being able to answer such a simple question. Important general from the Napoleonic War, it seems. I regained my composure and put on my best tour guide smile. I know in the past you could go into the mausoleum and see who's buried there. People used to do that, like, as a tourism thing. I'd say that's morbid, but we are in a tourist attraction. She looks back at the grave. Huh. What does she mean by that? Was that supposed to be a joke? Did I say something wrong? I can't tell. No, I shouldn't be overthinking things. I just have to have faith in my plan. After she takes a picture in front of the Otway Mausoleum, we walk towards the Egyptian Avenue. You never told me why you wanted to visit the cemetery. It can't just be because of a YouTube video, right? I look at Nika, her eyes seemingly not alive with curiosity. She seems to be staring into space. I go through my mental notes and think about what might interest her. Ever heard of the Highgate Vampire? She gently shakes her head. She gently shakes her head. I take a second to collect myself and remember that I need to sound as natural as possible. Instead of studying for my exams, I started reading about how the UK had a satanic panic before the US went wild with it. In fact, it's possible that the panic might have been originated in the UK, and it was adopted and transformed into the panic we know and love today. While the Highgate Cemetery is one of the cemeteries built in the Victorian era to help with the overcrowded churches, long story that one, it fell into disrepair around the 60s and 70s. That's also the era of the counterculture people. Teens heard that some creepy things like a vampire roamed the cemetery, so they rode their bikes and did their own investigation. What's also really interesting is that a couple of high-profile Wiccans tried to get the media's attention. They were sparring with words and claiming that they were the right person to exorcise the vampire. There was even an attempt to televise a wizardly showdown between the two. That would have been awesome. Yep, I think I did a good job summarizing Bill Ilias's article on the subject without getting into the nitty-gritty of it. Honestly, I could go on forever about this, because it's such an interesting phenomenon that explores how we humans are affected by what... I see. Her nonchalant response swoops my confidence away. I remain silent while Nika marvels at the building on Egyptian Avenue that I've seen so many times in pictures. I feel like I overcompensated as I watch her stand between the two obelisks, hesitate to brush away the vines that block her view of the entrance, and then take a step into the darkness. I guess she wasn't as interested as I thought she would be? Like a shadow play, I can only make out her shadows in the light as she hurries to inspect the doors. Oh gosh, sorry, I have to break character to say, I feel like the thing about chasing her shadow is kind of like what Nika was doing, or like what people do when I was talking earlier about how we assume we know a person and the version of a person we know is different than the way they actually are. I think this is actually a perfect metaphor for that. We see a shape of a person, but we can't see all of them. We're chasing after shadows seems like we're chasing after an illusion, but not so. The projection that we can internalize and understand. It's like an impression of someone. But it's not like a fossil where it's just like this is all we can go on. The person's still there. You don't always have to chase after it. You can talk too. Like a shadow play, I can only make out her shadows in the light as she hurries to inspect the doors. I know she didn't mean anything by it, but I cannot temper my irritation. I don't know if I'm right to be so sad and angry, so I put some distance between her and me. I follow her into the circle of Lebanon, shielding my eyes from the light. The mossy mausoleums arranged in a circular path don't impress me, and I don't bother to read the overtly sentimental words that loved ones have carved into the walls of the entrances. I heard that some are not full, with some spacious vaults holding only one coffin. The people who wrote these eulogies have moved on. preferring to be buried with their newer spouses and children. I cannot bear all these empty and hollow promises. Visiting the cemetery was a mistake, but I have to pretend for the sake of our relationship. Resolved, I search for Nika, who is appraising the epitaphs for one vault. Looking at her again, I find myself enchanted by the way she slowly and carefully inspects the carved letters. The coldness I once had towards her begins to fade, and I remember once again that I like her. That's a fucking mood! I think that's how relationships can be sometimes. Your emotions, they flare up, and then you get irritated, and you're like, ugh. And then you look at them, and then you're like, oh, shit. I love this person, or I like this person, or whatever. I take out my phone and take a picture of her, which surprises her. I'm practicing photo composition. Her confusion lingers. She nods in response. I like reading these sorts of things. Like the stuff that's written on these sheets of paper that come from the trays in fast food places. They're really soothing to read. This is a fact that I don't think she ever confided in her streams and conversations. So I cherish it in my memory. I don't want any new event to sully this memory, so I start walking towards the exit. Well, let's go. But as I reach for the exit, I feel a tug on my shirt. I've heard of this person. I turn and see a marble pedestal with a flower in front of a vault. It belongs to Radcliffe Hall. I feel like I remember the name from the video, but not the specifics. She was a lesbian author. One of the novels she wrote would later pave the way for lesbian pulp fiction. Oh, that's right. She stares at the epitaph for a long time, and I don't know what she's thinking about. After what seems like hours, she turns to me and asks, "Can you take a picture of me here? She's somewhat important to me." I oblige with a smile. I see. They both have various expectations for one another and are put off by the other person not meeting the expectations that they don't even know about. I like that. I like what they did here. I like what they did here. The horrors of the past are easier to tolerate than the atrocities of their present. I don't think Nika would be interested in visiting the eastern section of Highgate Cemetery, and she doesn't strike me as someone who's interested in current affairs. Instead, it is better to use the remaining precious time I have with Nika to visit the cat cafe I reserved a few bus stops away. The bus ride is as quiet and as peaceful as I imagined it would be. I close my eyes and pretend to sleep on Nika's shoulder. She plays with my hands and I smile. I hope I'm playing the part of a charming girl in her eyes. Of all the things I have planned, I am most excited about Mighty Enchantress's felines and the Kitty's Cafe. I've always loved playing with cats, and Nika's Goodreads profile includes a lot of Gothic romances. The story is a perfect match for both my purpose and her tastes. I'm confident that this relationship will work out. My broken heart will soon be mended. Oh no! Ugh. You've heard about the gun on the wall, right? The Chekhov's gun. This is Chekhov's heartbreak. That will come up again. The bus arrives at the cafe without delay. It is one of the many Victorian storefronts that litter the sidewalk, but it has clearly been modernized. Glass windows that look into the cats' play area, and the cafes have been installed for very curious onlookers. While we should go inside, my curiosity drives me to the glass windows first. I can't see much beyond the props they've put in for the cats to play with, but I can make out a few cats playing with people inside. Then I can see a black cat yawning on the shelf near the ceiling. Their eyes are yellow. They're in the there's a nick on their right ear. I started panting on I started panting on the glass window, creating a fog on the surface. That must be Heathcliff. Nika has to help pry me away from the window. Even though I'll be meeting the cat soon, I'm acting way too uncharacteristically excited. While the employee goes over the hygiene procedures and explains how the cafe is divided into 2 sections, I start to go over my plans in my head. Nika doesn't know how to play with cats, so I'm gonna impress her. I've taken my antihistamine so I won't sneeze all over all the kittens. And I'll ask pointed questions about her interest and career. She'll discover that I'm a caring person who can listen to her concerns. I already do this on Discord and VR chat when she complains about problematic users on her streams or gender dysphoria issues, but it's gonna be different when she sees me do it in action. And oh my gosh! These characters are written really well. Fucking Christ. Sorry, I am a little, but I'm I like it when art does good things. I am what's the word? Flappy paws about this. So good, so good. It's really interesting from my perspective because Chun's internal monologue is infinitely more interesting to me than Nika's. Mostly, I mean, partially because I just experienced it, Nika's perspective, but also Nika is like has a lot in common with us and stuff. Although obviously, like my relationship with my audience and my career and VTubing and stuff is a lot different. I understand all those concerns that Nika has. So like, there's a lot of I feel intimately aware of some of the stuff that's going on with her, even her insecurities. In a weird reflective way, with Chun, I assumed there was I assumed the internality was a lot different than what it actually was. It's actually like really pointed. She's doing a lot of things on purpose. A lot of the stuff is intentionality. She's planned a lot of this, and she's trying to prove that she's a good partner, that she's a good person, that she's trying to earn love by like, you know, doing the things that she thinks you're supposed to do, and listening to your partner, or listening to someone you care about, like doing emotional labor for them, listening to their interests and trying to do things that feed both stuff that you like and stuff that they like. Those are all good things that is good to do. But like, her purpose is a little sullied by the fact that she's trying to heal from a breakup literally with this relationship, at least it sounds like, at least in part. But to see that both of these girls are having a very similar issue with each other, and it's fucking with their dynamic, is really interesting, because I would have thought that I would understand and feel camaraderie with Nika more than I do with Chun, but I feel a lot more camaraderie with Chun right now, because like we also think very highly of our ability to take care of people, and you know, like being a good friend or partner, or you know, a good artist in a parasocial way. Like I was like, oh yeah, this will totally inspire my chat, you know. Like people think like that, and like having plans like that is a thing that someone can do, and you don't need to be you don't have to walk the same sort of steps as someone to have the same sort of gait, if that makes sense to you at all. I've been to many cat cafes around the world, and you could call me a cat cafe connoisseur then. I know what to expect, so. The door opens to a fake tree in the center of the room. I watch the cats scurrying on the rope bridges between the central tree and the tree houses scattered around the room. Nika is distracted by a tabby cat, and I want to join the group of people cuddling the kittens. This is amazing! Yeah. Whatever plans I had made in my head have poofed into thin air. I can only follow the attendant as she leads us to our table. My eyes dart left and right to find more cats sleeping so peacefully in the tree houses. I think my heart will burst from all this cuteness. After we sit down at the table by the Wellpoint portrait, I open my backpack and pull out the cafe's usual annual almanac. It has photos of all the cats that live in the cafe, and where they like to be rubbed and who they are named after. I want to consult the almanac and find out who's who, but when I hear Nika flip open the menu, I come back to reality and remember that I'm supposed to be demonstrating my knowledge of the cafe. The cats are all named after Gothic writers and characters. I know you're into that stuff. I notice the cafe is named after Anne Radcliffe, right? She glances at me and makes sure to adjust my glasses before nodding in agreement. I hope this makes me look smart. The menu is all vegan, I didn't expect that. Cat cafes are usually set up by people who are animal rights activists. I think I once visited one in Osaka that was just like that. The food was pretty good. This is the first time in a place like this. I wonder what fake meat tastes like. You tell me, I've never eaten meat before, only fish. I think I'll take a fake beef burger. It seems interesting. Can I read the book too? I give her my almanac while I look over the menu and think about what to eat. Gosh, there's so much to choose from. I'm not used to having so much food choices because I'm always dragged to places that don't offer vegan food at all. The burger sounds good, but the pasta offers a vegan take on mozzarella cheese. Overwhelmed by choices, I distract myself by watching Nika look back and forth between the book and the cats. I feel privileged to witness her first experience with a cat cafe. I might become a cat person after all. I pat her on the shoulder. Welcome to the club. I decided to splurge on food and drink. While Nika wants to try the beef burger and a milkshake, I opt for salmon and chips with a cup of mushroom tea. The order takes about 10 minutes. There's plenty of time to play with some kitties. I drag Nika to a group of cats that are licking their paws and waiting for humans to play with them. If I remember correctly, the orange tabby is Polidori. The black cat is with so much fur is called Gautier. And the plump orange tabby is, of course, Poe. I find a fishing rod toy with a feather on the end to play with them. Nika seems content to watch me. I wish she was a little closer. I wonder if she's nervous around cats. Why don't you play with the cats? I don't know how. I look around and see a tortoiseshell cat stretching out on the bench near us. I think their name is Lewis, named after Matthew Lewis, who wrote The Monk. You can rub Lewis's back over there. The tortoiseshell on the bench. Nika blinks and nods. She massages Lewis's back, and her purple nails gleam in the light. The cat's eyes close and narrow. When cats do that, it means they're relaxed. Nika smiles when she hears this. Yeah, I think I indoctrinated her into being a cat person. We both look at each other at the same time and we giggle. This day is going much better than expected. Have you read much Gothic literature? Oh, is Nika starting a conversation with me now? Wow, I can't believe it. She's so introverted that I always have to start the conversation first on Discord. This is so exciting and different. I have to think about my answer. I think it pays to be a little honest. Let's see. I had to read Jane Arnett in school. Hated it. How come? She talked about being in bondage and compares herself to slavery in the US. But when she inherits the money, the wealth must be from the Caribbean slave trade. I also don't like what the book does with Bertha. People were so concerned about racial purity back then. So much studying of faces too. I don't get it. Well, that's half the truth. The real reason is that I see too much of myself in John Rivers. As a pastor dedicated to the teachings of Christ, he is too utilitarian for his own good. He doesn't see relationships as anything more than transactions. And I find myself more invested in his actions than in Jane and Rochester's. It's tragic to read how he's based on a real missionary who lost his life following his passions. I hope I don't become like him. I don't like it either, but that's because I don't like most romances, though Jane and Rochester's relationship was strange. That's the Nika response I expected. I also read Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. Boring. I think that's about it. You have any recommendations? I think The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe might be fun. It's about rich people protecting themselves from a pandemic. Seems relevant. Go on. It's a short story, so I won't spoil the ending, but there's a guy whose face and clothes are dyed red, and they're striking images. It gets kind of science fiction-y at the end. It's like a Twilight Zone episode, only in Victorian language. I really like that from Poe's work. I'll give it a shot when we go to your hotel. I wink at her, and that seems flustered Nika. Jackpot. But, you know, I feel like I should like Gothic fiction more. I love horror movies. The Thing kicks ass. Psychological horror is fun. But I think English class took all the fun out of reading books for me. In fact, I only started thinking about books again because of Nika. She's an inspiration to me. While streaming 3 days a week, she finds the time to go through Doorstoppers and poetry and talk about what she's reading on stream. I am getting back into reading at least, but I want to prioritize my interests first, nonfiction, especially politics and history. I think the historical knowledge will become more and more important in the coming years. I understand. I read the books I really like outside of class. I do want to read stuff like Carmilla. Have you read that? Yeah, it was interesting. Homophobic, but it's kind of accurate about lesbian desire, I think. The vampire has a tragic end, but the narrator still longs for her. That's why I'm not too interested in recent revivals. Huh. You mean like those TV shows that are led by queer creators? Mm-hmm. I think what makes the story work is the homophobia. The writer was concerned about the well-being of women, so he thought deeply about how lesbian desire might work. If you take that out, you lose what's at stake in the story. Its identity, I guess. I've seen a lecture that argues for its relevance, but I guess I don't like retellings that gloss over the bad stuff in the story just so that we can feel more comfortable about liking that stuff. It just feels like they're trying to make something new, but without the need to make a new IP. I don't think you can bring that up on Twitch. Your fans will roast you for that. Nika lets out a self-deprecating laugh at my joke. Well, I want to stream more visual novels when I get back. I have a backlog of Ibahime titles to go through, and I need to work to get a Long Live the Queen since there's gonna be a new work in the same setting. Don't think I'll get a chance to mention it. Our food arrives. We go back to our table and dig in. I've had salmon in my pescatarian days, so I can taste how different this vegan substitute is from the real thing. But damn, it's got herbs, and the vinegar livens up the flavor of the chips. Nika, on the other hand, is spacing out as she enjoys her burger. She must be imagining a wonderful domestic life with me. Well, I may be jumping the gun on that one. Since I sincerely hope she'll feel comfortable with me, I am warming up to the idea of us spending time together. After eating, we spend the rest of our session with some cats. I teach Nika how to stroke cats' tails and pick them up. There are some precious pictures I took of her playing with them, and I can't wait to upload them to my computer to look at in the near future. We spend the remaining hours of the session playing with cats. I wish I could spend my entire day in this cafe. Unfortunately, we have to go back to the hotel. It was getting late, and I could feel Nika getting a little tired. We hold hands as we walk to the subway station. The clock says the train will be here in 4 minutes. Nika is blushing. I wonder if she's thinking the same thing I'm thinking. She's thinking I need to save the game. You wanna kiss? She perks up and looks at me to make sure no one is around. Then her eyes stop on me. I put my lips on her mouth. I remember Ellie when I was still in Knowlton. We became close friends in secondary school. One day on Valentine's Day, she told me she was in love with me. I didn't know that girls could date other girls back then. Everything felt magical. We spent so many beautiful nights together. She made me hers from head to toe. I was ready to stay in her arms forever. We promised each other as much. When the 2019 protests forced my family to move to the UK, she told me she'd be waiting for me. 2 years later, she was happily married to a man. I let go of Nika's lips as I hear the train arrive and pull her toward it. I won't make the same mistake again. Oh, she's being forward because she wants to solidify the relationship because she's afraid that it'll disappear. Well, damn. Ain't that understandable? I noticed Nika's silence on the train back. I tried to start a conversation with her, but I'm not sure what topics to bring up. I felt like I was running out of ideas. Did I do something wrong? Why is she suddenly so eerily quiet now that we've kissed? Have my plans go off the rails somehow? Actually, now that I think about it, she wasn't even thinking about the fact that she was using tongue. The using tongue wasn't even like like overly like. I love that I love that her internal monologue reveals that she was not like, you know, trying to jump the bones, you know? It's kind of fucking hilarious, actually. She's actually coming from this from a romantic point of view, technically. No, definitely, not even technically. Did I do something wrong? Why is she so eerily quiet now that we've kissed? Have my plans gone off the rails somehow? I jump into bed and she doesn't follow me. She stands by the bathroom, watching me as if I were a zoo animal. I try to avoid her gaze because it feels alarming. Gosh, I wish my bed was as comfy as this. You want to watch a movie? Nika nods. I wonder if she's just burned out from all that walking. Maybe watching something together would make the atmosphere more palatable to her. I connect my laptop to the TV with the HDMI cable, and my notepad file with the movies we had planned to watch together appears on the TV screen. Let's see, we finished watching Phase 4, so I think we're getting to Letters from the Big Man. She finally gets into bed with me and we watch the movie in the dark. I think the best way to watch movies is to mimic the way theaters do things. And I wonder if I should hold her hands or something. But maybe I'll give it a rest for now. Nika might have had too much excitement. As the opening credits roll, Nika squints at the screen. What is this movie about again? Bigfoot. People say it's like the best Bigfoot movie ever. I love slow, gory horror movies like The American Scream and Society. So I'm looking forward to seeing Bigfoot kill people or something. But as the movie goes on, I start to wonder if maybe this is like a romantic flick. There's an appropriate change of pace. Here's a movie about loving the monster, the other. I wonder if they're gonna fuck on screen. But there's no romantic tension. Instead, it's about a woman ranger who's clashing with different people on how to interact with Bigfoot and how they're part of a wise species that has hidden themselves from human civilization. It feels like a movie deep in the weeds of Bigfoot discourse, a domain I'm nowhere near familiar with enough to comment on. The movie isn't interested in making it accessible to laymen like me. And they don't even kiss. There's a scene where the main character and her friend are watching a performance of a Shakespeare play. Her friend is clearly bored and asks her if she understands the plot of the play. The answer? She thinks the play is for grooving, not for thinking. I guess it's the movie's way of being self-aware that this movie may not make sense for everyone. As long as you jive with it, you might like how different and unique the movie is. I personally don't get it. You think the director believes in Bigfoot? Definitely. After turning off the TV and wishing Nika a good night, I make out the outline of her back muscles through her nightshirt. She smells incredible. I'm getting a bit flustered. It doesn't help that I'm remembering her nudes and how she posed for me. I know how to check to know that I'm getting wet. I try to think about the situation logically. That might be too forward at the moment. I think Nika is getting overwhelmed by her senses, so I should try to hold back. But she talked to me after the movie, so maybe our relationship is going back to normal? After a few seconds of careful consideration, I work up the courage to put my right hand on her hip. I hope I didn't scare her. Remembering how I used to do it with Ellie, I slide my hand down her pelvis and reach for her. Sorry, not now. Okay. I pull my hand back and turn to the other side. I messed up. I misread the room. I fucked up. I close my eyes shut and try to forget how I may have screwed up another relationship with someone I love. Oh, she's overly attentive. That's a thing that can happen too. We certainly have a fawning streak in us. If I don't do the dance correctly, then no one will love me. It's rough out there. I got a lot of Discord DMs. From people I love. Sorry. Continuing. Melodrama is only melodrama to those who don't share the same concerns and stakes of the characters. We have been taught to withhold our emotions, to calculate, to belittle those who make a mountain out of a molehill. In short, we are taught to be monsters to each other. Because we are monsters, I see relationships as fragile, ephemeral, always in need of repair. They are susceptible to decline when we stop being proactive about maintaining them. We fool ourselves into thinking they are small matters until it's too late. The least I can do is make up for how I treated Nika. It's better to buy some breakfast, but I doubt she'll get over the transgression I caused. We're here at St. Pancras because Nika asked me a few weeks ago if I knew any bookstores. Unlike how it was with Highgate, I actually took the time to research bookstores around here and learned that left-leaning bookstores, including a queer bookstore that should intrigue Nika, have opened up around here. I've read that so-called radical bookstores are opened up by activist entrepreneurs who have to navigate their politics under capitalism. Is it worth trading their anti-capitalist beliefs for market accessibility and a public forum that allows curious people to read these books without judgment? I don't know. The answer seems to vary from bookstore to bookstore. Some radical bookstores end up stocking conservative, patriarchal books. Others don't pay their volunteers so they can pay their rent. Many use their spaces as public spaces for weddings, book talks, and other party events. So I spent some time thinking about what kind of bookstores Nika would like. She always liked the comfortable places with interesting books. Recently, she mentioned that she found a trans-feminine literature blog and wanted to buy some books recommended by it. Hello, Pink Panther. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Or at least as well as you can be. We're playing Spring Gothic, a new slice of life relationship drama visual novel from a development team called Professor Lily. They're pretty cool. The plan is to visit 2 bookstores. One that stocks queer fiction, which should appeal to Nika, and another bookstore that I want to visit again because I like their nonfiction section there. But now I'm losing my self-confidence. I feel like anything I say might upset Nika even more. I don't know if the bookstores are going to satisfy her at all. I was lost in my thoughts, and when I realized that Nika isn't with me, I panic. I turn around and see that she's across the street. Looks like she's too slow to cross the street before the pedestrian light turns red. Nika is looking out for me, as if I was the one who got lost. This is embarrassing. I can't calm down. You know what? I'm just gonna shut up until we get to the first bookstore. We're here. We arrive at the white bookstore with a triangle in its logo. It's a few feet away from the main street, but it's also a residential area. I've heard that this bookstore was terrorized numerous times by homophobes and cops just for specializing in queer literature. The onlookers are queer people with more bombastic outfits than that I would ever wear, and the straightest people you'll ever see, realizing in real time that it's not an ordinary bookstore. The latter are always the people who turn around and leave as quickly as they entered. The last time I was here, I even heard the owner saying, "A gay bookstore or just a bookstore?" to a customer. I couldn't make out every word, but I think someone was asking for directions. Nika immediately enters without giving me a heads up. I follow her in. The bookstore smells of new pages and an intermingling of perfumes. I hear voices, high and low, from all sides. Most of the men are wearing lipstick, while the women have tattoos on their necks or arms. I feel like I should probably try to be as expressive as they are. I dress so conservatively. I don't know, that kitty shirt that the Chun wears, I do not feel like it's conservative. I think out of the two of them, the Nika is dressing a lot more safely. But of course, it's dysphoria hoodie time, so. I look for Nika. She goes from one bookshelf to another, skimming through the books of all kinds. I should probably browse some books as well. I walk past Nika, deeper into the nonfiction section. There's only one shelf dedicated to history, next to a poster of Stonewall. Tragic, as I would have liked to read more about queer history. I spy with my little eye a book about nursing when homosexuality was criminalized. I took it out and read the introduction. What's with academic books spending so many words discussing basic methodology? At least the literature review section was interesting. Despite my complaints, I'm enjoying this book and learning how the medical field was ambivalent about homosexuality. Nurses tried to sympathize with the plight of homosexual men, but they couldn't help but see it as a disease, a deviance of some kind. We like to tell ourselves that we moved on, but given that many people in the UK see trans youth as victims of indoctrination and illness, I think there's something wrong with seeing everything as an illness to be cured. I was once interested in reading everything about psychiatry and anti-psychiatry. One thinker, Peter Sedgwick, claimed that the biological and mental are arbitrarily separated by doctors, psychiatrists, and psychologists and psychiatrists. Everything was a matter of deviation from a norm, and it's up to society to decide how to judge it. I remember being confused and frustrated by this assertion because, well, I did study medicine for a bit. But as I read more and more of the literature on disability and neurodiversity, I became uncomfortable with my own biases. Maybe I don't have enough of a medical brain, but I see the points that Sedgwick and his heirs are making. Considering the COVID-19 pandemic, the world used to fear this virus, but now barely anyone in the UK wears a mask. People, especially the disabled and immunocompromised, are still dying. But for whatever reason, we as a society have decided that there is nothing we can do about it. Back when I was locked in my dorm room, I remember listening to a podcast while on the political economy of health, where the hosts were appalled that U.S. officials were describing the COVID deaths of immunocompromised people as deaths pulled from the future. Although COVID-19 is a biological reality for today, its impact has been as ephemeral as a meme video on social media. I think it has been relegated to the same category as mental disabilities, where people acknowledge that they exist, but do not matter on aggregate level, but do not matter on an aggregate level because most people can tolerate their existence. So yeah, I think it doesn't matter if a condition is biological or psychological in the context of social norms. What matters is how seriously we treat it. There's a hierarchy of deviations based on the susceptibility of people in the ruling class. The less it matters to the rich, the more it can be tolerated as a deviation. Fun stuff! Unfortunately, this monologue must come to an end. The price tag on the back scares the hell out of me, so I put it back on the bookshelf. So much for academic knowledge. What's the point of publishing these books if people can't read them? Instead, I go to the next best thing, affordable science fiction. There are science fiction books exploring queer utopias and so on, but the one that catches my eye is a thick book entitled Dahlgren. It's by Stephen Delaney. Remembering its notoriety as the Finnegan's Wake of science fiction, I pick it up and open the book to a random page. There are set scenes choreographed like a dance. I flip to another set scene, this time as a chaotic mess. I wonder how much of the book is sets. The book is on discount, so I might as well get it. I see Nika in line at the checkout and decide to strike up a conversation. Oh, what books are you getting? Nika glances at me and then back at the cashier who is packing the books for the customer in front of her. I read the spines, and they're all romance books I've never heard about. I never took you as someone interested in romance fiction. Well, I do know that about you, but I have to pretend that I don't. Oh. Well, I do know that about you, but I have to pretend that I don't. Oh, cause you don't want it to seem like you tried so hard about understanding her. You want it to seem, second nature. I see. Nika doesn't answer right away. Instead, she waits for the cashier to check the books and crunch the price numbers on the phone. Me neither. The book covers just look cute and the writing is easy to read, and having trans lesbians is a plus for me. I guess that makes sense. After paying for her books, she waits for me outside. I hurry to pay for my Daguerrean and put it in my backpack. When I go outside, she's leaning against the glass window looking at the gray sky. Do you want to, put some of your books in my backpack? She politely refuses. You'll be carrying a lot wherever you go. It's okay. Oh. You'll be carrying a lot wherever you go. It's okay. The bookstore we go to next requires a lot of walking, but it's not too bad. I've always liked this one because it practices what it preaches. It's a pacifist bookstore that stocks the most subversive tracks I've ever seen in any bookstore. We pass the bargain bins and enter the store, this time with the intoxicating smell of old books and wood. Nika takes a seat on the couch, and she must be exhausted from carrying her pack of books in the paper bag she seems content to browse. Meanwhile, I'm looking for something radical and interesting. I've been reading Sophie Lewis's essays and magazines like Parapraxis. Her thoughts on sexuality, abortion, and other gender issues align so well with mine that it's scary. Reading her made me feel like I had just found my long-lost sister or something. One essay in particular stands out to me. It analyzes a popular reality dating show called Love Island and speculates that heterosexuality has to be constantly reinvented by television shows. The compulsion of heterosexuality is not a given. It has to be constantly reinforced and remade. This gives her permission to think, what if we were able to claim heterosexuality for ourselves? Her xeno-feminist tendencies allow her to conclude that perhaps heterosexuality can be defined as being able to love the other, the differences. We're often told that we should look for similar traits in other people we choose to love, but learning to love the differences, the unappealing, the unsavory might create a stronger bond. Instead of embracing a false form of equality and similarities, we learn to love the monster in horror movies. Oh yeah, I'm very much on this. I'm gonna adopt that as 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 thought. I like that. I should look more into that. Oh, Twitch updated their terms of service today. Can't wait to read that with my eyes bleeding. Man, I can just see her analyzing letters from the big man in this light. That would be awesome. So, I'm on the lookout for her books. Unfortunately, the bookstore doesn't seem to stock full surrogacy now, but it does have a small pamphlet she wrote, Abolish the Family. This'll do for now. It's kind of funny that I started reading these books on politics and gender because I wanted to research Nika's tastes. The first book I ever bought was a Gothic Marxist take on horror movies, and it opened my eyes to how there are interesting political readings of movies outside of boring breadtube essays. There are so many interesting books. If school never assigned me books and just sent me straight to this bookstore instead, I would be the biggest bookworm that ever existed. I grab another book that I remember Lewis recommending and go to Nika's side. She seems curious about what I picked up. I'm thinking I'm picking up Abolish the Family by Sophie Lewis and maybe Family Abolition by Emmy O'Brien. These ideas have been on my mind for a while. They seem interesting. I can't stop grinning at my finds. Right? I went to this bookstore before to buy another book. It was about Gothic Marxism and horror movies, and I really liked it, so I wanted to buy another book. This bookstore is very comfortable for me. I started reading Abolish the Family, conscious that Nika is still looking at me. I wonder what she's thinking about. I don't think I've ever revealed to her that I'm someone who reads a lot of nonfiction, so that must have been interesting to hear. That must have been interesting to her. I never realized until now that my actions might differ from how she expects me to behave from our online interactions. Maybe I'm just trying too hard to be someone I'm not. I should be more like who I really am. Yeah. I can seem more like someone who can talk, someone she can talk to, and not some perfect Renaissance woman. It's a scary thought for me though. What if she finds something unappealing about me? I haven't seen her break character, so why should I? Gosh, this feels like my interpretation of this work feels very much different based on another romance thing that I like. Kaguya-sama Love is War. That phrase about if she's not gonna break character, why should I? Immediately made me think of that. Of like love being a game and you're supposed to win it. Actually, this actually has this is Kaguya Love is War in real life. Being like this can definitely be detrimental to getting closer to someone, understanding someone, and communicating well. You're not supposed to win relationships. But, you know, everyone learns somehow. Maybe. But I think she's interested in my quirks. She's been paying close attention to the way I read books and think about the subject matter, so I guess I have to strike a balance? I have no idea, but it's worth a try. I hope I just don't creep her out. If I had a penny for every time it rained in London while I was outside, I'd be rich enough to buy all the DLC for that train simulator game. After a quick dinner at the fake but good Japanese fast food restaurant in Paddington, we hurry back to the hotel. Our bags are full of books, so we spend some time getting them out of our luggage. Nika doesn't seem to want to talk, and I've put too many of my health points into socializing. I decided on my Steam Deck, the best replacement for my PlayStation Vita. Damn, these fucking nerds. Sorry. I recently bought early access to this racing series that is coming back from the dead. Unlike most racing games where you win laps, you're in these short races where where just getting ahead is enough. I'm addicted to this progression loop. Be enough rivals to unlock more rivals who are hiding upgrades that will make your car better. This is the kind of dopamine I need after months of boring med school study. If only I didn't have to go back to school anymore. I hear Nika rifling through her suitcase. She pulls out a box of alcohol pads and syringes from underneath packages of clothes. What you doing? Can you grab the Ziploc bag and my purse for me? It takes me a second to realize that was an order. After putting my deck on the desk, I grab my purse from the chair and find what she's looking for. A Ziploc bag of aspirin and estradiol. My curiosity isn't answered immediately. She's doing DIY HRT. Before I hand her the bag, I look at her vial of estradiol and see that it's manufactured by a pharmaceutical company, not in a home lab. I wonder how she managed to do that. I don't know much about this stuff. Nika thanks me and inches off the bed. It looks like she's gonna do this in the bathroom. I suddenly feel left out. Hey, can I help you? I did go to med school for a year. I'd appreciate the help. I'm glad Nika didn't reject me. I was scared that she might. I remember my days listening to my teachers cram my head with the correct procedure. Wash your hands, remove the cap from the syringe, draw air from the correct dosage. Even though I'm leaving med school, I guess those lessons in hygiene will never leave me, huh? Nika swabs her left thigh and watches I insert the needle into the vial and squeezes the air into the bottle. You know your stuff. I dropped out because it was boring, not because I didn't understand my classes. I flip the syringe and vial upside down, squinting to see that the tip of the needle is in the estradiol. I pull the syringe to get more fluid so I can correct it later. I tap the syringe for air bubbles and push the excess fluid back into the vial. I place the needle into a smaller one and check Nika's thigh. Her skin looks so smooth that the light reflects off of it. I swallow. I don't usually think too much about the patients I work with, but this is Nika. I can't really pretend I'm calm now. Relax your legs, it'll be over in no time. Nika smiles with a blush on her cheeks, but I think I only said that to reassure myself that I can do this. I insert the needle into her thigh muscle. She lets out a small cry of pain. I pull the needle back a little. No blood, that's good. I finally push the estradiol in the syringe into her body. Once that's done, I put on a bandage on the injection site and compress it with my thumb. I suddenly have an idea. I find a spot on her thigh and give it a kiss. Nika's startled, her body jerks up a little. Her face is all red now. She's so cute. Why did you do that for? A doctor's kiss for a speedy recovery. I tell Nika to stay in bed while I dispose of the needles. She doesn't listen to me, but at least she doesn't move too much to help me pack her things. I've only ever read about DIY HRT, so this is an interesting experience. I wonder how many trans people have to figure out how to inject themselves with hormones. I still remember my childhood being plagued by needles when I had to get vaccinated to meet British health requirements in my family if my family wanted to move to the UK. Needles still wear me out a bit. I'm surprised you're not afraid of needles. I can't. Really. I need them. Aren't there pills? They're expensive. And I can't ask my parents for help. Ah, that makes sense. I realize that I know very little about Nika. Even though I've scoured her social media for information, even listened to her talk about gender dysphoria, I don't know how trans people like her figure things out. I don't think I'll ever be able to figure out just by reading the traces she's left online. Or to be more precise, I only know her interests and dislikes, not her true self. Oh my god, I think this is also reconciling with how we know each other online and how we interact with each other in similar ways than algorithms interact with us. Accumulating data but not able to process that data qualitatively, but just metrics to track, to say this person this person likes anime and watches VTubers and plays Minecraft. Doesn't say what they do in Minecraft. Doesn't say which VTubers they watch. Doesn't say what anime they watch or anything like that. And of course, even some of those things we can find out online easily, right? We hang out with people, we understand their tastes, we can understand the context in which they exist in. But there's so much lost when, especially, you're not like directly interacting with a person to learn about them. When you're like doing homework on a person, it's a lot different. Even if it's coming from a place of love and understanding or curiosity and respect, there is something that's lost, you know? And it's so easy to fool ourselves into thinking that if we understand the list of all the stuff, that we'll generally understand everything about a person. That we have the blueprint. And that's not true. A person is in the little details. I need to read more about HRT. It's embarrassing how little I know, especially when I'm dating you. You don't have to. I vigorously shake my head. I must. Yeah, I actually agree. If you're gonna date a trans person, know about trans shit. If you're gonna date a black person, know about black shit. That doesn't mean you need to have an encyclopedic knowledge of stuff, but having awareness, not being like, I don't know about everything, like, it's important and valuable. And it's not to say that, like, it is homework that a marginalized person that you are dating will assign you. It just shows care. Ugh. But also, you have to be willing to accept love and stuff. Like, you have to be willing to accept being in, like, imposing on someone too. Like, from the Nika perspective, it's like, oh no, I don't want to be a burden. I don't want to make you have to learn more shit. And it's like, she wants to. And it's imperative for understanding and support. And it's hard to be comfortable with that because vulnerability. That topic of the day we have. What do you do when you feel vulnerable? Do you isolate or not? Why? And there's many different ways to isolate. You can emotionally isolate. You can distance yourself. You cannot open up. It's hard to know people. It's hard to try to know people. Before we go to sleep, we watch The Appointment, a fantastic movie that will haunt me forever. Our relationship seems to have returned to normal, but I'm less worried that Nika is planning on leaving me. And I'm less worried that Nika is planning on leaving me. The thundering rain is kind of annoying though. I wish it would stop so that I could sleep better. When Nika turns off the light, I try to close my eyes and think of something, but instead all I can think about is Ellie and what I've done wrong. Did I really know who she was? Did I fuck up or did she deceive me? The plan was for me to come to London this time of year, but she didn't message me after I left Hong Kong. Was she already bored with me and that's why she's marrying a guy? No. She had to be forced to marry a guy. Heteronormativity is the culprit. That must be what happened. Her parents told her that she had to marry someone. I don't care if those Facebook posts she wrote about how much she loves her hubby are real. They must be fake. I don't think she lied to me. She never lied to me. What's wrong? I realized I've been crying so loudly that Nika couldn't sleep, so I wipe away my tears. Nothing. I know I'm weird for trying to make Nika a replacement for Ellie. I love Nika too, believe it or not. But the amount of pain Ellie caused me can't disappear overnight. There's a hole in my heart. I thought Nika could feel it, but I don't think that anymore. It may never heal. Dawn of the third day. We're almost caught up to current events. When I was showering this morning, my mind wandered to the DIY HRT session, and I suddenly found myself thinking about reproductive health. I had a flash of inspiration. I hadn't visited the Vagina Museum, even though I wanted to for so many years. This was the perfect opportunity. I dragged Nika all the way there, telling her about this interesting museum. I paid for our breakfast, since it's really my self-interest that's driving this detour. We got ourselves pastries from the local pastry shop. Graffiti walls surround us, and I can smell someone baking some good bread. The soy protein chicken curry pastry isn't bad. I would have liked it to be spicier. So much of the food here is bland to me. But I like the flavor profile. Nika seems interested in it, so I let her take a bite. An overground train passes overhead as I try to find the museum. A few restaurants and shops under the rail are beginning to open. I glance at some of the signs and I'm horrified by the high prices they charge their customers. At the end of the intersection, I find a blue building full of glass windows and doors. I point out the Vagina Museum to Nika. I went to the Penis Museum in Iceland when my family was there, so I've always wanted to check this place out. That museum was awesome. I had stored penises of all kinds. I had stored penises of all kinds, God. It had stored penises of all kinds. Apparently the owner of the museum was storing penises in jars until his spouse and later his university begged him to remove them from their premises. I don't really feel like they get away with storing vulva here, but I'm hoping this place has some shenanigans in store all the same. When we open the doors, the Vagina Museum becomes us. The Vagina Museum... Why it becomes us? Why did my brain go there? When we open the doors, the Vagina Museum welcomes us with a sculpture of a vulva. Someone at the desk explains that the ground floor is for temporary exhibits, while the upper floor houses the permanent collection. There are feminist books I've seen in other bookstores, vulva-shaped souvenirs, and sex-positive clothing. Well, this is kind of different from the Penis Museum. I remember the Vagina Museum made some headlines since it was a provocative subject matter. It was a pop-up museum for a comedy fundraiser, and people really liked it. Even the Camden Council supported the initiative, but landlords do what they love to do. They hate extending leases to things that people actually like. The museum had to find different premises and ended up moving to Bethnal Green. We go into the temporary exhibit, and it's a satire of how archaeology works. They found our crap and think we're praying to our tampons for good luck. No sexual discussion allowed. It's all nebulous symbols of a long-gone culture. The satire is deeply effective. I'm beginning to realize that this is a less funny museum and more an actual educational museum with feminist and sex ed goals. It gets worse. Upstairs, there's a booth all about menopause and a mural of vulvas. None of the panels are funny. They describe real experiences that women like me face. There's even an honest discussion about how menstruation works. I feel like I'm back at school. As I walk aimlessly around the floor, shocked that I'm learning about how underwear can be stained by menstruation, I find a funny sculpture by Ruka Daskino, Mako-chan. I vaguely remember her as a Japanese artist who created cute sculptures of the vulva to spark a deeper discussion about women's reproductive health and organs. Her performance art was considered too provocative, so she was always censored by the Japanese state. Too bad the artist said some weird shit about Black Lives Matter. She brought up how Asians were discriminated too, and she also said some offensive crap about trans people too. Something, the irony of being exhibited in a trans-inclusive museum like this. Oh, wait, sorry, it's not that I thought this museum was trans-inclusive. wasn't trans inclusive, I guess. But I didn't even know this museum acknowledged trans people in the first place, which I guess would not be trans positive, but it'd be like, it's not mentioning us neutral. I don't know. They're trans people with vulvas, so like they should acknowledge trans people, but though my assumption is somewhat trained by how the society we live in right now, if someone's criticizing trans people or being transphobic, they're probably being pointedly transphobic about trans women. So if the artist who made the vulva thingy, that Japanese artist, was being transphobic, I would expect that it was against trans women pointedly and trans men subtly. Though who knows? She might have flipped the script. Nika seems to enjoy the museum more than I do. She seems impressed by the vulva mirror on the wall. How there are different kinds of vulva out there, but only a few ever get into the public's imagination. I sigh and flip through some cards on the wall that describe bacterial and viral infections that can infect the vulva. I guess it's better to know about these than not. After the museum tour, Nika checks out the souvenir shop while I decide to take a quiz on female reproductive organs. It would be embarrassing if I didn't know my stuff. I get everything right, but I learn from the volunteer that fallopian tubes are named after a man, so they prefer saying uterine tubes. Why do men get to put their names on parts of our bodies? Don't they have enough power over us already? We leave the museum, Nika beaming and me deeply unsatisfied. I learned too much from this museum. When I go outside or play a video game, it's to have fun and not to learn about anything important. This museum was too educational and effective in its pedagogy. I discovered how much men refuse to understand women's reproductive health and how important it is to discuss uncomfortable issues of sexuality, even if people are understandably sex-averse. Even if you don't want to, you still need to learn something about menstruation. Half of the world's population experiences that. Go read Scarletine at least. They have some good queer-friendly guides for introducing sexuality to people of all ages. Oh, Scarletine? Oh wow, that's a deep cut. Sorry, I'm used to hearing about Scarletine at the end of a podcast. I think it gets talked about at the end of maybe Night Vale podcasts. There was a trans podcast that was following a woman raising a trans daughter, actually, that I believe also mentioned Scarletine. I had never went to the website. By the time we became trans, we were already an adult, so it wasn't something that we immediately thought to as an avenue of education for ourselves or whatever, but we're glad that it exists. And apparently still exists. Go read Scarletine at least. They have some good queer-friendly guides for introducing sexuality to people of all ages. Gosh, I get so irritated that men don't want to know anything about women's health, so are more happy to take away their rights. The museum has rekindled my frustration with patriarchy. I thought it would be a funny museum, like the penis museum. Remember when I took a selfie in front of the whale penis? The vagina museum wasn't like that. It felt like I was back in med school. I kinda hate it. I don't know what's so funny. I don't want to think about serious things, okay? Once I do, I can't stop thinking about them. Ah. Damn, reading it from Nika's perspective, I thought she was being sort of tongue-in-cheek with it too. Like she was like half, like she was serious, but kind of in a joking way, or like black humor, sort of. Not at all. She's fucking pissed. Which I understand. When we get into the station, my stomach starts to growl. I think I've run out of juice. Soon my mind will go, and I won't be able to make any sense. Before the inevitable happens, I tell Nika I want to go check Hungry Cow, a vegan app for finding vegan restaurants, to see if there's anything good to eat right now. Turns out there's a vegan Ukrainian cafe downtown. Donuts. I think it would be an interesting experience for Nika as well. It will be her last lunch here since she's leaving tomorrow. I want her to leave London with a good first impression of vegan food, since she hasn't really eaten anything like that besides the cat cafe. Let's go there. The train ride takes only a few minutes. When we get out of the station, we see tourists wandering the main streets and asking for directions. Taxis are honking at pedestrians, and street musicians are playing a cover of some pop song I can't stand. Google Maps tells me we only have to walk a few minutes and it's right around the corner. Yep, I see a pink cafe. It's all painted in pink. The walls, the floors, even the furniture is just in pink. I go to the counter and oh my god. Chocolate donuts, shortcakes, mandarines, croissants, eclairs, strawberry tarts, honey cakes, plain de chocolat, macaroon, crepes, spinach waffles, salmon bagels, coffee, caramel, ice matcha, macadamia decania cakes, marzipan tarts, pistachio tarts. I want them all. Calm down, Chun. You can't eat everything, and you're supposed to be calm and you're supposed to be the calm and rational one. Just order a few things first, and then you can think about dessert. Nika was interested in ordering Bumbles, which is just orange juice and espresso. It sounds worse than it is. We also got sandwiches. They're humongous, full of veggie and tomato goodness. We really can't go wrong with tomato sandwiches. After eating the sandwich, my second stomach hungers for dessert. I crave a tiramisu eclair, something that is almost impossible to find in most vegan restaurants. Nika snickers at my depravity and I get annoyed. When you're vegan, desserts are a luxury! We spend lunch talking about random stuff. It feels like our Discord conversations, only in real life. I find it kinda relaxing. But I feel unsatisfied. This equilibrium isn't what I was aiming for when I planned the itinerary. I wanted hot passion, not friendship. This isn't like what I had with Ellie. Am I being unfair to Nika? What if she wants to take things slow? Or what if this relationship is really a bust? A little fling that'll never go further than what we have right now. I'm not sure how to communicate my needs to her without breaking my facade. I don't want her to realize that I'm an insecure girl who's messed up from her last relationship. I don't like who I've become. My carefree attitude towards life is just a performance. Isn't that how everyone behaves towards each other? We're all masquerading as someone else, imitating each other's gestures and tones to impress each other. As long as no one gets hurt or accidentally takes the mask off, we'll stay on stage and everything should be fine. But I feel empty and hollow. I don't know what I want out of Nika in this relationship anymore. I feel like I'm giving up on everything. I'm trying to hold everything in. When we talked about our favorite albums in the record store, I thought about getting down on my knees and crying my heart out. The train ride was worse. I thought about getting on the tracks and ending my life. I know I'm being dramatic. The Chinese takeout we got calmed down a bit. The sweet and sour chicken wasn't bad. The sugar from the bubble tea made me forget my worries. But when Nika finished her dinner and started packing our bags to get ready for her plane tomorrow, I felt sick to my stomach. She's leaving. We'll break up in a few days, I can tell. Nika and I will be strangers with no connection to each other. It'll be but one of many mistakes that color the history of our lives on this earth. I'm now distancing myself with my Steam Deck, distracting myself. If I don't play games right now, I might just do something stupid. But But at the same time, I know I'm coming off as cold and heartless to Nika. She probably regrets spending time and money to be with me because I didn't do anything romantic to make her think about staying with me longer. In fact, I think anything I say will make the situation worse. I feel like crying, but I shouldn't. I think something is wrong with me. I read all the dating advice on Reddit and watch videos about how to make someone fall in love with you. I even learned that comedy is a great way to make yourself more likable to others. So why am I fucking up? I thought I had done something right. I thought I had learned to correct my shortcomings after what happened with Ellie and me. I thought it was a catch for anyone looking for a relationship. Almost everything about Nika's life is public. I watch her streams and VODs. I took note of all her quirks and interests. And yet, there are things I didn't know about her that ended up throwing a wrench into my plans. Even though I should have still won, right? We should have a good relationship by now. Am I just stupid? I read every guidebook book I could get my hands on and I still failed. What the hell am I doing wrong? A heavy sigh escapes me and I've lost the race against a boss, so I'm in no mood to play games. I look at Nika as she's finishing up packing her things. She returns to my gaze. My eyes dart away. You know, I feel like I fucked up somewhere. Her hand stopped putting things in her suitcase. What do you mean? I slap my face. It stings. What are you doing? I slap my face again and my glasses fly across the room. Before I slap my cheeks again, Nika climbs into bed and grabs my wrist. Stop that! When I was younger, I was sent to the psychiatrist because I used to bang my head against the wall to relieve stress. It was my way of dealing with how difficult school was. Everyone agreed that I needed to be transferred to another school, which is where I met Ellie. She helped me to control myself and think about more positive things in life. But without her, I resorted to hurting myself and distracting myself with video games and podcasts. I don't want Nika to discover this side of me, but I can't help it now. I'm just ashamed of my actions. The more she worries about me, the more I realize I screwed up and have to keep hitting myself. I can smell the blood running down my cheeks. What's wrong with you? I feel bad that Nika is wasting her time with me. She's really just a bystander worried about a stranger like me getting hurt. Why does she even care about me? She should just leave me alone. I want to punish myself. I'm just a hopeless romantic who doesn't know how to love anyone. Now everything's a mess. I give up. Why? Because I don't know if I love you. Third side. Oh, I see. Their shared reality is like a script. This is interesting. I was wondering how they would tie it together for the I guess this will be the falling action, technically. Well, this is the crescendo of emotion. Internal, hotel room. Nika pushes Chun into the bed and is now on top of her. The camera dollies forward, not in a hurry to see what's going on. It's more important for the actors to carry out their performance. When you say that you don't know if you love me, what do you mean by that? It's hard to explain, but I don't know how to describe it. I like you, but you're not making sense. I know. I get the feeling I'm doing something wrong. I just don't know what though. We can try talking it out if you want. Did I do something wrong? No, you haven't. It's my fault. I invited you here. Well, The film screen stops moving. I also don't know if I love you. Huh? I feel like this is a huge mistake. I just needed someone to vent to. But I saw you as someone who could love me for who I am. We didn't know what we were getting into. I'm sorry for hurting you. No, it's my... I don't think I'm ready to love someone if I can't figure out what I want. I just acted like I was in a relationship. That made me so happy. I forgot that I was supposed to take care of you. That's not what I mean. I never thought of you as a person. Of course you don't love me. I only thought about myself. I don't know if I love you too. The screen cuts to a close-up of Nika sobbing. That's what scares me. I believed I loved you. I dragged a random person from my fan base into my life and started treating you like you're gonna rescue me from my family. All because I thought talking about my feelings on stream and on Discord was enough. You don't deserve this. I'm so sorry. Cut to Chen, whose face is frozen in fear, not knowing what to say now. The film screen follows Nika getting off the bed and searching for tissues on the desk before crying her heart out. She looks out the window into a blank night sky of London. You don't deserve someone like me. I'm just a mess. I don't know how to talk to people in real life. The screen focuses on Chun, still on the bed. She extends her hand to Nika, but suddenly retracts it. I want to continue talking to you. You don't have to. We can just mend things and I'll have to pack my bags and get ready for the plane trip tomorrow. I guess this is the end of our relationship. Nika stands up to go to the restroom, but the screen doesn't follow her. Instead, it fixates on Chun, the blood on her cheeks dried. She can hear the faucet running twisted to let the water come out. Nika is brushing her teeth and gargling. Chun falls into contemplation and suddenly gets up. She grabs her laptop that's still plugged into the TV and starts typing on Discord loudly. The text reads, I need to tell you something on the computer. Nika is typing on Discord. She must have had her phone with her in the restroom. What is it? Reads her reply. There's one last London thing I want to show you before you leave. You need to get on your laptop. Both Nika and Chen have logged into a private instance of a VR chat world that resembles the main streets of London covered in fog. There is no one on the roads, only parked cars and broken street lamps. Nika appears in her VTuber persona while Chun appears as a harpy. Looks like you spent your time redesigning your avatar. It looks good. Thanks. It looks like you spent your time redesigning your avatar. It looks good. Thanks. Both girls are typing in the same hotel room, their backs turned away from each other. I think I can express myself better here. No real world noise. I kinda get it. It's stupid, but typing makes it easier for me to say things that are difficult for me. I don't have to think about body gestures and facial expressions. Yeah, I feel the same. I used to have a girlfriend in Hong Kong. Her name was Ellie. She got married to a guy. Chen's character walks into the fog, and Nika's character follows her. I'm sorry. I guess I wanted another Ellie in my life. Nika looks up from her laptop to glance at Chen. Chen is still typing, unaware that she is being watched. I want to resume what I have lost. She was so important to me. It pains me to hear that. Why are you telling me this? I'm stupid, I guess. Their characters are still walking in the virtual London. The further they go, the more the buildings crumble, the more moss covers the concrete. The asphalt road is cracking up, letting wildflowers bloom between the cracks. When you French kissed me, were you thinking of her? I guess I'm always thinking about her. What am I to you? A streamer I really like? Nika's character stops in the entrance of an abandoned industrial park. The warehouses are falling apart. Trees and mushrooms have taken over this area. Chun realizes that Nika has stopped and her character meets with Nika again. Not much longer, just follow me. Nika lets out a huge sigh. Our warehouse... One warehouse has a blue door, the underside of which reveals a glowing purple light. Plastic chairs and tables are strewn over the road. A sign reads, Eden's Junkyard. It's based on a real London place I haven't visited yet, so this is gonna be my first time checking it out. Chun's character opens the door and all kinds of neon light splashes onto their laptop screens. There are neon signs everywhere, words in different fonts, symbols in the shape of hats or hearts or any other object you can think of, each expressing a different mood or feeling, not cohering into a common theme. Nika's characters are wandering around the area, forgetting that Chun's character is still near the entrance of the warehouse. I don't really know much about this place except the real-life person who used to design these signs for movies and passed away from cancer. I see. That's quite beautiful. Nika's character is moving from one spot to another. There's so much to look at. She can't figure out what to examine. Each artifact has so much care and love put into it. Imagine just working on this world by yourself, making sure the details are correct. I wish I knew how to do something like this. Hello, welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. We're kind of at an emotional climax. Imagine just working on this by yourself, making sure the details are correct. I wish I knew how to do something like this. Why did you want me to visit this place? I don't want to end our trip in a low point, I guess. I felt like so little went right, even though I checked your old social media posts and stream VODs to make sure I picked places you'd like. But I just remembered this place and decided to at least... Wait, back up. You went data mining just to try to make me happy? Huh? Okay, I like to talk about my life on streams and in our private chats, but I wanted to know the real you. I didn't want you to be my ideal partner, I guess. I don't know if I'm making any sense. I don't understand. You crossed the line, and that's just too much. I'm not following this conversation. What I'm trying to say is... Never mind. Oh, well, hi. Well, it's an honor to have you. Wow. It's alright to be angry at me, even though I didn't know what I did wrong. I just followed dating websites and what they told me. Just to confirm, you researched me? You went back through my old recordings to try to get on my good side? I think that's what I did. You know that's stalker behavior, right? It is? I thought everything you said is public. I guess, but I didn't expect someone to record everything I said publicly in something like a stalker. I thought it was normal to know everything about my girlfriend, even the stuff you didn't mention publicly. You're just so open about your life on streams that I didn't know that that wasn't okay. God, I guess I should just make it clearer. I just think your behavior is off-putting. Maybe I need to fix my act too. I really don't know how this happened. I'm sorry. I thought this would be just like dating Ellie. That's why. I tried that thing on our first date together. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And I assume this is why you decided to French kiss me on our first date too? Huh? With the tongue, before we got onto the train. I really wasn't expecting that either, you know. What? But I didn't mean... Oh no. I think I'm getting the picture. I think I fucked this up in the worst way possible. I'm so sorry. Where in the world did you even get your dating advice? Reddit? A bit of that. But I also mostly got it from books and websites on how to win women. They told me that women need to be impressed with your knowledge, your humor. Excuse me, you're reading what? Those dating books written by people who say they've dated a lot of women. Just follow the rules. You'll get the woman of your dreams. You know those are deeply misogynistic books, right? Wait, what? Oh my god, I can't believe it. Those books treat women like garbage. They're like STEAM achievements or something. Why are you even reading them? I didn't know. They're the only things I could find on the subject. It gave me the confidence to ask you out, and that's why we're here. Did they tell you to look up every detail about my life and figure out the perfect date scenario to fuck me? I guess? I can't believe this is the person I had a crush on for months. Someone who thinks about winning a girl's heart by doing pickup artist stuff, and she doesn't even know she's doing it. This is so embarrassing. I'm sorry. What's a pickup artist? The worst part is that I'm angry and scared of you. You could dox me anytime. You're a monster. I didn't know I could do that. That's why I can't take you seriously at all. You're so stupid. Whoa, this is getting fucked. Wow. Raw. It's kind of funny that after all this, we're just on VR chat. It's been months since we logged on and checked out new spaces together, you know? I think there's a part of you that is unwittingly manipulative. But there's still a part that's genuine, and that's why it hurts. You're an awful person, but I was also fooled by you because I didn't know you as a person. Remember when I told you I had to attend my cousin's wedding in Manhattan? My family and I had to toast to this arranged marriage even though it's clearly going to be an unhappy one? And I thought I was going to be better than that. I found someone I love from the internet. It was going to be romantic and so much better than all the het marriages I've seen that were doomed to fail. But here I was, no better than my cousin and my parents. I thought I had the best relationship. Just had to kiss and move on. No. I didn't prepare myself for the relationship, so I let you do whatever you wanted to me. You kissed me like I was your ex. You tried to touch me, and it freaked me out. And I didn't know what to think. Was I in trouble, or is this one giant misunderstanding? Turns out it was both. If my parents knew what happened, they'd find it hilarious. I would laugh too. This was a really stupid trip. I wanted a girlfriend who knew what I was going through, that I could vent to, that she could pat me on the head and tell me it was all okay. I thought you were her. That's why I came to London, to find her. But she never existed. Instead, I got a girl who's more insecure and aimless than I am. Just a super ordinary girl who doesn't know what to do with her life. I didn't know who she was. She scared me so bad I couldn't sleep. And after that, she just mellowed out. When she showed her true self to me, I learned to see who she was, a vulnerable person who wanted attention from me, a VTuber coming to London. She just liked my content and thought it'd be fun to hang out. No, I always wanted to. She doesn't know how to distinguish between friendship, love, and just being a fan. If I have to put it bluntly, this poor girl doesn't have a life. She clearly doesn't know how to talk to people after a messy relationship, and that's why she feels that she needs to manipulate them into loving them, without realizing she did. There was no way that she could keep up her disguise in real life, but she kept doing it. I hate her for it. I hate her for making me come here and humiliating me. I hate her for everything. It's terrible. My heart is broken. I want to go to sleep, but I can't. She's in front of me, asking me for attention, and her ex-girlfriend. You're definitely in the wrong, but I also thought you were going to rescue me from my boring and deluded life. My boring and dreadful life. I'm also as stupid as you. Do you remember Anne Radcliffe? You should remember, since you did so much homework on me, on the supernatural and poetry. It's this essay written like a conversation between two people. They talk about what they think evokes the sublime. Horror and terror are two different things. Horror is what shocks people and stops them from thinking, like a jump scare. But terror is all about the obscure. It takes things over. Darker emotions arise. The mind can imagine such incredible things because of it. I think you went from terror to horror when we were out in London. But now that all of that's done, it's just a comedy. I didn't know about any of that. Well, that proves my point. You did your research, and you still don't know me. And that's why it's funny. I find it kinda cute that you suck so bad at this. Are you done lecturing me? Huh? I didn't know what to do with this information. I wanted to make you happy, so I thought so much about how to achieve that. You were telling me about your crappy family, this and that. Don't bring my family into it. I have to. I wanted to take care of you. I thought about all of your needs. It's difficult to eat food with someone who isn't vegan all their life, okay? I was struggling. Okay. I'm sorry. You have no idea how much effort I put into this. You said stuff like how you wanted a second home, so I tried my best. Oh. And when we started sexting each other one day, I wasn't sure how I should talk to you. I was just so excited and let you lead on. I didn't know you had no idea what our relationship was. I was so confused. Yeah. I wasted so much time drafting all these plans just to please you, and you don't even like it. I don't actually have any plans after quitting med school because I didn't know what else to do. Why did I spend so much time doing this? I don't know. That's why I'm still talking to you. I can't forgive you, but the real you and I are just as stupid as each other. I'm learning about the real you for the first time, how silly and immature you are. Just like me. You're stupid and immature like me? That's what I said. I'm realizing you have to break character sometimes in your streams. In real life. I have to be. Even when I get personal, it's all an act. I'm acting. Just like you are now. Is everything a facade then? Yeah, I think relationships are learning to untangle that facade. I guess we're at the first step of doing that? Did you ever love me? I don't know, but I'm in pain thinking about it right now. I know I feel something. That's fine. That's what I want to hear. Right now, hurts as much as when I lost Ellie. What was she like? Cheery, optimistic, sporty, good at sets. I wish I never left Hong Kong, even though it was for my own good. Why did you leave? I joined the protest because I believed China was taking over my home, and there are pictures of me in the marches. My family got scared. We all moved here because of me. I'm sorry to hear that. It's not your fault. Just because I'm a refugee doesn't mean I'm a good person. I didn't mean that. It's more that I never got why you moved here, even though we're supposed to be dating. Just figured you loved academia. Stuff like that is why we never learned about each other. I vented at you every day, but I never stopped to lend an ear to your problems. I didn't take the relationship seriously at all. I didn't know you were hurting a lot because I didn't care enough to look into your situation. So I want to know who you are. I want to know as much about you as you know about me. For instance, I mean, since you know so much about me. Like, mutually assured destruction? Yeah, you dots me and I'll dots you. Hell, if things go south, I can talk about your darkest secrets on stream and let the whole wide world know about it. It's fairer that way. Oh my god, this fucking... I actually... Oh my gosh. Yeah, we got some similar brainworms here, alright. Let's continue. That's not what I've read in the books. I know it's scary to not have a guidebook, but you need to treat me like a person. You need to find the optimal route to win me over. You need to show me the real you. That's difficult, but I guess I have to try. Good, because I'm not a video game character you date. I'm real. I have feelings that you need to respect. You need to burn those dating books and listen to me carefully. A part of me still cares about you, even if I know I shouldn't. Right now, I just feel violated. So you need to tell me everything that you don't want other people to hear. Come on, give me your dirty laundry. Okay, let me think. I crapped my pants when I was 8. I was wearing my favorite underwear and couldn't throw them away, so I kept wearing them. Everyone immediately noticed, and I cried when someone tried to steal them and throw them in the trash. Damn. That's not what I was expecting, but I'll take it. I'll have to think about it more. That guilty look on your face is kind of cute. I'm looking forward to whatever you come up with. Nika stands up and comes over to hug Chun. You were so stupid, you know? I'm totally gonna torment you about all this. Until I forgive you. Screen face to black. Wow. I think I need to openly process the scene a little bit. First off, I thought this was just gonna be tearing in the tune and just being like, oh my god, get the fuck out of my hotel room. Essentially is how I thought that was gonna end. I was really scared that was gonna end because there is like this sort of like I compared this to Kaguya-sama Love is War earlier, in some of its in the way that the characters are like regarding each other, and it was especially painful hearing Nika like be so angry when, okay, not the cyber stalking part. but the like having the certain expectations and putting on a certain sort of performance to be liked, like that should be reasonably understood. Although in my own head I'm a little fucky wucky too. If I was either in either position in this situation, I can't say that I would necessarily have done better. At least how we've been. I think how we are now, considering how much we were just like communicate, bitches, that we were throughout this visual novel. I think that these are relatable issues living and loving people online. And when I say that I'm fucky wucky, I knew someone who was really concerned about another streamer and was going to do a call out. And when the streamer found out and like talked about how they felt violated and was like, hey, this is like stalking, it in that context of being spoken of that way, it made me realize the weight of what was happening, especially because I've been in a relationship in which stalking was normalized to me, and or at the very least behavior that would be red flags for others in terms of stalking like behavior don't as readily trigger for me. So like from a bystander perspective, seeing someone that I knew gather this information, the gathering of the information didn't set off as a red flag to me. It's just like they're just asking questions, that sort of dumb shit, and not recognizing that, yeah, like regardless of intention, someone was preparing a dox, and thankfully it didn't end up happening. But like, I think that everyone comes from different places, and that doesn't excuse bad behavior. But like, not understanding the context, like Trin not understanding the context of like, a lesbian trying to court another lesbian by reading men who hate women but want to be validated by the sexual conquest of women's advice, like, and not realizing that was the context in which that advice was coming from. Like, it's kind of, I kind of understand having that disconnect. And I mean, as someone who grew up being used to, I've used Facebook, I've used MySpace, I've used Tumblr, I've used Twitter, I've used co-host, I've used all these social media sites, and for me, I don't think it's like very clear the separation between information that it's okay for someone to have perused or to have looked for, and intentionality that feels gross. Because to me, I'm more in the as a VTuber, I'm more in the tune headspace. I expect actually for people to at some point like look into me. Like there's there's a fucking Wikitubia page about us, right? I mean, we have added to it, right? So we have some control over it, but like it still exists. But also we're coming from a perspective of someone who got into like being a public figure, as small as we are, right after being in such a volatile situation that we immediately were like, oh, we now technically have, well, not even technically, we have skeletons in our closet, and now we have to worry about if the people we used to be in a relationship ever get overly mad at us, they might dox us or try to start a cancel campaign against us. And like, that has been a real fear for such a long time. And we kind of have to kind of like reconciling with living in a transphobic society that wants to genocide us all. Like, knowing that any day I could wake up and bad stuff could be levied in my direction is just something I had to accept. So in my head, what kind of trigger a lot of other VTubers or public figures to be worried about someone having overly gathered a bunch of information about them, especially in like public social media posts, especially if it's not like they're looking at deleted tweets through Internet Archive. If they're not looking at deleted tweets through Internet Archive, I would be a lot less mad. I think if I was in that personal situation. But I mean, I've had someone who I did not feel fully comfortable knowing where I lived, but knowing that in pushing back against it, I would maybe make the situation worse and make them maybe use that doxing ability they had on me, to coerce me into, giving information I didn't want to. I pretty much saw that as, this is just how being a public figure is. People can just social death you at any time. There's just a sort of Damocles over your head. And maybe that is the way things are, but it shouldn't be, and it shouldn't be normal. And I appreciate when people actually do speak up for their boundaries. Even if they didn't know that that was a boundary specifically to begin with, because, you know, that's how you find where the line is and what you're comfortable with. And we have not found where we're comfortable with completely. And we have certainly had issues with this sort of thing before. And honestly, my biggest fear in playing this game was that to some degree it would come down on a situation like this and be like, in any way, if a content creator dates someone who is in their chat at any time, they are fucked up and that relationship is doomed to failure. Because I mean, I'm in a polycule and I have different relationships, but like all of my partners know that we stream, engage with us as a streamer, and like outside of that, and like many of them met us through our public facing persona of Fluffbite, whether that was with a stream, whether that was with other things. And honestly, I don't even know the way that I would fully talk about it if I were to want to talk about the most, in my opinion, most interesting relationship I've had as an internet critter. Like, what if the other person's not a normie, for example, or quote unquote is also a public figure? Because ironically, I've had more functional relationships with people who aren't content creators, aren't VTubers or whatever, than I've had with people who are entertainers, are big artists, you know, or trying to be rather. We had a very, very important whirlwind sort of relationship that started because a bigger VTuber took interest in our work and wanted to become friends with us, and we got close really, really fast. And it became like lovey-dovey, probably way too quickly. And because of the way the parasocial relationships and everything were, it was like, oh, well, it's okay, they're a VTuber too, so it's safe. And like I could easily write something based on that experience that speaks to that, and I think in the same way that this speaks to the experience of dating someone that was a viewer of yours or still is. And I guess I shouldn't have been so afraid, not because, oh, it's so, I feel validated because this work says that things that have reflected in my life are okay, but rather that someone came to like process some of these same things and came to a place that was gray and not black and white, is what I value in this. And value in holding that fear in my chest and wanting to contend with it. And there's plenty of stuff that, like, sometimes I don't even know if I should say out loud on stream. I still don't know. I don't even know if everything I've said out loud on this stream will be okay and I will consider completely moral in like a year. But I guess we'll see. Part of the reason I wrote this story is because I found many online long-distance relationship stories don't transgress boundaries. That's true! Yeah, there's like a certain amount of wish fulfillment and people like slotting perfectly into like what the other person needs. It's a little bit idyllic. Yeah. I think people often don't recognize they have their own boundaries that they don't set clearly to others. Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, I figured this game will be interesting to watch on streams because streamers have to think about parasocial relationships and boundaries a good chunk. Oh yeah, it's incredibly resonant. Like this is definitely gonna be one of those big metatextual games, I think, in terms of like a streamer playing it. This and like needy streamer overload in particular got me really thinking about this sort of thing. Even Heart of the Woods kind of contends with like fame and like using it responsibly in like interpersonal relationships. Although I do need to finish that game. Wow. Wow, 2 for 2 on this dev team. Even though Gay for Translating is an unfinished project, it still was very important to me and like is definitely a piece of art that I hold within me, and I think that this will similarly hold a place within me. Probably even more so because my experiences are more closely aligned with the stuff that this game explores than Gay for Translating. But yeah, thanks for this. I really appreciate you writing this. Fucking Christ, it's a hell of a way to start out April. I will also say that I think on the streamer side of things, it's super easy to think that the onus is only on your viewers and your audience and the people that interact with you about like boundaries and like what's okay and what's not okay. And sometimes we fall into that too, where we're like, well, I'm okay with it, so it's fine. And like, that's not, it's not the banger that you think it is. Also, I'm thinking of Dan Harmon right now, the guy who is like responsible for co-writing Rick and Morty as well as like Community and stuff. He had a big thing, like a cancel culture thing, where there was a writer, Asian, I believe an Asian American writer under him that he was being really weird with, and he didn't recognize that what he was thinking of as being like, oh, this workplace romance was a boss coercing their this person who works under them into uncomfortable situations with a like romantic / sexual lean. And Dan Harmon made a very public display of, and someone could even argue if this was moral, a public display of acknowledging what happened, how he fucked up, how he abused power, and how men, especially men in positions like his, commonly abuse their power, thinking, oh, this woman really likes me, but really she feels like she has no choice but to act like she likes you or to assuage your ego so that they can keep their job. And it was really interesting to see like that processing happen, not necessarily really in real time, but to see someone actually work out that what they thought was this romantic or like special, this hallmarky thing, was in a more stark light really fucked up. And it's so easy. Also, if these sorts of themes are things that anyone who's watching wants to like engage with more, I highly recommend you play or watch a playthrough of Mouthwashing. Particularly because of Mouthwashing's themes of responsibility and like a person's responsibility to others in a shared community, and how harm to one person can hurt us all. But also the concept of like being so bought into your own perspective and lacking or shielding yourself from an amount of empathy that is useful and functional, that you cease to recognize when other people are uncomfortable around you, or you misread why they're uncomfortable, and you don't seek to communicate with them and to understand what they're thinking and why the way they act the way they do is. You just seek to control and have your needs met without thinking about that person's needs. As soon as you're thinking about only satisfying your own needs and disregarding someone else's, you're well on the way to dehumanizing them. My thought. Oh, I should drink some water after I just spoke all those words. Nika and Chun had their final breakfast together in a neighborhood near King's Cross Station. As they make their way to the station, they encounter a park blooming with sakura flowers. I don't know. I didn't know cherry blossoms bloomed in London. I didn't know that either. It's pretty. Would love to see them in Japan someday. It's a fun place. We should go there sometime. The two watch the petals twirl in the breeze. Chun grabs Nika's arm and takes a selfie with her. They both smile as the picture and hold hands. I guess it's time for me to leave. Already? Yeah. Nika lets go of Chun's hand and walks in the direction of the station with her luggage. Chun stands there, confused. Then she starts running after Nika and latches onto her sleeves. Don't go. If I stay any longer, we're both gonna miss our trains. We haven't learned enough about each other. I don't want your trip to end like this. Me too. Do you love me? I'll tell you what I thought when I get home. No, you know I'm insecure. I need to think about it. I'll fly over and we can figure out if we love each other. That sounds nice. Our relationship isn't what I think it was gonna be. It's not like the normal relationships I see on TV. It's our relationship, and that's all that matters. Chun releases her hand and Nika suddenly turns around to hug her. That's here. My place. I'll choose where to go. Nika kisses Chun on the cheek and lets go of her. She waves goodbye at Chun and walks off. Sometimes looking behind her to see Chun still standing under the cherry blossom trees. Chun's cheeks redden. Petals start to pile up on her head. Her heart is beating too much. She sits on the curb and brushes the petals off her head. The audience doesn't have access to their interior thoughts, so they can only watch her gaze into the horizon for traces of Nika. Nika is, of course, not on the stage. Chun heaves a huge sigh. It is time for her to leave the stage and leave the actor's mask behind. She exits stage left. Ah, I see. I was processing that through my film brain, thinking that the script was a film script, not a stage play. Wow. Well, that Uber ride from JFK was miserable. The driver yapped about how Trump was gonna send crypto to the moon and how he's invested his income in Trump coin. Kill me. Well, he's like, yeah, Trump coin fell off a cliff and I don't like what he's doing to the trans. Okay, so that's a supportive person. He's really excited about how Trump's going to be a great president that will usher in a strong economy that will forever support the future of currency. What? This guy is all over the place. It's insane that there's people who are like, I think trans people should be treated better, but they still support Republicans. That I'm scromming on that one because those people do exist. He kept asking me if I was single. He's married, so he wasn't looking for a girlfriend, but he was just curious. And maybe I needed some guidance. Oh my god, one of those fuckers. Okay, this is not something I was gonna like. I want to suppress these feelings. But I gotta say something. Fucking Christ. Okay, so there's like this thing going around about how trans women are better women than cis women because trans women are desperate to be validated as women. So we will go farther to be feminine. We will we'll take our appearance very seriously because we know that it's life or death that we do. And like, because we're so desperate for love and attention, we're easy to mold and manipulate. And if you have a trans woman in your pocket, then you know she really cares about you because she doesn't have many options. There's all sorts of shit that's going around like this, and has been. And I talked earlier about, to some degree, having seen my trans feminine identity as a sort of my identity is inseparable from being like pitiful, of like a gender of needing help, a gender of being a victim, a gender of not being used to love and not having confidence. All bullshit, by the way. But there's so many things, even trans community, that reinforced these feelings in me and made me feel that to be confident as a trans woman is really an act. To stand up for yourself as a trans woman is probably something you learned from someone who wasn't trans. And all this other like really fucked up toxic shit that I'm unpacking and unlearning as I go. But I think that it's incredibly despicable that someone could rightly understand the struggles of any trans person and then go, oh, I can use those insecurities to make sure that they never leave me or never say no to sets or, serve all of my needs. And it's just so fucking gross. And I mean, chasers on like a basic level are one thing, but I think that's like a omega level chaser. That's like Broly the legendary Super Saiyan of chasers, when you got fuckers out here being like, well, I just want to experiment with a trans woman. I just want to see what a trans woman is like. I don't want to actually take them seriously as a partner or even as just a sexual partner that had an experience at one time. We have to be this. Grinding my gears here. Honestly, I was both during the scene of like the VTuber like expressing her boundaries and talking about all this shit and being like, this was a line cross, this is fucked up. There was a part of me that was like, you're yelling at a cis woman. What? I don't think I've this thing in my head is like, I don't think I've ever yelled at a cis woman. I probably have. I can't since coming out, I mean. Cause like, I was just thinking, I mean, in terms of just like our position in society at all, it's kind of like how as a black person that I might be seen as it's extremely like violent or whatever, and someone might over assume violent or malicious intent on my actions. Same thing with being trans. And not as though I'm like, oh, China's gonna be like, oh no, trans panic, or, be like, oh, I was scared. Actually, I think the thing about our main, they're both main characters. I think the thing about literally the trans woman in this story being afraid that she might be physically violated speaks to the fact that we're more likely to be victimized than we are to be perpetrators, and just like this weird thing of getting to the point where she's sticking up for herself, and am in the back row, also in the front row, because I'm the one, you know, presenting this game to you through, you know, play acting it. I'm sitting here being like, I wonder how bad this will get. And being afraid of the reaction. And I mean, as someone who's had to deal with the hot allostatic load, I mean, it wasn't impossible for me to imagine a world where suddenly I don't feel safe around you because you yelled at me about your boundaries. Because that fucking happens to trans people all the time. Which is why I had that fear. It wasn't just me having my own specific individual PTSD about it. It is the shared PTSD of being queer, and especially trans, and specifically a trans woman in this case, or a trans feminine in this case, that really made me scared in that scene. I mean, also because it would be a total betrayal, because I really love Chun, and I really didn't want her to do something like that, and she didn't, and that was fine. It worked out. But at the same time, it also felt kind of empowering to actually, you know, I have the talking stick and I get to talk about myself and my boundaries and say that what you did wasn't okay. Honestly, that was the most wish fulfillment of this entire visual novel. Me being able to yell at a fucking cis person for fucking with my boundaries, or like making me feel uncomfortable, and then being totally oblivious to it. Like, whew, the amount of times I have to placate cis people or white people or whatever was just so much, and I'm so used to that arrangement that I forget that like I have the autonomy to stand up for myself sometimes. It's fucked up. Huh. Interesting stereotype, I guess. Interesting stereotype. Guess I'll think about that for a story later. Oh yeah, that would be so sick. I don't know. I have since seen a lot of people in my life just defy the stereotype of, like, you know, pitiful or weak-willed or, you know, subby-wubby cutesy baby trans woman, you know, although I am a little, so I guess you could technically describe me as a cutesy baby. I will also dropkick motherfucking transphobes, so, like, there is duality. We are filled with multitudes, and I want to champion that more. Even if there is a comfort for a lot of trans feminine people, myself included, with, you know, being able to be vulnerable, being able to be weak, something that we haven't been able to have access to, or that we were told that we shouldn't do, or punished for having. Like, there's also that part. There's a lot of trans femmes that just yearn to be vulnerable because they weren't allowed to, or they weren't allowed to be openly vulnerable. So there's also that part too. I actually really recommend the visual novel Heat Wave, talking about that sort of thing, and like queer identity, and like being the perfect victim, and like finding comfort in things that kind of are also parts of your own exploitation. It's really interesting. Gosh, I need to do a video essay on that one. I told him I was Grey Ace, and he went silent. Ah, stop being like me! Gosh. Fucking bullseyed it. Wait, can I go? I should go back one so I can get back into it. I'm projecting too much. He kept asking me if I was single. He's married, so he wasn't looking for a girlfriend, but he was just curious. And maybe I needed some guidance. I told him I was Grey Ace, and he went silent. I didn't know if he understood what it meant, or if he was offended that I wasn't some cis woman. The car drove in silence until he hit an intersection. He glanced at me in the rear mirror and said, "Oh, my name is Steve. My pronouns are he, him. Forgot to mention that. You're trans, right?" God, I'm so glad that car trip was nearly over at that point. I had no idea how to react to that. I took out my luggage and forced a smile at Steve. He waved at me before I entered the apartment. It was pretty tempting to give Steve a low rating, but I know that will fuck up his life. Guess he'll get away with it. No one wants to be burdened with the sin of killing someone's gig career life. Yeah, I do that too. Even if someone gives me bad service, unless it actually, I felt like it actually, was like unsafe and I could have died, I don't give a low rating because people were living on like the difference between a day's worth of work. And I suppose even people who aren't on the level, and maybe who might one day be on the level, deserve to live. Of course. The concierge employees greet me at the door. I like them since they know how to treat me as a woman when I'm alone or as a man when I'm with my family. They ask me how my trip went. I give them my honest opinion. It was interesting. I take the elevator and press the button on the 12th floor. We begin to move. The soft jazz starts playing. I'm too jet lagged since I slept for most of the plane trip. I wasn't able to fit as many movies as I was planning on, but I saw the TV glow. Controversial, I know, but I think this movie might be something special. Ting goes the elevator. The iron doors slide open to a carpeted corridor of rooms. I get my luggage and walk to room 125. Shit. Alright, hold on. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Okay. I got the pee mostly in the toilet. Good job, me. Let's not talk about it. Unless you want to make an incontinent dragon's life a little bit better. But I'm actually more trying to cover a new hard drive right now to get all of our VODs over the last 5 years saved because they're way too big for our current drives. Unfortunately, that's more important than diapers right now. But, yeah, life. This game is called Spring Gothic. I don't hear my... No, my headphones are on, but I don't hear any... Oh, there's probably just no sound in the scene. I'm being stupid. Open the door to the apartment, revealing a little room that appears to house the remnants of a war between my parents. A vase of flowers has been thrown at the wall, leaving a puddle on the floor and roses all across the ground. My mom is crying at the dinner table. My dad's watching something on Netflix. I roll my luggage over the shards and tiptoe across the floor, making sure I don't hurt myself. Yeah, and it's free. You should play it. It's a good game, but it'll make you feel lots of emotions. Be prepared for that. I'm back. My dad is the first to say something back to me. Hey son, welcome back. How was your trip with Dave? Sorry, I had something in my throat. It's fine. We went to some fun places. Went to a cemetery full of famous people, actually. I told my parents I was hanging out with Dave, my ex-best friend from high school. He actually lives in Nottingham. He was willing to play along with my cover story, so we actually met in Starbucks for a bit before I went to see Chun. Good stuff. I retrieve my luggage safely and start to walk towards my room, but my mother's hysterical sobbing stops me from going any further. Is Mom okay? When you get yourself a wife, you need to discipline her once in a while. I get into my room and shut out the crying. My parents helped me pay to soundproof my room for streaming, but more than that, I just don't want to hear them fight all the time. I want to get out of this apartment. I want to live alone and get the fuck away from my parents. All the familiar feelings of despair are coming back to me now. I feel like I'm being choked. I turn on my PC on the table and fall back into my bed. My parents are gonna leave tomorrow. They're gonna go on more long business trips again, so I can get back to streaming. I won't have to hear my dad's dings about how he's seen better women than my mom anymore. I won't have to deal with my mom coming into my room to flatter me about how I'm so pretty, just like a K-pop guy. I don't want to live in the US anymore. When I finally get up from my bed, it's like 3 a.m. I must have napped off my depression. Cool. No, there's only one route in the game. We're just at the end. She's back home. I get on my PC and open up Discord. There's many notifications, but the one I care about most is from Chun. I want to visit you again. That makes me smile. Of course, maybe during summer break? Okay. It feels like my energy is returning now. Long distance relationships are pretty painful, but I like having a goal to work towards. It'd be nice if I can live together with Chun. I plug in my microphone and headphones. I'm revving up for a just chatting stream. Not sure what I'll talk about since I just don't want to talk about my time in London. I can figure something out. I start up OBS to stream and announce that I'm doing a guerrilla chat stream. The countdown timer to my stream starts ticking. My fans immediately pour into chat, welcome me back from the UK. But my eyes are hoping Chun's username will flash by. I wonder what she's gonna say. My Discord icon flashes instead. I stole your panties while you were asleep. I'm wearing them now. Be right back, I'll join stream later. Oh, I stole your panties while you were asleep. I'm wearing them now. Be right back, I'll join stream later. I let out a dirty laugh. It's a good thing my mic's still muted. I visited London because deep down I was afraid that this relationship wasn't real. That it was just something I was daydreaming about. I guess I was right. What I got was something very different, but I'm kind of warming up to that. Chun won't rescue me from this hell. She has her own things she's going through, and there are parts of her that weird me out, but she's a real person, and that comforts me to know. I think she's better than whoever I was dreaming up. And not gonna lie, imagining the real Chun wearing my underwear and touching herself is creepy. But also, kinda hot. I didn't know I had it in me to find that sexy. I wonder what kinds of faces she's making right now. We've cybered before, but I might like her being perverted even more. Of course, when she comes here, I'm seriously gonna pin her down and fuck her brains out. I thought it was a bottom, but I guess I'm a top after all. Ooh, non-normative trans femme. Ooh. Actually, a lot more trans femmes than you would think. Top, or comfortable with topping, or would describe themselves as a switch or a top-leaning switch. It's just all the things I said before. Yes. And more. Okay, I'm gonna stop getting horny and get ready to stream instead. People are waiting. The feeling we have to rub one out right before stream. Ugh. When the stream countdown hits 0, my avatar comes to life. I open my mouth and blink to make sure the rig is working right. When I see Chun finally say hello to on my stream chat, I clear my throat, unmute the mic, and say the first thing that comes into my head. Did you know there's a vagina museum in London? The ends. I love how I was like, oh, this game will take me 2 hours to read through. 5 hours later. I'm almost sure there's music playing right now. There it is. My headphones are just being weird. Wow. You're welcome! This was so fun. Like, for real. I mean, like, okay, it's one of those things where, like, just describing it simply as fun wouldn't be fair, because there's, like, a lot of pain in it. But just like, when you're watching something that is, hard to navigate, that's emotionally challenging. Shit, even, I saw a TV glow. I wouldn't say, I had a lot of fun watching I saw the TV glow. But it was an intriguing time. It was fascinating. It gave me a lot of things to think about and wrestle with. It was stimulating. Spring Gothic, a super ordinary story, is very, very stimulating. I would say no notes, but I've been making notes throughout the entire game as I was playing it, so there's that. Wow. Oh yeah, I forgot we had like a vagina desktop. You're welcome. Nah, the music isn't looping properly. We're gonna fix that in the next build. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, thank you for helping create it. Like, the story you wrote that you and your team worked on is, like, it did the art thing. It touched me, and I'll never be the same. Appreciate you being here, and you continuing y'all's good work. Heck. Thank you. I drew it myself. The art thing. The art thing! We only recently got to a point where we felt like we could say, I can draw. And this was certainly a piece on our way to that. Like atmospheric work. See you later! Thanks for dropping by. Okay, let's switch back to art as our category. I want to do some more drawing, and then we'll move to another game. Whew. How did everyone fare? How did you all fare, chat? I know not everyone was here for the whole 5 hours of it, but I'm drawing an emotive glitch. I kind of feel it's important for me to draw every day, or try to draw most days. So we do our best. So just fall into the hypnotic waves of Signalis sounds. I think I'm okay. Not fully sure, but I'm better than not okay. That's good. Of course, it's okay to not be okay, but... Wow. One thing that game made me think about a lot was that concept that was getting talked about of growing complacent in a relationship, and as soon as you grow complacent is when it starts to fall apart because you're not, like, attending to it. And I certainly will admit that being in a relationship is akin to watering a plant, but not every kind of plant will die without being watered every single day. And some plants need nourishment in ways that you don't that you won't be used to. Different plants are different based on different environments. You know? Had to go AFK real quick to pull something out of the oven for my father. Ugh. Well, I hope it's something edible. I really got reminded of Coin Operated Boy by Dresden. And sort of that the idea of wanting love, validation, and security without any of the stresses and complexity of dealing with other humans. Oh, I think a lot of people crave that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I crave that too. For it all to come easy. It's not how this works. Not any of this works. Even the commonly referred to as unconditional love of family doesn't work like that. Even if you are under the better circumstances born into a family that actually loves and respects you, like, a lot of families think their children should just comply to whatever whims the parents want, regardless of the context or how it may hurt or affect the kid. And honestly, that idea usually also applies to their adult children eventually. It's a mess. Is Coin Operated Boy a song? Because that's what I thought it was. Whatever it is, I do want to, like, interact with it in some way, because it sounds interesting. Or, of course, those themes resonate with me. Dresden Dolls. Ah, okay. Yeah, I thought it sounded familiar. Coin Operated Boy. I didn't know anything about, like, the actual song's themes, though. Hopefully everyone doesn't pass out when I'm doing this. I was looking for this to be like a maybe a 10-hour stream, but we're already at like 7 and we didn't even get to Dusk's part yet. Yeah, this is gonna be another one of those. Yeah, that one's a little hard. Still gotta work on doing horns well. I think it's interesting how we psych ourselves out. Like a lot of people, ourselves included, super overthink relationships. Because of course we do. I think it's especially interesting that we do. It's tragic, but also fascinating and reasonable, but also so infuriating. I mean, one of the most annoying things in existence is being misunderstood, so I think that is part of it. Okay, some of these I don't need. That one's gonna be hard. Overthinking is a sign of care and investment. Or at least that's me. I think that it can be, but it's not a. I don't think that all overthinking is beneficial. Like as we saw in the visual novel, it can be useful to, like, you know, be careful and even be a little bit fastidious about, like, how you're engaging with someone. But after a certain point, there's diminishing returns. There's a higher level of anxiety. Like, in the same way, I would compare it to, like, worry. Like, worry is a sign of care. Like, when, like, there's so often now, talk to someone and be like, oh, I'm worried about you. And it's like, oh, you don't have to worry about me. And it's like, I care. I worry because I care. Even if I know you can handle whatever is coming at you, I'm still worried about you. I don't know if that makes sense. Oh, wow. Drawing is also just really fucking soothing. Or it can be. I will say it's a lot different drawing in this state than how we usually draw. Because we don't have, like, a YouTube video going. Now I want a strawberry shake. Huh. I feel like I really fucked up the shape there from the intended. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so it's like it's kind of like a sharper thing. Eh, that's probably fine. It'll probably fuck with me though. I don't want to compensate for it. Here we go. Let's see. Oh right, I still need the bow. We must eliminate the BOWs. No, my dad, it's a bit burnt, but probably edible still. Okay. Bogon. Hopefully it'll look better with the colors. The bow off, Shaw. The bow will be blocking most of that, but here. Where's the... oh, bot is part of the head. Mouth. Britches of War? Oh, I was actually quoting Resident Evil 6. But your read is also cute. Okay, that seems fine. Hands. Ah, that's 30 minutes. Hopefully I can finish this in another 30 minutes. Did you and Castell please have an interesting conversation? Yeah. I mean, you were here, weren't you? Watching the stream? I don't know, maybe you stepped away. Like, thinking about the whole... let's say the whole space, the whole... Thinking of everything that was talked about would be kind of hard. I mean, obviously, yes. but it was also like, honestly, having the writer in chat was really interesting, and like being told directly like what like her thoughts were, and like kind of the direction and inspiration of things. It's a really interesting way to digest art in the moment. You don't usually get to do that. It's certainly an interesting experience. I mean, honestly, the one of the more interesting parts of having them in chat was the part about like how many long distance relationships occur in which people don't talk about boundaries, and it's a struggle, and like how there's a lot, or rather there's a lot of romance stories in which there's long distance relationships and there's no boundary trouble at all, which doesn't feel right, you know? And that's why part of the reason why the Spring Gothic was even written. And it's certainly a blind spot that I hadn't thought about, especially because, well, like, I wasn't really thinking about long distance relationship like fiction. And at this point I've had more relationships online that have existed online to some degree than I've had that have solely been offline. It'd be nice to pick game developers' brains more once we get our podcast doing stuff regularly. Hopefully that'll that'll change. Wait, I was like, I don't have a nose. There you go. I think the main thing left is the eyes now. EYES. I'm not allowed to use a computer for fun, so I had to sneak away. Ah, I see. That blows. Your parents suck. Oh yeah, I didn't have the ears yet. Now I'm thinking about how Evie left because they were like relationship stuff is hard for us right now, like in media. And it's like, oh yeah, just we'll be playing for like 2 hours or something. Just come back in a couple of hours and it'll be fine. 5 hours later, still at it. That must have been a little bit of a disappointment. Yeah, I guess I could do closed eyes actually. Let's see how that might be okay. Still need eyebrows though. Uh, okay, I think that's general line work. I'm probably not gonna add the ears until after. I'm probably not gonna add the ears until after I put on the color and see how I wanna play this. Alright, the fucker's band-aid. I'll have to also remember to put that in. Scale color. Whoa. Let's grab those horns. Horns color. Swirly dirly. Horn group. Okay. Hair color. And I should have grabbed both. Should grab that and that. Three-tone hair. Oh, right. Already made that. Ah. Every time I look at our fucking red fluffy hair, I'm just like, I'm not Ronald McDonald, can I? I'm not Ronald McDonald, can I? I'm not Ronald McDonald, can I mean, I can't choose for, like, Glitch if they're Ronald McDonald, can, but I am not. Well, too big, too big, too big. I never said not a clownkin. I said not Ronald McDonaldkin. Ronald McDonald is a clown, but all clowns are not Ronald McDonald. We do like clowns. We are into clowns. That was not what I was railing about. The most well-known red-headed clown is Ronald McDonald. And I guess like Pennywise might be like right behind him. Well, excuse me, Princess. Oh no, that sounds actually awesome. Princess. And you're excused. And now you know. Pink, pink, pink. Fill it up. This is gonna be so annoying. Mix it up, mix it up, mix it up. Oh. Still wasn't at 100%. Wasn't solid. And now for the hard part, based on what I just did, mixing these colors. I gotta clean this up now. Alrighty then. It's times like this when I feel very good about being a layer slut. Because having as much layer separation as I do is very useful. See, I'm actually highlighting all the color of the hair I want to keep. And I'll actually reverse it. Damn, was that within 30 minutes already? Fucked up. Time passes so quickly. Okay, so now we go invert. Not all the extra color is gone. Ha ha. I thought I was coloring it in and I was really just doing that thingy. Eye dropping it. Oh? Oh, right, because that's an eye layer. Hair brows color. I also should write a letter to Nintendo telling them I'm not buying the Switch 2 LMAO. Dear Nintendo, fuck you. Shit, I think you should too. Let's see. Mouth. Mouth. Teeth. Color. That's fine. And color 1. And pink hands. Pinkety pinkety pink hands. Well, purple hands actually. Same color as the horns. And color 2. Oh. Like, I don't think I laid this wrong. Okay. Oh, right, because that's on the same layer, so of course it's like that. There we go. Okay. Make the hand go away. Shaw. Do, 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 do. Hands. Huh. Doesn't look too bad. Let me get the bow. We'll probably work on this a little bit off stream at some point. Because I could spend hours tuning the fine details. And that's not for right now. So I'll probably switch to a game after I'm finished with this bow. There we go. Bow circuits. Probably have to retrace this in the color that I want, but or that. Oh. That actually doesn't fit to my problem. But I guess I could trace in that color if I really wanted to. That's an interesting way to do it. Maybe I'll let it be that way. Now I really want to change the color of the square so it doesn't throw me off with the color of the bow tie. Colors. That seems good. Version. And when the hand goes up. Huh. Okay. Three? Okay. Yeah, I'll have to put some. I might also put some spikes on here for its shoulders. God, why have the miraculous theme song going in my head? Probably because of that CJ the Eds video today. Boom. Still missing ears, but whereas, yeah. Wow, emote. All right, so yeah, it needs a little bit of fine tuning, but it's mostly done now. Cool beans. Woo! I did drawing today. All right, time for the next battle. Whew. Yeah, I'm gonna do games and demos. Dreams of Aether has basically no visibility. It's like 3 people who follow that tag apparently. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh yeah. Long live the queen. Right. Long live the queen, larger universe. Galaxy Princess Zorana. So that was the game they were talking about. Fascinating. Check out the entire Long Live the Queen universe collection. Well, only one game so far. Damn. 12 years later? Damn. You know these developers wanted at it. Alright, cool. Alright. Welcome to the Fluff by Entertainment System playing Dreams of Aether. This is gonna be my first Aether game, so that's gonna be interesting. Oh wow, this is gonna be some good music so far. Continue. Dreams of Aether. It's a quiet night in Aether, and something's amiss. Diving in, figure out the basics of dreaming. What? Who put garbage in my mind palace? Time to clear out this nonsense. You tread upon the dreams of Apsa, the great storm architect, protector of Arcanilan. Ah! Didn't a new Rhythm Heaven just get announced? This is what it's making me think of. Flap, 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 flap. Oh shit. Woo! Last one. Boss time. Hell yeah! Stage clear. Cutie pie. Well, that wasn't so bad. Ah, who are you? Hi, you're dreaming. Obviously, can I wake up now? Not yet. That looks like a nightmare. It is! You're so smart. We'll need your friends to turn it into a party. Friends? Isn't this my dream? Not anymore. Pool's wide open. Okay, good luck, bye! Wait, what are you... And she's gone. I don't even like parties. Well, that's a weird start to this adventure. What's next? Experience a dream about falling. No. No. Well, at least this is a lucid dream. It looks like these other clouds belong to other people, so I assume I have to snap them out of their delusions first. An equivocal arboretum of natures and creatures. Huh? Nobody's here. This foliage, the Ethereum forest? A dream of a treetop dweller? Or a forest floor dweller? Or... Oh lord. Lord Salvino specifically? Okay, new plan. Run! These visuals are amazing. Beautiful. Motherfucker. Speed up! Tetris, but it's exactly one block. Oh! Fuck. Oh no! Game over. Let's try it again. Oh, a different flower this time. The Rivals team sure does love April Fools, huh? Yeah. Well, this is still the first thing in this universe I've really experienced, so I can't say for sure, but I heard that they do stuff like this all the time. Dead. Goodbye! Huzzah! Death! Lamp! Boss time! Yeah, I won. Okay, that fishing minigame at the end was actually a lot easier than I gave it credit for. No! I'm too smart to die! What's with the stick? What the, you thing? Yeah, boy! Huh. All according to plan. Ah. Oh! Experience a dream about being chased. This is a dream simulator and a WarioWare-like. Love it. You're here too. You can't leave the Ethereum forest. What kind of influence was able to pierce the rock wall? Wow, you guys are heavy sleepers. That's fine, we'll keep the party rolling. Don't do that, I'm full of chocolate. Fight makes right. Rivals in my aether? The Flame Empire reigns supreme here as well. Dream violently, always be ready to strike an enemy down. Alright. This sucks. This tavern hasn't had a good brawl in hours. 1 out of 5 stars. A Firelander here? I have to get on their good side. Oh, excuse me. Hello, welcome. Can I... You! Go! Fight me! But you can't... You just kill me. How about you conquer this? I'm going in. Oh, this is cute as hell. Assassinate! E2, Brutus! Oh, like in a fighting game. Yes. Empanada! Oh. Bitch. Doing okay, doing okay. Oh, don't attack? Oh, no! I'm too good at attacking! Hey Keith, how's it going? Do you like minigames? I love minigames. What? Can't touch this. Woo! That makes me want to play Donkey Kong Country. Oh! We're at the boss! Wait. What? This is Dark Souls! Dude defeated! Yeah, this is the perfect way to endear me to the Aetherverse. Fuck. Kneel before me! Conqueror of all! Conqueror of all! I like you, goat. Give me more things to destroy. You didn't even eat any of it. Ah, familiar scent of darkness. Onwards! Wow. That did happen. Experience a dream about fighting. First Jewsville, now this. What is this madness? We're dreaming. Collectively, I suppose. Just how far does the dreamscape span? Hi! You! Are you the culprit behind this? Kinda, sorta? Aren't you having fun? No. Maybe a little. Okay, cool. Let's get more friends. A more worldly collection of dreams. So enlightening, dreaming from so many perspectives. Do you feel enlightened or maybe entertained? I've never really played any WarioWare games. There's a lot of stuff inspired by WarioWareness that I think is getting a lot of play right now. This and Mindwave specifically. Probably Mindwave more than this because Mindwave is going to be a much longer game, I'm pretty sure. I missed the reading part. Ah, new student, welcome! Not quite yet, hold on. We're dreaming and can't wake up. Oh, how exciting! I'll have to dress for the occasion. Is fashion important? Of course, don't you agree? Well, now let's see. Do you see my outfit here? Oh no. No, I don't. Oh my god, it's so cute! Pootie? Oh, I see. Haha, clown. 3, 2, 1, let's go! But I like it more when he's embarrassed. Oh, that's a nice fit, actually. This game is so fucking charming. How many? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah! Math! Yo! Yakuza! Pop all. Oh. I see. Smelly! Click click. Hope no one has any wet dreams. Well, hopefully they'll have protection if they are. They gave me that one. You can't fail that one. Alright, here we go! Boss time! Shmup? 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 Time to shmup! Chat, I'm so shmupped. We've been to a lot of shmups lately. Or at least been experimenting with our ability to shmup it up. After all that, all you had was a fucking scarf? Woohoo! Here it is! That's just a towel. My favorite towel! And you said you didn't see it. Alright, Sensei, what's the lesson here? There was a lesson? Hey, you did pretty well. Maybe drop by the Hodojo sometime. I think I like Yetis now. Ah, the spirit world. Powerful dreamers can influence this place. I like this lore. The cloudy appearance suggests you shaped this. I literally just fell in. Did you now? Interesting. What does that mean? Very interesting. Hold on, what does that mean? Hello? Oh, is this the last one? That's not good, is it? No, it's not. Looks like I arrived just in time. Arf, 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 arf. Wow, friends! You really know how to pick 'em. Enough! Tell me what's going on here. Right now. Yeah, tell 'em. Okay, well, I've been trying to wake up this big fella, 'cause she's missing all the parties. But she's being a real, buzzkill. A wet blanket? Ah, woo! Yes, a buzzkill. Anyway, I got you guys to help. And now, together with the power of friendship, we can start the ultimate party. See you there. Well, I for one can't wait to kill that thing. Fine, alright, let's go. 2 of them? The final duel. This is it. I hope you know how to multitask, because this one will be a doozy. Kinda scary for a party. On your guard, goat. This thing could be any... Where? Hola! What do you think you are, popping out like that? I'm Ani. Welcome to the party. A pure elemental. So you do exist. Still dreaming. Oh, right. Now that you're all here, we can wake up the sleepyhead. Okay. Ani, I don't... Get ready, everyone! This is not a good idea! Shake, 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 Sonora. Shake your body tonight. Do-do-do, shake, 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 Sonora. Shake your body in time. Oh my god, this fucking pinata is Pinkie Pie coated. I love her so much! I think pinata should count as, whoa! Ow. Should count as, like, plush Sona. Ugh! That's enough! Too noisy. All of you. Why couldn't you just have died in your sleep? Wow, sheesh. Now I actually have to do something. Thirst. Source of the nightmare and resident party pooper. Whoa. Hi again! Wakey wakey, now face a breaky! Hey, guess what? Are you evolving? Teamwork makes the dream work! Ow. Oh, two baseball themed ones at the same time. That's cute. Aww. Boss time! I love cross-dressing! Oh no. Oh no. Last chance. Yes, this is a Friday Night Funkin' reference. I wish I was better at Funkin'. Almost there, I believe in you. Teamwork makes the dream work. Just like Pinkie Pie says. Okay, yay! So, what's that? Yep, we solved that forever. Nothing bad will ever happen again. I did not believe you. What's with that monster's defeat? Can we finally wake up? I guess. Ani, before we go, all of us have an element we're attuned to. What's your element? Oh, that's easy. It's the element of surprise! Dreams of Aether! That was fun! See you next time! In your dreams. Oh god, I love that puppet bitch. Thank you, Gick. Thank you, Gick and Elian and Brawls in the Zone and Mason and Flashy Goddess and Raphael Gulsart and Risa Forest and Issa Perna and Lychee. Lishe and Flashy Goodness and all these fuckers who playtested that will not be able to read their names fast enough. And thank you, Aether Studios as a whole. Funded by everyone who bought Rivals 2 cosmetics. Oh, wow. That's pretty sick. I feel like that's like the Aether team giving back to the community. I hope Pinata is in Rivals 2. I mean, Rivals 2 is already out, so you could check that pretty easily. Endless Abyss. The ride never ends. All I have to do is wait for you to exhaust yourself. How long can you last against every dream? Ah, I see. And what's in... Oh, all dreams, obviously. Cutscene theater. Oh, that's adorable. Oh my god, the sound test! They did not have to do that. That was extra love. That was extra love. Putting this on my game of my maybe game of the year list, honestly. How could I not? Maybe? I can maybe quit it? Oh, so good. And I don't even have all the achievements either. That was just the getting through the story content. That's pretty cool. Actually, now that I'm Rivals is on sale. I mean, not to say that you should automatically buy it or anything, or buy it for me or anything, but oh, is it Pinata in this game? I don't think so. Hard for me to look up. Well, actually, it wouldn't be hard for me to look up. I'd just say Rivals of Aether 2 characters. Two characters. Ten playable characters. Playable characters. Originally DLC in the first game. Olympia. None of these characters because the pinata has like three letter name. Ali, I think. Lots of cool characters that I want to do things with. Wholesome and non-wholesome. Good to know. I think probably before we play the main Rivals of Aether series, we'll probably play was it like Fortresses of Aether or something? What's this other one? Dungeons of Aether. It's like it's kind of like Fire Emblem. It's like a tactical RPG. No pinata in this one, but that fucking shark's in it. Very cool. Yeah. Dreams of Aether. It was free yesterday, but it's only like $3 now. Good game. Highly encourage you to play it. The one sad thing about the fact that we don't have as much anxiety about looking at our numbers live is the fact that I'm about to do something that will immediately make our numbers go down, which is take a break. We're gonna take a break. Dusk is going to be piloting for the rest of the stream. We only have one more game for sure planned, and if we have energy after that, we'll play one more beyond that. But the coffin of Andy and Lele got an update recently, like literally yesterday. So yeah, we want to stay on top of that. There we go. Though I think I will open up the V2 model first. Subgoal, PNG, okay. I can mess with this without any issues. This is certainly not a normal type of stream for us, considering this like this is the last stuff we wanted to play and fuck with that we knew we wouldn't have time for on Friday. So hopefully we won't be taking the like hour-long break that we tend to during our main line streams. So I'm gonna take a break probably for 30 minutes or less, depending on how Dust feels when coming back, and he'll ingratiate you to the end of the stream, which will be, well, it would be false to say that the stream hasn't already been very emotional, but the games we'll be playing to end stream out will be a lot darker. Of course, Andy and Lele is, has like dark humor and stuff. So like it's kind of a toss up. I don't know if I want to say that Andy and Lele is probably going to be more heavy than Spring Gothic, but honestly, it just depends on your disposition as a person. For me, Spring Gothic is more serious. Any whoosies, I got stuff set up for Dusk, and he'll come in after. Thank you for allowing me to be your host for the afternoon into the evening, and he will be your tour guide for the rest of the night. That being said, thanks for being around. Take care of yourselves, and tell someone you care about that you love them, or check in on someone. You know, we gotta be here for each other. I love how since I'm already meta-ly acknowledging viewer counts, I think it's funny. It's like, oh yeah, I'm about to do something to make my viewer count go down, taking a break, and then it went down before the actual break started, which is fucking hilarious. I'm not even mad. Just I think it's funny. I embrace absurdism. Yeah.
land in Miami. The air was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me. Before I even knew her name, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true, la la la. Ooh, I should be running home. You keep me coming for ya.
can be so hollow when the wall can get direct. You might become an exile, no grip for respect. There'll never be a girl like me and they'll still want more. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than the nurse. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become another exile, yet you grind for the respect. Never like a girl like me, and they still want more. Better than the better than the better. I can do better. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. I can do better, I can do better. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. In a world of darkened flames, burning bright, and I wanna live inside my memories. Oh, I can't. It only as I once thought you again. And I live in every single day as if it were my own. And I'm looking forward to it all. Science. I'm hoping for my only cure to be open arms, wide open, wide open, wide open, oh, wide open.
Ugh. I still need some music, cause I'm gonna do some more drawing. I know Scribble was just drawing, And we're supposed to have one game left. But there was something I wanted to try. Ugh. Hope the music is fun for you. I'm doing more art that we think we can use for stuff. We haven't been taking our subscribe star seriously. I want to redo the tiers. I'm gonna draw fucking icons for them. And I'm kind of inspired by the pins from The World Ends With You. I want to go for a style that's kind of like that. Alright, I'm Dusk. Hi. I use he and they pronouns. If you don't know me, hi. I exist. So cool. Good night. I mean that in a good morning sort of way, not a goodbye sort of way. I've got some ideas. Oh yeah, I don't. Sup, Ryan? Thanks for vibing and hanging out while we were gone. How are you tonight? Oh, gosh. I'm so in my body right now. Scribble assumed that I wouldn't want to draw. It's really funny. After having played that game that it played, about having expectations about your partner and not telling them, and not wanting to be a burden. Because I'm using a VTuber model and we have to have a ring light in my face, it thought I wouldn't want to draw because of that. And yeah, it's overstimulating to a degree, but I can handle it.
I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running home. You keep me coming for ya.
Okay, so we have we're gonna have 3 different tiers for our subscribe star. One is gonna be Daybite, so it's like supporting our like safe for work content, like our YouTube stuff. Nightbite, supporting our not safe for work content. And then Twilight Bite, which is gonna be if you want to do both. I think we had like 4 tiers before, and we just want to make it a lot more simple for us and a little bit more straightforward. Howdy. Working but good. All right. Glad we could be work buddies. Oh, hey, I see. Oh, excuse me. Wait, actually I don't know which one this is. This will be Night Bite. I didn't think of these tier names, by the way. That was all scribs. A nice nightly color. I'm just kind of having fun with this. Scribs came up with some fun tier names, not gonna lie. Really like them. We actually hate that like safe for work and not safe for work are the terms, which is why we wanted to like have our own frame for them. It's not bad. Something in the night, maybe like a badger or a possum. I am taking inspiration from the pen designs from The World Ends With You. This is gonna be interesting. Been thinking about The World Ends With You a lot lately. Changed my mind, decided to go with a bat. I'm doing okay. Are you doing okay? Bats are pog though. Oh, bats are very pog.
It can be so hollow when the wall can get direct. You might become an exile, no grip of respect. There'll never be a girl like me and I'll still want more. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than the nurse. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become another exile, yet you.
I'm using the fan in my room to try to disguise the sounds I make when I use the computer so my parents won't notice. Now you're thinking like a 14-year-old.
Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. nerds, hypocrites in the herds. I can do better than the nerds. I can do better, I can do better. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds.
Lifelong Boy Motor. The song is such a fucking bop. I'm glad that's on this list. We're gonna need to make a new one of these soon. We hate stagnating on these. Excuse me. Huh. Damn, we should do more minimalist art like this. This is actually really, this is a really useful study. It's also just really fun. That's funny, I didn't pull out World Ends With You references either. It's something we feel like we know pretty well. I don't think we can necessarily reproduce pens easily from The World Ends With You, but like, the design sensibilities are like, oh, we spent so much time looking at them. Too big. Okay, I got plenty of time. Angelic tones. can't also have like an aura or something. Well, actually, if I want to do that, I can duplicate that. Starts. Via degradation, divide, dodge. Okay. Sick. Lens. Or whatever it would be. Solid. Alright, that's one of them. What's this? That one's would be twilight. So this one's day. Day by folder. Bats are cute. In fact, I have 2 anthrobats. One that's a baby and one that likes to dress as one. Of course. Best of both worlds. Sometimes we have bats in our house. They dive bomb your face so adorably. So if one of these is blue and it's night, the yellow one, a yellow one for the background over the day? A day animal. Or creature. I could literally put like a flower if I wanted to. Or a tree. Oh, it's my song playing. That's certainly an animal. Y'all are moving, huh? I hope it's for a cool reason and not for a bad reason. Oh no, it's definitely for a bad reason. Our landlord sucks. But that's a much less traumatic reason than many of the reasons we've had to move in the past. I mean, it's not because of transphobia. Knock on wood.
was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me before I even knew her name. La la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true, la la la. Ooh, I should be running home. You keep me coming for ya.
These look like fucking stink lines. It's like they're not stink lines? It's like, no, they're not stink lines. Safe for Work Mantis says, support your fellow artist. It's like this thing is slathered in ketchup. It is cool designing weird shit. The purple contrast, it's so much better. It just feels weird to color it purple and call it a day bite. How about blue? Blue's okay. Normally my design sensibilities would say, then change the orange to a different color. But these things can be in the sparkle dog category of whatever. Actually, the blue and orange don't do bad. Is there a gallery for Sparkle Dog somewhere? Maybe? It's just a type of way to design your Sona. If you go to like Fur Affinity or E621 and you just type in Sparkle Dog, it's a tag. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get their breath. The orchid mantis from Grounded. Orchid mantises are beautiful and awesome. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. I can do better. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You
become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds.
$50. Oh, that's actually way better. Nah, it doesn't look the same. It doesn't look as good. That's fine for that one. This is better for this one. I am weirdly satisfied. Oh wow, I actually did not save this any. I didn't save this at all. Let's call it. Tier art. Tier art substar. All right. Time for Twilight. Twilight Bite. And the background for this one, I'll probably make it the color that I've been making the others is line work. That could be cool. I love the color of ash and night. What's a cool animal for Twilight? Something liminal, maybe. A skunk, maybe? A fox. A snake.
Je serai le président
octopus? Gosh. I made them all so cute. It's fucked up. Okay. Daybite is actually kind of cool looking. Well, too big. Really looks like a spider right now. If I wanted to retain any sort of octopusness, I need to stop that. Okay, that's not working. Let's try a different animal. Well, actually, I don't have to try a different animal. You can just try a different approach. a lot different. Oh wow, turns into a skull immediately. It still kinda looks like a spider, but the fact that it could be... I mean, I guess the eyes could suggest that it's not a spider. I'm so hungry I can eat an Octorok. Oh, I should have bubbles. If I have bubbles, it'll be more clear. But I should figure out an accenting color. This could be a cool accenting color. What? Okay, I didn't expect that to look that cool. Nah, it looks like encased in ice. This is what art is so fucking cool. This it's like emergent fucking gameplay. Fucking mysterious. Istopus. Oh, hey Sonny. Emergent art is the best, yeah. Well, I mean, all art is emergent to some degree. Not everything goes as planned. But there is this thing called synthesis that we were talking to another artist about recently. Like a skill of, like, kind of, not necessarily arbitrarily, but like creating something like a blotch, for example. Like, you've probably seen, especially, like, fast-forwarded versions of this on, like, TikTok or something, where it's like someone like throws a bunch of paint on the canvas and like turns it into something. This way of like synthesis is basically like pulling some sort of subject out of just an object that's already there on the page. And that's to say nothing of people who draw in weird orders of things, of like starting with parts of like the face or the head or the body that most people wouldn't. That's also a skill. Oh, this is fully solid. Actually, we should do it the color of the insides. I've not put the shine on it yet. I don't think I was doing it with a solid one. Need to rewind that again. Oh, I've been drawing for like an hour or two. I'm almost done though. Well, sort of almost done. I should actually be responsible and start going to bed at my decided upon bedtime. Have a good night, y'all. Have a good night at your decided upon bedtime. We're supposed to sleep, but anyway. Oh, if I actually put a shine on it, it'll ruin it. Each one is different. Fucking elder god looking ass. There's so much I want to do to add to this, but the general premise of it is fine. I want to add like a bunch of like fucking embellishments to it. I want to make it look like a fucking skill tree for a video game. But where I am right now, I think is good. Maybe I'll name them. That'll probably be the extent of it. Got a lot of drawing out of the way today. Well, I shouldn't say out of the way. Like it was a chore. version of this I'll post on Blue Sky or something after we're done streaming. Bet. Such a good artist. Okay, it's not super late. People were going to sleep and I was worried it was like fucking 5 a.m. for me. Alright, now after waiting all day, time to finally play the Coffin of Andy and Lele on the Fluff by Entertainment system. It's been a long stream, but we're approaching the end, I think. There was a new update, so there's new content, and I want to play the first half of Chapter 3. So that's what we're gonna do. Oh. It's not recognizing my controller. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Hope you have fun with Coffin of Andy and Lele. I think I might dip out because I don't know if I can handle it. But hope you have fun with it. Later. It's good to know your limits. Episode 3, Decay, Part 1. You exist. Something terrifying. I was not expecting a grim soul. Okay. I was not expecting a grim soul. How did you manage the ritual, I wonder? It is unlikely you will be of any use. Surprise me, little one. Oh. Your confusing existence persists. Use the eraser? Oh, okay. Everything looks vaguely familiar. Is this I mean, I guess I would assume it will be Lele's soul. But it could also be that little girl that was that they killed. I'm so smart. Fun. There's nothing on the plates. Nutrients sit on display. Neatly organized consumables. Perishables are stored in a cold container. You sort of remember clocks and time, but you can't recall what either were used for. There's nothing to cook. Industrial cart. Cleaning cart full of cleaning stuff. Consuming anything from this cart would kill a person. Not that you remember what a person is. It's time o'clock. Nutrients, consumables. There's no cashier. It's hard for me to figure out what the clue is. There's 4 different kinds of faces. Not knowing what time is very baby. That's a much more positive way to look at it. Saying here in the realms of disassociation. Some stuff I can still interact with and get a response from, some stuff I can't. No service. We have no idea what's going on. We don't either. This is kind of like a cold open. We don't know the context of this character. This puzzle is, very elusive right now. I don't feel like I have enough information to solve the puzzle, but I could be overlooking something. Okay, just making sure I couldn't just walk away. Well, I mean, I guess I have to do with the time. If I had to guess, it would be like maybe 9 or 10:15. But how does that correlate to faces? Is this representing Andy and Lele's families? Or, sorry, family? Brain. Cause green and pink are their motifs. If that's the case, this will be Lele. Andy would probably be sad? I don't know if their mom would be happy or sad. Their dad didn't seem... Yeah, maybe that? It's time for dinner, maybe? Well, the plates are empty. Plate seems empty. No service. Consumables, nutrients. There's nothing to talk to in the trees. No hints. How did you get here? I walked in from the last puzzle? I mean, I'm continuing from my last save, which was at the end of the last chapter of the game that came out. I'm like a ghost or a spirit or something, or I might just be Lele in astral form. It's hard to know. Yeah, it's not that many things I can do. How long ago was that? How long ago was my save ago? Or how long ago did I open up the game? Because I've only been playing this for 16 minutes. I've probably been stuck in this room for at least 8. The last time I played this game was in... It had to have been last year? I mean, it's been a while since any new content was added, so... They didn't really have a last time on screen or anything like that, but as far as I remember, we killed our parents? I'm pretty sure that's what happened last. I'm curious if I can get anything to reliably change. Let's start over. You exist. Yeah, how did you manage the ritual, I wonder, implies that this is Lele, because she's the one who did the ritual and is in contact with the demon. Why she would forget that she's a person, I don't know. here we are again. You sort of remember clocks and time, but you can't recall what either are used for. There's nothing to cook. Cleaning cloths and such. A cart full of cleaning equipment. Consuming anything from this cart would kill a person. Nods, do you remember what a person is? Nutrients sit on display. Perishables are stored inside the cold container. Neatly organized consumables. There's literally just nothing over there. Maybe these correspond to the colors? If so, this will be one of the greens. This will be one of the pinks. I mean, there's 4 places to stand. I guess I'm supposed to get the vibe of the room? It's so time o'clock. I'm very perplexed. I don't really want to see the achievements. I just wanna... Yeah, I hate how the internet has made people. It's I don't want all the right choice. I just want to know what to do for the fucking puzzle. Yeah, wow. Gaming is so sophisticated now. There are, what, 256 possibilities? It's not too many. We've already singled out all duplicates. I want to drive my head through a wall. I really do. 4 times 4 times 4 times 4. Oh, I see. Also, I don't have a good way to correlate the significance between the fucking faces and the possible hints. Do you have an idea, Sonny? I'm all ears and eyes. Number of interactions per area. Number of interactions per area? If this is the farthest left where the trees are... 0. One. 3. It would suck if that's the case, especially without the numbers. Because that's how they are when I come in. Zero, 3, 1. I'll just cycle through all of these just in case, I guess. Although the laundry cart would be 1. If take into account that some of the dialogues don't repeat. Damn, this fucking metronome and the lack of context for this puzzle and the time. Wow. I don't think I could possibly... Yeah, I tried. I'll have to figure it out or something. Unless anyone has any ideas, because wow. Fucking hypno trap. There's also a number of books between the areas. I mean, that is a thing. The elevators also indicate floor numbers. What indicates it's time for dinner by the faces everyone's making? I guess that's what the puzzle's for. 0013. This may as well be fucking Morse code right now. I'll try it 0013 from the opposite direction. Feel like I'm doing a worship test. Ah. One of these is... One of them is farther away than all the others. Oh, fuck me. I never saw the Snow White remake. But Disney remakes haven't been making their money back fully in a while. "42 minutes of banging my head on a single puzzle, essentially. So for once, we're just too stupid to do that. Insane. I'm gonna go to fucking bed. Okay, the truth is, I'm probably not gonna go to bed, but I am gonna end stream. But I will eventually go to bed. I'll raid Alice Hairgraves.
Yep, Jen.
Playing some weird game I never heard of. Oh, this is Lethal Company. It's just weird. Oh, they're playing Lethal Company, but with mods on that make them look like they're playing Zenless Zone Zero characters. Sick. Have a good night, everyone. I'm here for 80 more seconds. Here's a rate message. Your life will be filled with happiness and sadness. Feel free to use raid emotes if you have them. Yeah. Look out for a stream on Friday. We'll figure out what else we're doing beyond that this week when I have sleep in me. I feel like I'm about to have my eyeballs melting like fucking Raiders of the Lost Ark, which is a movie I've never seen but only know through tropes and shit. Almost done with the week. Well, the normal work week. The grind never ends. The grind of life. Breathing is automatic, but sometimes living doesn't feel like it. Keep pushing. Keep moving forward. Some days are easier than others, and some days are even happy.